destroy or disregard what made them distinctive. And this, I think, applies all.
Well, no, the communist block housing is like the brutalist architecture that you see here. So the Russians in, the 30s under, communism is basically what created our modern architecture that we have today. Brutalism.
Almost all cities and towns drop.
So Trump, I don't think Trump owned the hotel there. I think what happened with Trump in Atlantic City was he got contracted to build a hotel for someone there. But I'm not 100%. I don't remember if he actually owned it or not. I think it was one of the instances where he was contracted to build a hotel for somebody, and they paid to have his name on it, but I don't know if he actually owned it.
Throughout the world, as modernism threatens to remove the distinctive culture and aesthetic of places wherever it touches. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. And of course, a shout out to my master architect patrons, Michael Goldman, Jean Baptista, and my dad.
But yeah, the current, I guess architecture style we have now is called brutalism, which is just the bland, soulless architecture. What's this?
There is perhaps no hotel more famous in the UK than the Ritz London. It has stood for nearly 120 years as the most ostentatious way to spend a night in the city, often visited by dignitaries, celebrities, and now people who definitely don't belong there, like me. That's right, today I'm checking into this very special, but also very expensive hotel to see what—
Yeah, the Ritz hotels are usually pretty nice.
What it's really like, and find out through all of the hype if it's actually worth the money. So this hotel was opened back in 1906 by Caesar Ritz, a Swiss hotelier who had already established the Ritz Paris, another iconic hotel today. Now, this is not to be confused with the current Ritz-Carlton hotel brand, which is owned by Marriott, even though the name does indeed come from Caesar Ritz, as it was brought to America in 1911 under the combination of his name and the Carlton Hotel, which was also founded in London. Anyways, the Ritz London would stand as one of the most famous luxury hotels in the UK, hosting the rich and famous for decades. Through this time, the ownership of the hotel would mostly stay private, sold only 3 different times through its existence, and through that time, it's retained much of its original elegance and interior finishes. A bit of an outlier in that sense, and it's one of the only hotels in London which still adhere to a strict dress code system that leans into the elegance of a bygone era. Following a multi-year renovation through the late 90s and early 2000s, the hotel would ultimately be sold again, this time in 2020 to a Qatari businessman with ties to the royal family. The transaction—
Of course it was to a Qatari businessman.
Marked the single highest price ever paid per door for a hotel, a total of £900 million. The property sits today along the very busy thoroughfare of Piccadilly, right on the north end corner of Green Park, which connects to Buckingham Palace. Of course, the Ritz London itself is a beautiful Franco-American structure, a real gem among the rather modest modern and historic structures around it. Though truthfully, everywhere here is quite beautiful, and since it is in Mayfair, much of the shopping and dining is quite high-end. So during our trip here to London, I figured I should see what all the hype is about, and find out if one of the most famous ultra-luxury hotels in the world is any good. As I've been doing a lot lately, I booked through a travel agent, and with their preferred rates and perks, I ended up getting a resort credit worth £80, late checkout and early check-in, full breakfast for 2, and an upgrade upon check-in. Though I'm pretty sure I didn't get it, since the front desk seemed a little confused as to what I was talking about when I asked. Regardless, this is what we were given: a superior king room on the 2nd floor. And I must say, first impressions were quite impressive. This is a beautifully classic room, seemingly untouched from when it was first built nearly 120 years ago. The decently sized space, around 260 square feet, is rather lavishly decorated with cream interiors, vintage furniture, crystal chandeliers, and gold trim accents. The Ritz calls the decor found in these rooms inspired by Louis XVI. While it is all very pretty to look at, there is a lot of practicality here too. As you first enter the room, you have a desk off to the right, as well as a plush chair next to the marble fireplace. While it's no longer operational, it does have a live orchid on the mantle, along with a portrait of Caesar Ritz. Over the window, you'll find 3 other places to sit, as well as another table where you'll also find complimentary bottled water, as well as a full chocolate bar.
Oh,
nice
look,
touch.
dude, of course, the Troon flag.
Our view wasn't anything special.
Couldn't be Britain without it.
Since the building across the street was so close. We were looking down at Piccadilly Street, which was cool, and while these windows at one point did open up to become a Juliet balcony, that is no longer the case.
Of course.
Street noise was well subdued by the glass, and the room is quiet. The bed itself is nice. It's a king size with comfortable linens and a medium firm mattress, which I thought was fine enough. I got a fine sleep apart from the air conditioning blowing right onto my face while in bed. I actually had to put a robe over it to redirect the air up, which, yeah, was kind of annoying. Hidden behind 2 doors at either side of the room is a closet with the room's only full-length mirror, although the door can't open all the way due to the placement of the bedside table, which is quite problematic given the dress code requirement throughout the hotel. The other side has some more storage space and a few other amenities like a Dyson hairdryer and some glasses. Though again, rather annoyingly for the price points, there's no refrigerator or any complimentary teas or coffees on hand. If you want a coffee or tea, you're gonna have to pay for it. Now over in the foyer, you have the—
Yeah, that looks pretty nice. I don't know, man. So much stuff is just soulless today. It's sad. The UK arrested someone for yelling, "We love bacon." Yeah, bro. The British chuds need to rise up and overthrow that government. Holy fuck. It's just absolutely batshit insane. Oh, the Tartarian architect. Yeah, exactly. This was actually built by an ancient civilization called the Tartarians, and they have been erased from history because around 1990, they decided to rewrite the history books and completely change the way that we know the world that we live in today. 3,000 years ago, there was a race of giants that roamed the earth that created advanced technology. The architecture that we celebrate today is many of the world's... like, bro, it's just... That has got to be the dumbest conspiracy theory on planet Earth. The Tartarians. What the hell is that? This mega city is sinking 75 times faster than Venice? Where is it?
Forget Venice. There's a far bigger city that's sinking a hell of a lot faster. This is Jakarta, home to 11 million people. It's a bustling megacity with some of the world's tallest buildings and a very rich history. It's also the economic, cultural and political centre of Indonesia, a country of more than 280 million.
Who cares? Boring! Israel in movies. You mean every single movie? Oscu D2 here. Let's see. Oh. Alright, let me open this. Oh my god. Bro, my head. Jeez. I can't afford this shit! All of a sudden, I just got a fucking massive headache. Maybe I am dying, bro. It might be officially Jover. Alright, let's see. It's age restricted, that's why. So I just have to open it on my actual YouTube account.
Awful fucking player. Literally roll mash. You can't stop it. His connection is atrocious. He is an awful player. Offline, he would not be a single person ever. Yeah. Why am I passing through him? I roll, it's hitting him. The game rolls back and shows him rolling through me. This is the epitome of what the Cannon brothers created with rollback netcode. The worst gameplay you've ever seen. This is literally what you get with rollback. You get games played by terrible fucking horrendous scrubs who don't understand fighting games, rolling and mashing buttons in their fucking lag, thinking that they're good. I'll play him one more time and then I'm not gonna rematch. I just want the points. The problem is I can't get him because he cheats so much. Literally, he hasn't done a single combo to me yet. He's a horrendous fucking scrub. A life scrub.
He cheats so much. Well, if he's cheating, Phil, report him. So he gets banned.
Probably lives with his fucking grandmother. He probably mooches off with him, probably doesn't have a job. Just sits around playing this shit all day, every day, which is how
he probably doesn't have a job. Phil, you don't have a job.
He got the ranking he has, despite the fact he doesn't know how to play. That's why his internet connection's so bad, because it's probably fucking wireless. That's probably why. We know the guy's never gotten laid. We know he's never gonna have a fucking life or any friends. He just sits around roll throwing the fucking CBS game. There it goes. Didn't do anything. I walked forward, went back, got hit anyway. Literally, all he's doing is walking forward and back, mash button, roll, mash button. He gets away with it. You can't stop it because the game is busted in this fucking netcode. Look at that. Dude, I can't do anything. Roll and free combo. I can't do nothing. You can do the entire round. I'm not even pressing a button and he's hitting me.
I can't do anything but push right. In fact, nothing works. Nothing's working at all.
God.
What? I didn't even press a button.
No punish. I can't even get a punish on a super. It's so delayed. I might as well not even bother. I might as well not even fucking bother. Eat this, you fucking little bitch. I rolled. He's a little bitch. He literally doesn't know how to play the game. He's a complete piece of fucking shit. Like, what the fuck? He's doing a meaty move. I'm just down back and he hits me anyway twice.
Tim Marco 279. So much positivity from Phil. Yep. Always a positive, chill stream. Imagine if Griffin would play DSP in this game, he would get... Yeah, dude. I don't play fighting games, so yeah, DSP would probably kick my ass in any fighting game.
Okay, he just knows to magically drive impact? No, fuck.
Just like if somebody was, I guess, semi-good at playing a sports game of your choice, then yeah, I don't play those games, so I'd get my ass kicked.
This, you fucking cheating ass scrub piece of shit. I'm never playing you again. Everyone knows this guy's a clown. Everyone makes fun of him online. Every CVS 2 player who plays this has made fun of this guy, calling him a little bitch, cheating ass motherfucker with no fucking balls and a tiny dick. Everyone has called him that because he's just a fucking pussy. He just mashes in lag with roll throw and gets away with it, or roll mash with Iori because his connection is the worst there is. He actually gets away with it. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm telling you, there's nothing you can do. It's just insane amounts of cheating and abusing the game, but that's busted. What a fucking loser in life and a loser in the game. What do you mean, how can you prove his connection is bad? Are you blind? His connection goes from orange to red during the match, and he gets away with button mashing. I wouldn't be surprised if he also uses a turbo controller. Seriously. He probably uses a turbo controller to mash jabs and shit. He's a fucking loser. All right, let's see who this guy is. He picked N Groove. That's interesting. Okay. Guys, please let's get some support. We've had no support in over an hour. Can we get some support for the stream, please? Thank you. All right, last half an hour or so, guys. Thanks for chilling. Please support the stream. We're at 38 bucks to support. We're not even close to hitting a third of the goal. Can we please hit 50 right now? Can we get someone to do...
I know, for real. Can we please hit 50 right now?
$12, whether it's 3 subs, 4 memberships. Here we go. Terry Bogart just gifted a sub, did he? Terry Bogart, thank you for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. Can't do...
Future stepdad.
I'm holding fucking back. Dude, come on, enough with the fucking roll, throw, laggy bullshit. Look at that! Are you kidding? I did a move. You can hear it. You can hear the fucking move. But roll throw beats laggy moves online. It's garbage. I'm doing the move to hit him. It fucking lags. Giant lag spike gives him...
Did we hit your goal for tonight? Unfortunately not.
...to throw. Dude, these people are awful. Awful fucking player. Grandmaster.
He's an awful fucking player. Gets your ass beat. Okay, buddy.
Dude, you're not a grandmaster. Are you kidding me? Dude,
he's an awful player. You're not a grandmaster. Well, apparently he is, Phil.
You hit me 17 times with roll throw. That was it. And the game kept lagging at the end, so I couldn't react to anything. What a terrible gameplay. Again, all these players suck ass. They're all fucking scrubs. Roll, throw, and lag. Can't react to it. Awful fucking shit, dude. Awful. And then he wins the match and changes his team. Not allowed in ranked, but you do it anyway because you're a bitch. Not allowed to change your team in ranked, bitch. It's just like a tournament. No, he's not good. He only hit me with roll throw. He's not good. Fuck him. Okay, no move.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2 as a fighting game enthusiast. This is -5 gameplay. Yeah, Phil thinks he's still his semi-pro professional level.
Here's my move. Dude, I can't get a move. I literally can't get it. What the fuck? He just sits there and mashes head button lag, and you can't do it. Again, you can't do anything about it. Then he rolled the command throw. Awful garbage from an awful player.
This has got to be a match to remember. Fight.
Can't do nothing. He's literally just, look at that. It favors the button mash. I can't do anything. I just did a move. Drops it. Rolls it back. I can't block. Look, I can't do nothing. Yo, it's so bad. Look at this. An online keep away game, because the fucking connections are so bad you can't block. It's literally unplayable.
Literally.
Look, nothing. I didn't do anything. I was waiting. He 100% another shitty lag abuser grandmaster. I'll pick my real team now.
Another lag abusing grandmaster. Now he's gonna use his real team.
Fuck this scrub. Seriously. 100% lag abusing bitch. I'm just gonna keep mashing these buttons and lag. I'm gonna keep mashing head button lag. I'm just gonna keep doing everything.
Sound effect is great.
That's abusable in lag, because that's all I can play, because I'm a fucking scrub. So now I'll pick my real team and I'll spank this bitch. I've had enough of this fucking shit from these fucking pussy-ass scrub bitches who don't know how to fucking play fighting games, who want to just abuse their shitty connections, because the cannons allow them to, because the cannons are fucking shitbags. Who ruin fucking fighting games. Idiots. Look, I win, change my team again. That's what you're supposed to do, right? No, bitch, you're supposed to keep your team, just like a tournament. But you don't know that, because you've never been to a tournament, because you sit at home like a bitch, and you play with your grandmother. I wish I was making it up with the roll throw, but that's all this person just hit me with. Literally, every hit was a roll throw. You fucking suck. Grandmaster, you suck. Jesus. Grand fucking master, my ass. Roll throw, roll throw. And yes, I was right about picking my real team. Of course I was. That's how I'm gonna beat the scrubs. I didn't jump, I went down back, the game jumped. Can't block, free combo, didn't block. Oh, what? Roll throw while I'm attacking because it hit me. Oh, bullshit. Roll move, roll throw, dude. Roll, mash, roll, mash, roll, mash, the same as the other guy. So they all copy the #1 player. They all just roll and mash buttons because they know you can't do anything about it online. You get away with it. They're all terrible pussies who broke the game. And then it trades. So now I gotta beat his whole fucking team with Blanca because he's a roll throw abusing scrub.
This has got to be a match to remember.
Put him block! Put him block from full screen. Again, just jump mash buttons. I'm not fucking doing anything, it just hit me anyway.
Essingen nostalgia with the 2 DSP, that guy that goes first off the boat on D-Day. Bro, he would have been hiding back in the back of the boat, 100%. Bro, could you actually imagine DSP in any sort of actual stressful scenario?
Nothing I can do, he's literally jump like, this is what he's doing. Jump, throw a fireball. I can't block it because it lags, and I can't even block the fucking fireball from full fucking screen because it lags so bad. Dude, you're a pussy, cowardly fuck. You don't know how to play the game. You're a bitch. You suck. You literally jump around mashing buttons, and then you roll throw. Unreal. This guy is fucking awful. Fucking awful player. Get your licks online. Go ahead, change your team again like the bitch you are. Get your licks online because you can't beat anyone offline. You abuse the lag and get away with it. Kiss my fucking ass. You suck shit. Do you see how different it is playing a good player like Smooth Cat earlier versus a horrendous button mashing scrub like this fucking mouth-drooling idiot? You see the difference? Unreal. Unfucking real how bad these players are. That's right, pick the button mashing character last. That's what you gotta do. Pick the button masher last. Good night. Good night, scrub. All right. I did get a significant tip and a super chat here. I can't shout them out, guys, but after this set, I'm done. If you could support the stream, I would really appreciate it. If someone wanted to support right now, looks like there was like a $12 tip and also a $2 super chat, FYI. So we did at least hit 50 bucks, but it would be great if we could get more than that. Let's see here. It's PFC Deer in Headlights with a $12 tip. He says, small message to SNK True Scrubs. Roses are ready. Oilers are blue. You roll into throw. Cannon Brothers. Not skill, just the cue. Okay then. Thank you. 12 bucks. Roll throw. Look at that lag spike. Right in the middle. Right in the middle of me doing attacks and combos, there's a giant lag spike. He starts mashing buttons, gets out of it, and then he does a fucking lag counter super in the middle of me doing a hit streak.
Mashing buttons. You would think that a near professional level fighting game player such as DSP could handle someone doing a, you know, basic ass button mashing tactic, but I guess not.
Nothing. Oh, that's all I can do. I can't stop it. I can't block it, punish it, or stop it because of the lag. I have to trade a zillion times to beat him. Serious, I can't do nothing because his connection sucks. I'm not doing anything. Roll mash button. He was hoping for a roll throw or roll, you know, punch from behind. Just roll mash like a scrub. It doesn't block. Then I'm ready, and he mashes a button and just hits me for no reason. Yo, you're awful. These players are fucking atrocious garbage. You are a fucking scrub at dub, dude. You are. 100% scrub. No skill whatsoever. And you're a grand... I have to understand this guy's ranked Grandmaster, and he sucks this bad. Randomness is random. Oh, look, the game stutters. Time for me to get hits and let me mash in the middle of your guaranteed combos. Fuck this guy. This sucks because I wanted to have a good set to end. This is not a good set. This guy fucking sucks shit. It sucks. I'm telling you, there are no good fucking players on here. That's it. The people who are good, they don't play on here. It sucks. These are the fucking washout losers.
What? Where do they play then, Phil? If none of the good players are playing on there, where the fuck are they playing?
What's the matter? I thought you were good. I thought you were a Grandmaster. You're a Grandmaster, bro. What happened? You didn't have a one-button win button. Oh, no. Oh, I needed to have skill? I needed to have strategy to beat Darkside Phil? Yes, you did, you bum. And you didn't have any. You just sat there getting fucking owned. Unreal, these fucking players, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Get fucking spanked by Blanca. Get spanked by a fucking good player. Damn, you got spanked. So fucking hard. Grandmaster. You're a Grandmaster.
Phil.
God damn, he's so spanked so hard. I love it. We deliver the fucking spanking so hard to the rectum. It's so good.
To the rectum.
The audio desynced? Okay, let me fix the audio.
Whoa.
Got him. Another fucking scrubby loss for the scrub. Another scrubby loss for the scrub. Oh! Are you kidding me? I had it timed right. I won. The game was done. I won. I did the up ball to hit her out of the air, and the game sucked her to the ground with lag, so I couldn't punish her and win.
Oh,
you suck.
God.
Kiss my fucking ass, you stupid bitch. Fucking bitch.
The lag sucked her to the ground, so you couldn't win, I'm sure.
Awful fucking player, seriously. Awful player, awful game. You kiss my fucking ass, you suck, lick my shit. Okay.
Whoa.
Well, it is what it is. Terrible fucking player. Dude, these players are awful. I have not played a single good PS5 player yet. I haven't. I really haven't. I'm waiting for a good PS5 player. I don't know where they are. I played Justin Wong, I played Smoothcat, and others. I don't see him. I would say King Crimson is the best PS5 player that I've played. He doesn't ever roll throw at all. He doesn't abuse anything. He tries to win legit. He doesn't jump and mash buttons. That guy, again, huge lag abuser. The best player on PS5, huge lag abuser. They're just garbage players, garbage people. And again, they literally disrespect the game. When people see that, they'll think, oh, that's good gameplay. It's not. It's actually the worst gameplay you can do. It's actually atrociously bad, and you ruin the game when you play it like that because that doesn't work offline. You can never roll throw offline. You can't roll mash short offline. It doesn't work. People get interrupted every single fucking time, but not online, because online, the rollback netcode favors the mashing scrub.
100% scrub. No skill whatsoever.
I mean, it just doesn't really make sense because then every other fighting game player would not be able to, you know, have any sort of success, right? Like, if that was actually the case, then the so-called, like, you know, top-rated, I guess, Street Fighter players would never be top-rated because they have to play online in order to qualify, right? So, why aren't all the scrubs the ones showing up in person? SNK Nostalgia with the 2. It's the squirrel that ran in front's fault. Oh, of course, man. Everything is to blame other than DSP, obviously. Obviously.
I can't afford this shit!
What a sore loser, I know. Rather than just having fun with it and, you know, just saying, oh, I got my ass kicked or whatever, it's like, nope. Nope. He has to be, like, the best player or whatever. I don't fucking know, man. It's sad. His entire sense of identity and self-worth is tied to this desperate attempt to hold on to the idea that he is like this professional level Street Fighter player. And it's just very, very sad to see. The Dubai chocolate trend is already over. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Maybe it's for the best. Good that you don't. Yeah, I'll keep it that way. I have no fucking idea what that even is. The sad, greedy death of Little Big Planet.
What's the biggest threat to the survival of a beloved game? Is it A, an uncaring developer who's moved on to something else, B, an inattentive publisher who only cares about profits, or C, a ruthless hacker whose only objective is to cause chaos? For Little Big Planet, the answer was all three. It went from a staple of Sony's PlayStation consoles with millions of loyal fans to an abandoned mess with dead servers and no plans for a comeback. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today, we're taking a closer look at the sad death of Little Big Planet, how it reached the sorry state it's in today, what made it popular in the first place, and how some people are still hopeful for its return. But as you'll see by the end of this video, that's looking increasingly unlikely with each passing day. That said, to fully understand the tragedy of Little Big Planet, we first have to go back to where it all started. Little Big Planet was the brainchild of Alex Evans and Mark Healy, two of the names behind the now legendary Fable. After witnessing a sizable layoff at their company, Lionhead Studio, the two decided to leave with two more of their colleagues and form their own studio, Media Molecule, with their first title being an ambitious platformer that would go on to become Little Big Planet. However, as a ragtag group of artists and programmers, they lacked both the resources and the time to create a fully...
I liked Little Big Planet. It was one of the few games I actually was glad I had a PS3 for.
...fledged game, and then simply hope that it will be a success. They needed funding fast. So after some brainstorming, they quickly put together a bare-bones demo called Mr. Yellowhead in 2005, which, despite its crude graphics, had a lot of gameplay similarities with the final game. Sony immediately saw the potential in the idea, and after seeing a bit more of the game over the next 6 months, decided to publish it exclusively on their upcoming PlayStation 3 console. Little Big Planet was going to be a platform unlike any other, with a unique, timeless art style and an emphasis on player creativity and user-generated content. Sony first unveiled it to the public at the 2007 Game Developers Conference, immediately winning the hearts of thousands who couldn't wait to get their hands on the game. However, Sony wanted it to be ready by the end of the year, including the fully fleshed out level editor. It was hard work, but Media Molecule persevered, managing to deliver on each one of their promises at the game's launch in October of 2008. And the players couldn't have been happier. It sold millions of copies, was adored by the critics, and for a good reason. It had everything players wanted and more. The art style was just incredibly charming, the platforming mechanics were tuned to perfection, it had some of the most versatile character customization options at the time, and most importantly, the level editor was just as feature-rich and intuitive as everyone had hoped.
However, it had such a cool art style, too. I don't know. It's a very aesthetically pleasing game.
The feature that turned Little Big Planet from just another fun game to a cultural phenomenon was its accompanying website, lbp.me. After logging in with their PlayStation Network account, players could share their own creations or dive into an ever-growing library of levels made by others. But simply, there was an essentially endless supply of fresh content. Within just a year of the game's launch, players had already uploaded over 1 million unique levels, collectively playing them more than 240 million times. What players didn't know at the time was that this website would also become a big reason for the game's downfall. But for the time being, it was what kept players hooked long past a typical platformer's shelf life. Media Molecule also kept working on the game, patching out bugs, adding new cosmetic options, and releasing DLC content to keep fans happy. And it worked, with a review from back in the day stating, Little Big Planet is perfect. It's as simple as that. What these satisfied players didn't realize was that their favorite game was about to become a whole lot better. The explosive success of Little Big Planet gave Media Molecule the confidence to start working on a sequel immediately after the first game's release. However, players weren't as enthusiastic about a sequel as you might imagine, and the reason was simple: the level editor. Many had poured countless hours into crafting over 3 million unique levels by this point. If the new game was incompatible with their creations, all their hard work would have gone to waste. This wouldn't have just hurt the sequel sales, it risked splitting the Little Big Planet community in two: those eager to explore the new tools and mechanics, and those unwilling to abandon the treasure trove of player-made content they'd come to love. Fortunately, Media Molecule understood this challenge better than most, and spent a lot of resources looking for a solution. Then, on the 10th of May 2010, they announced Little Big Planet 2, showcasing the sheer amount of variety that was possible with the new level editor. The new and improved creative toolset allowed players to create not just platforming levels, but entirely different game genres, with Media Molecule going as far as to claim that it wasn't just a quote platform game, instead was going to be quote a platform for games. Above all, they reassured the fanbase that Little Big Planet 2 would be fully backwards compatible with the previous title. The game finally came out in January of 2011, and to no one's surprise, quickly became the favorite of both the critics and longtime players.
The first Little Big Planet game was great. It was amazing. It was the start of an awesome community, and it did some really creative things. It gave people a ton of tools to work with to create some great levels. But if you take a look at its sequel, there's really no reason to go back.
It was the perfect sequel, which made everything better without destroying what players loved about the original. This also resulted in it becoming a massive financial success, selling over 350,000 copies in its first couple of weeks, and becoming the 4th most sold game in January 2011. Unfortunately, it was all downhill from here. Now, you'd think that after 2 wildly successful releases, Media Molecule would keep the momentum going and knock the 3rd entry out of the park. However, before players had a chance to get their hopes up, they received devastating
3 was not very good
news. Media Molecule was handing over the development of the 3rd game to a different studio, Sumo Digital, a studio that had little experience with the franchise. This was going to be an uphill battle. Not only did Sumo have to improve upon the already fantastic Little Big Planet 2, they had to do it while keeping it backwards compatible with the millions of levels players created for the previous 2 games. And since they were replacing a respected studio, they also risked angering the existing fans with even the tiniest mistake. Unfortunately for Sumo, things did not get off to a good start. They drastically cut down the scope of the game, removing several characters, storylines, and planned features from the 3rd game. And if that wasn't bad enough, Sony stepped in and made things even worse. Instead of helping the studio with more time and resources, Sony barged in one day and ordered them to make a version for the upcoming PlayStation 4 as well. In other words, Sumo now had to create 2 different versions of the game they were already struggling to complete in time. This was catastrophic for the game's development, something that would become apparent the second it was released to the public. Little Big Planet 3 came out in November of 2014, and it was by far the glitchiest, most unfinished entry into the franchise. Players were struggling to play user-generated levels, and in many instances, wiping their save files was the only way to get past the error message. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. Sometimes the game
it's just the zoomer editing that all these channels do.
crashed bad enough to nearly brick the console it was running on. Sumo tried to fix these glitches with patches, but the core issues never went away. With one angry player on Reddit writing, 1 year later, and Little Big Planet 3 is still broken. This is unacceptable. The online barely functions, and there's still glitches where I fell off levels. On top of that, there's still many crashes. The broken game was turning longtime players away from the franchise, with one such person voicing his disappointment, stating, "Man, this game makes me so depressed. I love the first 2 so much. Used Little Big Planet 2 to propose to my wife, and I was so excited for this one. We haven't touched it in months. I have never been let down so hard as I was by this game." But this begs the question, why? Why did Media Molecule abandon its staff?
Yeah, the Redditor named Butt Thumper used Little Big Planet 2 to propose to his wife. How much you guys want to bet that that wife had a penis?
Franchise to a third-party studio? Well, when asked about it, the studio's community manager stated that they made this decision so that they could focus on their next big project called Dreams. This was a full-blown creation engine that allowed users to make everything from games and animations to music, all on their PS4. Admittedly, this was the next evolution of the creative tools the studio built for Little Big Planet 2, but them abandoning the franchise that made them popular.
Yeah, Dreams is pretty crazy. Like, I didn't really do too much on it, but some of the stuff I saw from that is like insane. The stuff people were able to create in there.
First place was still the wrong move in many people's eyes. Some might even argue that it would have been better if the 3rd game just never came out, and instead, those resources were spent on updating and maintaining the 2nd. Despite its poor reception, however, its availability on 2 consoles instead of just 1 significantly boosted the game's financial performance, allowing it to sell over 5.5 million copies to date. In an ideal world, these high sales figures would directly translate to more players making more content and extending its shelf life. Unfortunately for the fans, Little Big Planet 3 was about to face a challenge far more devastating than the occasional game-breaking bug. In November of 2022, lbp.me, the website cataloging user-generated levels, went down after an attack from unknown hackers. And while the site was restored shortly after, this marked the beginning of its total destruction. You see, the solution Media Molecule came up with for backwards compatibility was to host all of the information on the same server. This made it easier to keep track of player statistics across the 3 different entries. However, even though this method was highly effective, it also came with a serious drawback. Any security vulnerability from the original 2008 Little Big Planet now affected everything that followed. Judging by the sudden website blackout, it was clear that someone had found a way to exploit that vulnerability. And as expected, the hacker returned on the 6th of March 2021 and shut down the game's online functionality with a DDoS attack. Anyone who tried to play a user-generated level Digital was met with an error message stating that a problem had occurred. After staying silent for 4 days, Sumo finally took the servers down on March the 10th, claiming that they did so to, quote, investigate some technical issues. These servers remained offline till May, but even after coming back online, things weren't right. Players were experiencing strange crashes and glitches that were never an issue before. The cycle of Sumo taking the servers down, bringing them back online, and getting attacked by hackers continued a couple of times, before coming to a stop in April 2024. Not because Sumo patched the vulnerability, but because they decided to pull the plug, shutting servers down for good and killing the game completely. The franchise that had held strong for over 15 years was finally dead in the water. Some fans tried to protest this decision online to no avail. They had nowhere left to go. Well, technically, there was one game they could still play, a spin-off called Sackboy: A Big Adventure, which came out in November of 2020. Unfortunately, this version of the game lacked the one feature that made Little Big Planet special in the first place: user-generated content, resulting in most fans seeing this spin-off as an insult and hating it with a passion, with one person even equating it to receiving a middle finger from the developers and Sony. In the end, seeing such a beloved game go out like this is just sad. As a YouTube comment puts it, as much as I'm devastated to see it's gone, I think what's even sadder is that I will always see Little Big Planet as something that was killed rather than something that just died on its own. There were better ways to handle this than wiping the servers and converting millions upon millions of user-created levels to nothing more than lost media.
Right.
That being said, some fans are still clinging to hope. Some are wildly speculating based on job listings at Sumo Digital. Others are hatching elaborate plans to resurrect the game themselves, like turning the game's mascot into a viral meme so Sony would see the potential in bringing back the franchise. Sadly, judging by the silence from Sony, Media Molecule, and Sumo Digital, a Little Big Planet comeback seems nothing more than a distant dream, at least for now.
Like, let's see.
It's me, Mario!
Yeah, this shit was really cool. I think they forced him to take it down, but it used to be up. But it was pretty cool what you could actually make in this. Like, Dreams was actually a pretty cool, like, little, I guess, mini game dev platform. But yeah, it was kind of neat. I didn't really do much with it, but it was a cool concept. Replayable versus unreplayable games.
HowLongToBeat.com says that Resident Evil 7 takes the median player about 10 hours to finish the game. Me personally, I beat it in about 8, and my first playthrough was actually quite thorough. I wanted to collect all the powerful guns, I got a fair portion of the bobbleheads and antique coins, and I felt like I took my time without just dawdling around. But then I went back again, and again. I did challenge runs, I collected all the collectibles, played through all the difficulties, completed all the DLC, and got all the achievements. That took me about 85 hours, and I just absolutely love this game to pieces, man. Despite its linear, relatively short campaign, I've poured so much time into Resident Evil 7 that it is actually crazy. Now, let's bring our attention to the game Little Nightmares, for example. I have played through this game once, and it took me about 3 hours. And then I never played it again. It was fun, but it didn't strike me as something I wanted to experience again. Today, we're talking replayability. Most video games are always pushing for replay value, with tons of extra content bundled in the game.
I don't agree with that. I don't think most games push for replay value at all. I think it's the opposite. They try and squeeze as much time out of your first playthrough as possible because they know you're not going to replay it.
Sometimes I'll decide I want to 100% a game, but then I'll actually start getting at that goal and realize that the optional stuff wasn't implemented so you could experience every exciting aspect of the game, but rather just to pad it out and justify pricing. It's like a hamburger, right? You know, most hamburgers have some sort of filler in them, whether it be breadcrumbs or an egg or something. There are some burgers that are just super lean and delicious and have next to no filler in them at all. And then you also have ones that have a decent amount of filler in them and still taste great as well. But if you bite into a burger and just taste breadcrumbs with no meat, then you have an issue. Things get more confusing when all the different replayability factors are in the mix, so let's just start by establishing the single-player standard. Most games with a campaign go like this. You have a main path and some side content. This could be in the form of optional missions, collectibles, extra modes, and the list goes on. Too often, I'll forget the sheer amount of extra content that games pack in is usually straight up exhausting. I had to play through Dark Souls 3 thrice just to get all the achievements. Do you know how draining that is?
Gives me connections.
If you spent hours on this staircase just for that
Well,
one
it wouldn't be very draining if you are doing New Game Plus. Pretty easy.
fucking Covenant item, I have nothing but respect for you. Now, it's natural that the average player would look at that grind and go, fuck that, I'm not doing all that bullshit. And that is very fair. But honestly, I really enjoyed 100%ing Dark Souls 3, because it quite simply allowed me to keep playing the game and experiencing new stuff even after I finished the story. This is the video game equivalent of dumping breadcrumbs into your mouth after finishing your burger, which can taste good or bad depending on how full you are. Side content should always be a supplement to already great gameplay, rather than something to just prop up a hollow experience. But what if your whole game is a hollow experience? Well, we have a term for that, and that's called online multiplayer.
Wow.
Guys, we're not very good at this game.
Obviously, in reality, online multiplayer games are not just hollow experiences. That's a joke, but they can teeter on being too static. They rely on the fact that people will be playing their game consistently, so as long as you have people to play with, you can play the game forever. So many games have arrived and then died a year or two after simply because of the fact that no one wants to keep on feeding into their lacking gameplay loops. So on one hand, you have these games like League of Legends, CSGO, and TF2 that have these massive communities that have been playing the game for hours each day for nearly decades. And you also have these absolutely bone-dry games where you'll be lucky to even get into a match without a friend to play with. Multiplayer games have the potential to be the most replayable games, and also the least replayable. When you get in a groove of learning and experimenting and creating new results, that is when multiplayer is at its peak, and it's on the developers to make sure that they provide for their die-hard fans. Both TF2s especially. I mean, it seems that they've just now started to realize that people actually like to play their games. So we got multiplayer servers back for Titanfall, and teased with a summer update from Team Fortress, only for it to just be
I really wish Titanfall 1 was still playable. That's the superior Titanfall multiplayer.
some more hat crates.
I know, I got my shit, okay. Yep. And then, oh fuck!
Games don't always have to be about the product itself, but the friends you play with.
A waiter. More toddlers, please.
Online PvP games are always more fun with friends, but that often comes with the burden of frustration and competition as well. Co-op is a good middle ground between the chaos of online bullshit and the immersive and focused nature of single player. I find games with co-op modes to often be the most replayable, because it means that they both have a near infinitely replayable way to experience it with friends, along with a solid way to navigate it solo as well. Great co-op games have a simple yet exciting gameplay loop. Shoot enemies with your friends, explore with your friends, or just do whatever the fuck you want with your friends. When a co-op game knows when to sit back and just be a vessel for friendship rather than a constant blaring source of stimulus, then it's doing its job right. What was that? Oh, that's you chewing. Wow. Okay, don't do that again. Goodness. When a game is an absolute classic, a remake or a remaster can create some differences in replay value. Firstly, for all the people who have already played the original, it's a gamble on whether the game is even worth playing because the differences might not be striking enough. What could also be the case is that the new version is too different from the original, and sacrifices some aspects that made it fun back then. Halo CE's remaster created way too much noise on screen, which was a big stretch from the simple yet creative visuals of its previous version. Halo 2 Anniversary Edition fixed the cluttered visuals, and had beautiful cutscenes to boot. Again though, the game is just not worth paying extra for if you already own the original. Remasters usually end up being the best way to play games, whether it be because you're on a new
I think it's definitely worth paying more for the remaster of Halo 2.
platform, or it's just a cleaned up and modernized version of a game you already love. But remakes are a whole different beast. Remasters can have drastic changes, but you're still playing the same game.
I don't know if Witcher 3 is a super replayable game. Like, there's been many times I've wanted to go back and replay it, but I get like 10 hours in, and I'm just like, I really don't want to sit through this entire thing again. It's just too padded out. I feel like linear games are much more suited for replay value versus massive open world games. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 bring back old school Rainbow Six games. I don't think Ubisoft's going to be doing anything like that, unfortunately. They don't have the skill or the money to do it at this point.
If you're playing a remake, it can often be a completely different game, and translating a game into a new form, developers really have to take intention into consideration. It's definitely okay to clean up some bloated parts, but there is such a thing as an overcorrection. Overall though, remakes and remasters too can either create a new way to replay a favorite game, elevating it to new heights, or they can just make you realize why you don't go back to play those games in the first place. Games don't always have to be replayed though. The enjoyment you receive from finishing the game can be enough, and if your memory of the game is sufficient, you don't have to go back to play it again or collect everything. A lot of games know that experiencing everything isn't the intended way to play. For the average player, massive games like Elden Ring and Red Dead Redemption 2 have just so much content that just going right to the end and stopping there will get most players a more satisfying experience. Although, with the story of these games, it is fun to go back and try and catch hints once it's over, because you'll be able to appreciate all these little tidbits of information that flew by your head when you didn't know where the narrative was headed. Story is usually the least replayable part of a game though, so skippable cutscenes is always a good option. The last thing you want a second playthrough to be is tedious. It should feel like diving headfirst back into a familiar world rather than just dealing with monotony. It's just a nice option for people who want more time with great games. For me personally though, one of my favorite kinds of game is the kind that cannot be replayed. Well, of course you can technically replay this style of game. It's not like they lock you out of playing it, that would be stupid. Most unreplayable games, once you load them up after beating the game, there's not really anything new to discover, because beating it usually comes through knowledge. A half step towards this would be the Soul style of games or roguelikes, where they have traditional gameplay, but so much of the experience is about learning that progress is knowledge, and vice versa. A game that completely cannot be replayed is one that relies entirely on knowledge to advance gameplay. The best two examples of this specific type of game, and probably two of my favorite games ever created, are Outer Wilds and Return of the Obra Dinn. Both of these games use mystery to an incredible effect.
Yeah, I heard Outer Wilds is good, but I've never played that. The other one, I have no idea what the fuck that is.
Driving player engagement through ambiguity and discovery. As you keep playing, you'll learn more about how these worlds work, what clicks and what doesn't, and it's a mentally rewarding experience to finish. Of course, once it's complete, you can never experience it again. There's a few silly achievements, but they're completely separate from the main game, and more of an afterthought.
Yeah, I would much rather play through Dark Souls 3 again than Elden Ring, for sure.
To me, this is the most special type of game. Even though they're heavily curated and thoroughly tested experiences, they all feel so unique to me. All of the discoveries I made were my own, even though the games guided me towards my conclusions. I would not be displeased if more games were like Return of the Obra Dinn and Outer Wilds, because there's always room for one more good game. Replay value can be convoluted, tedious, and inconsistent, but it also brings me back to enjoy my favorite games again. 80-hour games and 5-hour games have different levels of both content and...
Do you know what game has amazing replay value, guys? You can probably take a guess. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has amazing replay value. For reasons, of course. Real to me. But yeah, that's a game with great replay value.
And cost, but they both have the potential to be equally fantastic games. One isn't necessarily worse than the other, as long as developers put in effort to make their games enjoyable, regardless of subsequent playthroughs, and take the time to make memorable pieces of art. I think that every single person has at least one game that they wish they could wipe their memory and play for the first time again, and considering that it's not exactly possible to do that, replay value is a glimpse into that world. It blends the familiar and the unknown into something that lets you experience a level of fresh content before you become too acquainted with the whole game. A lot of games benefit greatly from replayability, and a lot of other games know when to stop and leave you wanting more. But regardless, when those credits...
Dude, if I could wipe my memory of BioShock Infinite and replay that for the first time again, that would be awesome. That actually would be sick.
Roll, a great game will have you thinking, I want to do that again.
Griffin, just admit you want to marry Aerith? Is that a secret? Dude, if Aerith was real and I had the opportunity, you're damn right I would. Shieet. Like, if you could point to, literally, the perfect female right there, bro. Right there. So, yeah, absolutely. The death of Angry Birds. Dude, I used to love Angry Birds back in the day. I remember when it first came out. They ruined it, though, by making it a freemium game. When you actually had to buy them, they were well worth having, but unfortunately that changed. I remember I bought the superpower where you just... the level and it felt so pointless. Why Telltale Games died? Way too long development cycles and they overspent on licensing fees. There you go. How long is that video? 15 minutes? I just summed it up for you. Slow dev times and they spent way too much money licensing IPs. Seven games so bad they killed their studios.
Not every game is destined for greatness. Some rise.
Literally shows two ungreat games, but
to legendary status, while others crash and burn, taking entire studios down with them.
With my freaking mind!
Today, we're diving into the biggest gaming failures that didn't just flop, they killed their own studios. From the downfall of Volition to the tragic missteps of Arcane Austin, these are the games that sealed
SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Thanks so much.
the fate of their studios. So let's get started. Let's start with a game from Volition that once stood for chaotic, over-the-top fun, Saints Row. The origin of Saints Row can be traced back to a bold design exercise of Volition where staff were pitching ideas for new games. One of those concepts combined a first-person shooter with a gang simulator. A pitch featuring NWA's F the Police caught THQ's attention, leading to the game's development. Initially titled Bling Bling, the project did face some significant challenges.
People were very nervous about what we were doing there. I think some of them were probably worried, someone's going to throw bricks through my window or something like that.
It was an interesting struggle. There were people who were not happy with what we were making there. I mean, on the team, did not want to make that game. Did not want to even be associated with that game.
However, the game, renamed Saints Row, launched in 2006, delivering an open-world experience with innovative mechanics. It became a commercial success, paving the way for Saints Row 2, which cemented the franchise's iconic identity.
Saints Row 2 and 3 were great.
With its edgy humor and sandbox gameplay. However, the 2002 reboot failed to capture the former magic of the series, plagued by technical issues, outdated mechanics, and uninspired writing, and honestly delivered an experience that felt nothing like the previous franchise. The reboot setting Santo Eliso felt lifeless compared to the earlier games, and while the developers tried to balance drama and comedy, the game's tone just ultimately didn't land. Saints Row's razor-sharp humor and crazy design choices were diluted, and the attempt to sanitize the game for a broader audience really just alienated the core fans who came to expect the chaos and edginess of those earlier titles. Bugs and performance problems plagued Saints Row's launch, with some describing the experience as barely playable. Beyond these issues, the gameplay mechanics were just outdated and clunky. Though the game performed adequately in terms of pre-order sales, the steep drop-off in the weeks following the release spelled a quick end to the beloved Saints Row franchise. The failure of the Saints Row reboot proved to be the final nail in the coffin for Volition. After years of declining success, the Embracer Group transferred the studio to Gearbox Entertainment. Despite efforts to leverage Gearbox's resources, Volition was unable to recover, and the studio officially shut its doors on August 31st, 2023. Next up is Forspoken and Luminous Productions. Forspoken was meant to be a bold statement, a game that showcased cutting-edge technology and narrative-driven gameplay, all powered.
What's sad is like gameplay-wise, Forspoken's not even that bad, but holy fuck, the story is terrible, man.
By the ambitious Luminous Productions, a studio born from the team behind Final Fantasy XV. Instead, it became a cautionary tale about overpromising and underdelivering. Forspoken aimed to dazzle with fluid traversal, magical combat, and a fantastical story centered on Frey Holland, a young New Yorker thrust into the magical world of Athia. However, the game's core strengths were overshadowed by significant weaknesses. Forspoken had a great parkour system which made exploring the open world exhilarating. However, the world was empty and lifeless, meaning there was little to really truly explore, and combat was unfortunately repetitive and underwhelming, failing to offer the depth or excitement that many expected. And the story never really evolved into anything engaging, and the game's dialogue was often criticized for being awkward and poorly written.
I just mooch it with my mind.
I just keep hearing I.
I just mooch it with my freaking mind.
The game showcased impressive lighting effects.
Cuff was too based for that game.
And large-scale environments, but these technical achievements couldn't mask the game's shortcomings. Even in its home market of Japan, sales were underwhelming, and less than a month after release, Square Enix's president described the game's reception as, quote, challenging, which is corporate speak for,
it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Despite its promises, Forspoken was met with lukewarm reviews and lackluster sales, marking a swift and disappointing end for Luminous Productions, which was absorbed back into Square Enix just a few months later. Fable Legends, developed by Lionhead Studios, was supposed to be a crown jewel for Xbox, a bold reinvention of the Fable series with free-to-play mechanics and cross-platform play between Xbox and PC. However, unlike the other games on this list, Fable Legends was never released. But what went wrong? Lionhead Studios was founded back in the late 1990s and became a renowned British game developer. They were most known from their massive success with Fable, a beloved RPG franchise. Despite their success, they still struggled financially, so in 2006, Lionhead was acquired by Microsoft. The Fable franchise continued to be successful.
Yep, exactly. Gameplay by Square Enix, story by fucking disgusting Western feminists. I think that was one of the first games Sweet Baby Inc. worked on, too.
Numerous games with the Fable brand, and eventually Fable Legends. Fable Legends was ambitious, featuring cooperative action gameplay where 4 heroes battled against a villain controlled by AI or another player. Set in a magical folklore-inspired era before the original trilogy, Fable Legends promised vibrant storytelling, fluid combat, and a hub city bustling with activities. However, after 4 years of development and a huge $75 million budget, Microsoft abruptly canceled the game in March 2016, sealing the fate of Lionhead Studios, which closed a month later. At the heart of the failure was a disconnect between Lionhead's creative DNA and Microsoft's changing priorities. Known for quirky, single-player adventures, Lionhead was pushed into creating a live-service, multiplayer-focused game, a significant departure from what made the studio beloved. The free-to-play model combined with the demand for an always online experience alienated many of the players that just wanted an engaging single-player experience. After the departure of founder Peter Molyneux in 2012, the studio lost its creative leader and resistance to Microsoft's corporate demands. Forced to pivot toward a games-as-a-service, Lionhead abandoned earlier plans for a more traditional Fable 4. Developers struggled with the new direction, leading to missed milestones and a lack of cohesion. The cancellation of Fable...
And now what are they trying to do? They're trying to make Fable 4, and it's going to be a disaster.
Legends left many employees blindsided, with some holding on to hope that the game's assets might be repurposed for a proper Fable sequel. Unfortunately, that hope was dashed as Microsoft shut down the studio in 2016, marking the end of an era for British game development and leaving a massive question of what could have been.
And then a decade later, here we are, still waiting for the new Fable.
Sick of live service games, destroying everything we love, studios we love, IPs we want done justice. This needs to stop.
Arcane Austin had all the makings of a great studio. They had a talented team and a solid financial backing. In 2017, they released Prey, an immersive FPS sim that had a solid reception. Up next was Redfall, a co-op vampire FPS that seemed really exciting when announced. However, by Redfall's release, approximately 70% of the Austin team who had worked on Prey would be gone, and Redfall would be a metaphorical stake through the heart of Arcane Austin. Redfall ultimately failed to deliver, suffering from bland mission design, an empty world, and technical issues that made the game feel incomplete. Redfall's core gameplay loop quickly became repetitive with unengaging objectives and
But guys...
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Brain-dead enemy AI, making each encounter feel like a chore rather than a challenge. Even the elements that seemed promising, such as the vampire nest and character abilities, lacked depth and variety, and the story was largely forgettable, relying on static images rather than engaging cutscenes or interactive storytelling. At its worst, Redfall felt like a game that had been rushed out the door, devoid of the polish and creative spark that had once defined Arcane's best work. But it was the game's technical problems that cemented its reputation as a failure. From broken animations and persistent bugs to poor performance even on high-end hardware, Redfall launched in a state that made it nearly unplayable for most. Some enemies would become invincible, teammates would turn into floating weapons, and the final boss fight was so underwhelming that it basically summed up the game's creativity in a single fight. While Arcane Austin had originally planned to release additional content, those plans were scrapped when the game's disastrous reputation led Microsoft to shut down the studio. The cancellation of Redfall's DLC and the issuing of refunds underscored just how badly the game had failed both critically and commercially. If you're enjoying the video and want to see more content like this in the future, then consider subscribing to the channel. It'd be greatly appreciated. Now, let's get back into it. The story of Dead Rising 4 and the closure of Capcom Vancouver is one of ambition, reinvention, and ultimately a series that lost its identity.
This game sucked, bro. I played through Dead Rising 4, and I was not a fan. This is back when I was in full-blown Xbot territory, I guess you could say, and I was just buying all of Microsoft's games. And this was exclusive to Xbox, and it was absolute dog shit.
The Dead Rising series is a beloved action survival franchise known for its over-the-top zombie mayhem, creative weapon crafting, and sandbox-style gameplay. It debuted in 2006 with Dead Rising, where photojournalist Frank West is trapped in a zombie-infested mall with a limited time window to uncover the outbreak's truth. The series evolved with new protagonists like Chuck Green and Nick Ramos. The gameplay was innovative and fun, with time-restricted gameplay adding tension and strategy, as well as its creative combat that allowed players to use anything as a weapon. The mix of dark humor, B-movie charm, and multiple endings made each playthrough exciting. It was truly a unique experience. Dead Rising 4 released in December 2016 and marked the return of iconic Frank West. It revisited the fictional town of Willamette, Colorado in a winter holiday setting. And while the game retained the series' hallmark open-world design and encouraged players to explore and battle massive hordes of zombies, it abandoned core elements that fans love, like the timer system and story co-op. Despite some praise for its gameplay, many felt that Dead Rising 4 lacked the depth, charm, and tension that had made the earlier entries so great. But the development of Dead Rising 4 was full of challenges. Originally conceived as a darker reboot inspired by The Last of Us, the project was scrapped mid-development by Capcom Japan, leading to a reboot that shifted the focus back to Frank West in a more comedic tone. However, the game struggled to resonate. It featured an uninspired story, bland replacements for the iconic psychopath bosses, and a lack of innovation. The decision to remove the timer system further alienated longtime fans, and by April 2017, Dead Rising 4 had sold less than 1 million units, far below Capcom's projection of 2 million, cementing its status as a commercial disappointment. The failure of Dead Rising 4 was the final blow for Capcom Vancouver, the studio behind the Dead Rising series since Dead Rising 2. Originally known as Blue Castle Games, the studio had enjoyed success with its early entries into the franchise. However, the studio faced increasing pressure to appeal to broader audiences, which led to creative compromises and a delusion of the series' identity, which basically boils down to more suits, putting pressure on developers to make a more profitable game, but with less of the things that gamers and players actually love. In 2018, after laying off 30% of its staff and canceling the development of a planned Dead Rising 5, Capcom shuttered the studio entirely. The closure marked the end of Capcom's North American development ambitions, with ongoing projects moved back to Japan. The story of Haze and the downfall of free radical design is a tale of ambitious creativity colliding with commercial realities. Released in May
Yeah, Haze, bro. PlayStation's Halo killer. I remember this. Absolute dog shit.
2008 as a PlayStation 3 exclusive, Haze was seen as a potential Halo killer, promising a gripping narrative and innovative gameplay. Set in a dystopian future dominated by the Mantel Corporation, the game explored themes of corporate control, addiction, and the horrors of war through the lens of its protagonist, Shane Carpenter. First as a Mantel soldier enhanced by the drug Nectar, and later as a rebel fighting against the very system they once served. The concept was really interesting in theory, but the execution fell disastrously short. Haze was plagued by a series of missteps. Initially planned as a multi-platform release, the game became a PlayStation 3 exclusive, a decision driven by Ubisoft that restricted the game's audience. Development delays only added to this pressure. While Free Radical's graphics engine showcased great technical features, it couldn't mask the game's flaws, which included weak gameplay mechanics, poor poor AI and a lackluster 7-hour campaign. What was supposed to be a groundbreaking narrative with an anti-war message became a hollow experience riddled with bugs and uninspired design. Once praised for its potential, Haze was quickly labeled a disappointment. And by 2014, it had secured a place on list of the most disappointing games of its generation. The failure of Haze had profound repercussions for Free Radical Design. Known for the
it's just basically Crisis, but slopified.
critically acclaimed Time Splitter series, the studio had built a reputation for fast-paced gameplay and innovative multiplayer modes. However, the commercial and critical disaster of Haze combined with the abrupt cancellation of Star Wars Battlefront 3, a nearly completed project, pushed the studio into financial turmoil. By December 2008, Free Radical declared bankruptcy, laying off the majority of its staff. Thankfully, however, there was a small glimmer of hope with the studio's legacy being salvaged in part by Crytek, which acquired the company in early 2009 and rebranded it as Crytek UK. Finally, let's discuss Concord and Firewalk Studios.
No, God, please, no, no!
Concord was meant to be Firewalk Studios' ambitious entry into the competitive hero shooter genre, but it ultimately became one of the biggest failures in gaming history. Despite an 8-year development cycle and a reported budget of hundreds of millions of dollars, the game failed to stand out in a crowded market dominated by free-to-play giants like Overwatch and Valorant. Its uninspired character roster, sluggish movement speed, and lackluster map design left many people just unimpressed. It received mixed or average reviews, with many pointing out that it felt outdated upon its release. The game's $40 price tag worked against it as well, as many people didn't want to pay for a game that was already worse than free-to-play games that existed out there already. With abysmally low player numbers, never exceeding 700 concurrent users on Steam, Concord's launch was an absolute disaster. The game's commercial failure was swift and severe, leading Sony to take drastic action. Just 2 weeks after launch, Concord was shut down, with all copies refunded and its servers taken offline. Analysts pointed to Firewalk Studios' internal issues, including a culture of, quote, toxic positivity that ignored critical feedback as a major factor in the game's demise. Reports also suggested that Sony had initially envisioned Concord as a massive franchise, comparable to Star
Yeah, they had like animated TV episodes that were going to be released every single week. That's where the majority of the budget went, was filming those CGI movie episodes that were going to like build out the cinematic universe of Concord. So they spent tons of money on like the supplemental material for the game itself, and all that shit just got trashed.
Star Wars, which only made its failure more embarrassing. Concord's failure led directly to the downfall of Firewalk Studios, which was shut down by Sony in October 2024. The studio, which had been founded in 2018 and acquired by Sony just a year before Concord's launch, never had the chance to develop a second project. This closure once again highlights the increasing volatility of the live service market, where no matter how much time and money you pump into something, if it isn't good, no one's going to play it. And there you have it, 7 games that killed their studios. If you enjoyed this video, then I think you also like the one on your screen, where I discuss 10 open world games that were huge disappointments. Be sure to subscribe for more.
Breath of the Wild, 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 Breath of the Wild. You get the point. Could occupy all 10 spaces. Concord did have fans, though. Not many, but a few. Yeah, our own resident Brittany Dick in the chat was a Concordian. Games that were so... Bro, I know for a fact this guy's not saying that Splinter Cell Blacklist was so bad it killed the franchise? What? Bro, Blacklist was great. What the fuck?
It's always wild when a game franchise can be hugely successful and then...
I loved Splinter Cell Blacklist. That game was fun as fuck.
One really bad game just kills the franchise off altogether. But hey, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And we've seen some games that have been parts of legendary franchises just completely kill off their franchise. And that's something sometimes really sad to see. I don't know if Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 was actually the game...
Yeah, I heard this was dog shit, so that's valid.
...that killed off the franchise, or was just the last nail in the coffin for new Tony Hawk entries. I don't think any game let fans down as deeply as maybe Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. Like, there was some weird stuff going on with this game's development. Okay, so when it comes to classic...
No, what happened with Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5 is that Activision was about to lose the Tony Hawk IP. They basically had to release a Tony Hawk game within a certain amount of time in order to avoid that issue. So they just released this dog shit, bare bones title and then continued to develop the game post-launch in order to get around the legal restrictions. So... yeah, that game had a lot of weird shit going on with it.
Tony Hawk experiences, you think of the games that were made by Neversoft and Activision, and those were pretty great, classics if anything. But by the mid to late 2000s, Guitar Hero was blowing up in popularity, and that was Neversoft's big moneymaker under Activision. So instead, the Tony Hawk IP would be shifted over to a different studio, Robomoto. Now this studio would go on to make a Tony Hawk game known as Tony Hawk Ride and Tony Hawk Shred, which required the use of a skateboard peripheral to control your skateboarder. I guess they were trying to compete with like the popularity in more realistic skateboarder games like Skate, but man, was this thing...
Alright, let's move on to the next one. Spyro.
Okay, but what about Spyro the Dragon? Because there's
I've never actually played a Spyro game past Spyro 3. I've never played any of these.
of good Spyro games out there, but where do things go wrong and how do they continuously go wronger over time? Like the original Spyro trilogy, perfection, chef's kiss. More or less, these games are really solid in each their own way. I think the first one's still my favorite of the three, but nonetheless, the quality of these three original games were fantastic. But after the original developer...
My favorite's Ripto's Rage, just because I have nostalgia for it, but... Essing nostalgia with the 2, Brandon, Herrera, MP7. Okay, we can check it out. I have which one do I have? Hold on. I have a Spyro game. Is it not up here? Huh. What the fuck did I do with it? Oh, there it is. Shit, it's in the wrong spot. Which one is it? Okay, that's why. So I have the Legend of Spyro for the 360, but I've never actually played it.
Insomniac Games signed an exclusive publishing deal with Sony directly. Publisher Universal ended up signing on a couple other studios to take a whack at the Spyro games, and everything that wasn't made by Insomniac Games originally just were really, really rough. And I think the first point of the downfall of Spyro really can be at Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. This game was very obviously rushed. It was quite buggy, and looking back, the general perception of this game was very, very negative. The president of Insomniac Games, Ted Price, even said that Spyro had become an abused stepchild. One more game would follow up, A Hero's Tale, which did fix some of the technical issues, but still wasn't really all that great of a Spyro game compared to the original trilogy. And it was clear that Spyro had been in decline since its 4th and 5th entry, so the next couple of years of Spyro ended up getting even more out there, I guess. They did a role-playing game on the DS in 2005. 2006, they started a brand new trilogy that would have a higher production budget and a lot of voice acting with the talents of Elijah Wood and Gary Oldman. Even David Spade and Cree Summer signed on to voice characters. I haven't played this game in a long time, but if I remember correctly, the vibe kind of was like, yeah, we might not know how to make a good Spyro game, but here's a really interesting story that hopefully will overshadow the gameplay maybe not being the best. Each game in this trilogy practically came out about a year after one another, and it's still interesting how much of the budget was really thrown at the voice acting talent. Later on, they even got Wayne Brady to voice Sparks. They even got Mark Hamill to voice the Dark Master. The later games in the trilogy were not received very well, which would end the streak of Universal need to voice Sparks. They even got Mark Hamill to voice the Dark Master. The later games in the trilogy were not...
Yeah, this is the one I have for 360. It's actually kind of expensive now.
Received very well, which would end the streak of Universal later named Vivint.
It's one of the few games that, you know, is non-back compat that you would think would be.
The game's efforts with the Spyro series, which all started, of course, with Enter the Dragonfly. It was a rather dark era for Spyro fans that sometimes got a little better randomly and then got worse again. At this point, the trilogy over, though, Activision took over as they merged under Activision Blizzard, and Vivendi Games as a part of the merger, and Spyro's very last spark of hope was stomped out with the release of Skylanders, a completely unrelated franchise that would repurpose Spyro the Dragon as originally the mascot for this toy video game hybrid, and it was very clear they were just using Spyro as a mascotting tool, not anything for existing fans that liked those older Spyro games. Later on, Spyro wasn't even like the main mascot of this series anymore, which means in this case, I think there's two main Spyro games that killed the franchise off. I would say starting with Enter the Dragonfly and then ending with Skylanders. There's a reason we haven't gotten a new Spyro game. We've gotten close with a very good remaster of the original trilogy, but no word on a true-to-form Spyro 4 just yet. Okay, if you were like a kid or a teenager in the middle to late 2000s, you probably remember how hugely successful Guitar Hero was. It honestly started out as something that looked like a stupid gimmick or a toy, but then when people actually tried the game out, they were like, hey, this is actually kind of fun and challenging too. Timed with some good music and some weird sense of bringing air guitaring to life in one way or another. Guitar Hero blew up in popularity, especially with Guitar Hero 2 and Guitar Hero 3. But here's the thing, at the end of Guitar Hero 2's success, Harmonix, the developer of the Guitar Hero games, was purchased by publisher MTV Games and would essentially start developing what would become the direct competition to Guitar Hero instead. Guitar Hero 3 would be made by Activision's Neversoft, and Rock Band would be developed by Harmonix, the creators of Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero 3 released in October of 2007, and Rock Band would follow just a month later. And Guitar Hero 3 was hugely popular. I mean, Through the Fire and Flames came from that, but Rock Band added something new, implementing the whole drums, guitar, bass, and singing all into one experience. Rock Band quickly became the bigger, more popular hit, especially in media, making a ton of appearances on television and just having a large...
I don't think that's true at all. Guitar Hero 3 was way more popular than Rock Band. I had tons of friends who had Guitar Hero 3, but I knew only one or two people that had Rock Band.
Cultural impact. But by no means was Guitar Hero struggling yet. The following years would be stiff, though, for competition. Rock Band 2 would follow with Guitar Hero World Tour coming out, which introduced the same instruments that Rock Band had. But the following...
Dude, I had a Guitar Hero game for the DS. I forget what that was called, but if you guys had that, you probably know what I'm talking about. You had, like, the little adapter thing that you plugged into the bottom, and you would, like, use that to play, and you would strum with the stylus. It was really funny looking back on it now, but yeah.
Years things would get weird with other games coming out like Band Hero. Activision did so many different spin-off expansions for Guitar Hero.
Like DJ Hero too.
Rock Band was doing that as well.
I think DJ Hero, if you have those turntables, they're actually pretty valuable nowadays.
There was DJ Hero. Rock Band 3 added a keytar, which
it went in the Game Boy slot.
Was actually really cool, and then upgraded all of their instruments so you can actually learn how to play the real songs if you wanted to. It was expensive, but it was a thing. Nonetheless, the market saturation for rhythm-based games was ridiculous in the late 2000s, early 2010s. Guitar Hero 5 would release and still had some buzz around it, but the game that was the final nail in the coffin, marking the end of guitar-based rhythm games as a massive gaming genre, would be Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock, essentially Guitar Hero 6. This game launched 1 month ahead of Rock Band 3, which was introducing that keytar that some enthusiasts were still looking forward to, and ultimately just felt like this game flew under the radar, partially probably because of the oversaturation. The title of the game made it sound like just another spin-off, but the sales were bad, like unexpectedly bad, even for the biggest gaming pessimist. Like, for example, Guitar Hero 3, at its peak of popularity, sold 1.
Dude, what was that dog shit game, Guitar Hero Live, where they wanted you to buy every single game individually? Or no, not a game, fucking track individually. You had to buy everything separately.
The gameplay and the mix of strategy and real-time action was actually kind of cool. But what is going on in the story? I mean, at this point, the Star Fox timeline is already getting a little bit messy, but to have a game that has 10 different possible endings, one of them where some kid that looks like this, I don't know, just look at these screenshots from some of the endings. They were...
No, not Aerosmith, Guitar Hero. I'm pretty sure it was Live. Yeah, this one. This game. This was the end of Guitar Hero. This is the last one they made. This game is actually very expensive now because, you know, it's the last one, but yeah, you had to buy like every single song separately.
Bizarre. And while the stories themselves weren't all that bad, I think the endings of Star Fox Command were so bad, it essentially killed the franchise. Because how is anyone going to revisit Star Fox and try to pick up the story that was connected through Star Fox 64, Star Fox Adventures, and Star Fox Assault, and then this game, and run
Star Fox Assault was great. I liked that game.
With it from there. They literally backed themselves into a corner for no reason. A few years later, Star Fox 64 3D came out, a remaster of the original Star Fox 64 game. This could have been an interesting jumping off point to just kind of retcon everything else in the series and just start back from here with future titles and continue the story of something that happened after Star Fox 64. Nope, a few years later, we get probably the final nail in the Star Fox coffin, but Star Fox Zero. This game was a reimagining of the original story from Star Fox 64, which was already remastered on the 3DS and existed originally as a reimagining of the original Star Fox game on the Super Nintendo. So we're like 4 different remakes deep at this point. And then the whole game was tied to this gimmick of having to aim with the Wii U gamepad. Nobody was really excited to have to play like this. It just seemed really awkward. It played well enough, but also the graphics were nothing really to write home about. Matter of fact, the game was only really in development for a little over a year. They had some prototypes built, and then Nintendo started looking for another studio to develop out this idea that they had. Maybe if this game came out closer to the launch of the Wii U, the gamepad usage would have seemed cool and exciting, but with it being 2016 by the time this released, people were definitely over the Wii U, and the gamepad was really just like a novelty type thing that existed. The writing was on the wall for this game before it even launched, and the game did not sell very well, and becomes one of the main Nintendo titles from the Wii U era to not make its way onto the Nintendo Switch. I mean, the game was fine, I guess, but ask any hardcore Nintendo fan, nobody's gonna point to Star Fox Zero and be like, this was the best of the franchise, and there's a reason the franchise has been dormant ever since. Except for one thing, it wasn't fully dormant ever since. A lot of people don't remember, they decided one last attempt to revitalize the Star Fox interest and tied it into exclusive Nintendo-only DLC for Starlink Battle for Atlas. It was a cool concept.
Not necessarily. There actually was another Star Fox game released post Wii U that most people don't know about. Where was it? There actually was another Star Fox game that came out.
Hello there.
They released this on the SNES Classic.
As you can see down there.
Which, I don't think this game ever released in the US, right? This was the first time it had ever been, I think, published in a non-Japanese market or whatever. So, technically, you know, if you want to get technical on it, then, yeah. That was the last one.
But they tied Star Fox to another game that was destined to fail. Now I feel like Star Fox is...
No, they didn't cancel it. It just released only in Japan. It never had a Western release, so... If you bought the SNES... Or no, the SNES Classic, then it came bundled on that with the other games. So it was the first time that entry had ever been released in the West.
Deader than ever before, and for real, how do they bring it back without doing another reboot of the franchise? Now, we could talk about games like Saints Row, but we don't want to beat a dead horse here. This reboot just wasn't it. The game was pretty buggy and unfinished when it released. There was a lot of repetitiveness in the main campaign missions, and I think ultimately the game just failed because it didn't have the same charisma that made the original Saints Row games so well and loved, especially Saints Row 2 and 3. Okay, now I never
skip this one.
played SimCity when it released, but Luke did play SimCity, and he definitely had an experience of all time. Luke, what was it? I just don't think that there was enough that Medal of Honor in its new modern format from the original
Oh, dude, I love Medal of Honor's reboot.
World War II setting that was so popular for the older Medal of Honor games could really do to try to take away an audience that Call of Duty had already acquired with it just hitting game after game out of the park, starting with COD 4 and moving forward. I don't think Medal of Honor
I liked Medal of Honor 2010. I thought it was good.
hit things necessarily out of the park, but for sure the thing that killed Medal of Honor and killed any chances it could have of being a relevant series back then, again, was Medal of Honor Warfighter, which was the sequel
Yeah, that one wasn't good.
to that Medal of Honor reboot. Instead of having EA DICE do the multiplayer who worked on the first Medal of Honor reboot multiplayer, they brought in a support studio that also had worked on the first Medal of Honor game to be completely in charge of the multiplayer experience. And I don't know, I think some people like the multiplayer, but for the most part, it just lacked like that replayability of a game that makes you want to continuously come back. You kind of play the game for a minute and you're like, oh, so this is what multiplayer's like, and then you're done with it. The campaign, though, was criticized across the board by game review outlets. The story was criticized for being confusing. The gameplay seemed way too linear. There were a lot of glitches even after a day one patch, and the AI just was weird. IGN even said that they had never seen a game fail to function at a basic level in the Frostbite engine ever before. This game
Yeah, Medal of Honor 2010 has one of the coolest sniper missions ever.
effectively ended the Medal of Honor franchise, at least for now. There was a little VR experience that came out a couple of years ago, which was kind of interesting, but no main full release of a Medal of Honor game has been around or even discussed ever since then. There were plans for a third game in the reboot era, but with lower than expected sales, EA shut that project down. You know, back in the early 2000s when Xbox announced that they were acquiring Rare, it was a weird time, but I think people were still excited just because we knew that that would mean there'd be more Rare titles coming out in the future. I mean, Rare had hit it out of the park game after game after game in the Nintendo
Yeah, when Nintendo was in charge of them.
64 era and was going into the GameCube era, and Xbox seemingly wanted some big flagship mascot type characters under its belt when they acquired Rare. But when this announcement was made back in 2002, I don't think anyone expected Banjo-Kazooie to turn into what it would become. Somehow, Xbox managed to take this lovable platforming duology of games, redesign the character to look like this, and then proceed to give fans essentially not at all what anyone really wanted. Now, don't get me wrong, I do understand that Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts for the Xbox 360 had a fan base, and there were players that enjoyed those games. But I think for the most part, the people who enjoyed Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts weren't going in expecting a classic Banjo-Kazooie experience, and since obviously this is the big mascot character for the N64 era, a lot of Banjo-Kazooie fans came out to support this game and play it because, you know, the trailers and whatnot did show a lot of familiar things like Jiggies and the two characters, even with their redesigns. But how this game somehow was turned into this car-building, platforming type game, it was ultimately way too different from what fans were looking for, because by 2006, it had been a long time since we had a true-to-form platformer game, collectathon type experience, and I think fans were maybe even willing and ready for a new one, and looked to Banjo-Kazooie to fulfill that role, except the game was just nothing like that. Now, the visuals and the new art style were questionable, but at the end of the day, it looked okay on the Xbox 360. It was just, unfortunately, the fact that the core gameplay was so different that I think that this game just didn't do well enough to warrant Microsoft's interest in pursuing Banjo-Kazooie more in the future. They felt like Rare would be better suited doing other things, like making Kinect games, before finally they did get to do Sea of Thieves, which is a pretty good game nowadays. To this day, I think Banjo-Kazooie is still on the top of a lot of older players' list of games they'd like to see brought back in one way or another. And remember all the hype when it was announced that Banjo-Kazooie would be added to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and they got the soundtrack right, they made the characters look modern, but also classic to the way that players remembered them. It felt like with a game like Smash Bros, there was a deep understanding about how these characters interact and what made them special, because obviously they're trying to make these characters pay homage to the series. And I think a lot of fans just wish that that level of detail would have been done with Banjo-Kazooie back when it did have its shot on the Xbox 360 to make something bigger and bolder than ever before, rather than a essential spin-off game. And you know, Microsoft probably put a ton of money into marketing this. I mean, even Lunchables did a crossover for Banjo-Kazooie, so there was like a lot of promotion put in for this game. And yeah, I mean, like I said, the game itself is fine, and I think a lot of people did enjoy the game, but for the greater scope of Banjo-Kazooie, this game would have been put at a much higher regard had it not been the last Banjo-Kazooie title and not the reason that the franchise died. It probably could have just been a cool spin-off had there been a solid Banjo-Kazooie title sometime around the time that this released a few years either before or after.
You know, I'm kind of a horror FPS enjoyer, and there's many good games in that genre. It's a very niche genre, but Fear 1 and Fear 2 were banger games, and both those games were highly rated by fans and critics alike. By the time the third game came out, people did kind of criticize the game a little more for its shift in tone, since the third one shifted towards an action-oriented gameplay style, where the
I like Fear 3.
previous titles heavily balanced the mix of first-person shooting and psychological horror. And some people thought Fear 3's narrative was also weaker, and there wasn't a lot of mystery going on, which also is a valid criticism. But I still think overall, the game was okay, it was good, it was playable, and I still think it was a fun game. But so many games around that time did introduce a multiplayer, and so did Fear 3. It was kind of cool, but honestly, it just tagged on, and I don't think most players that like the first two games really needed this multiplayer. And I mean, it's always the argument to be made when a multiplayer gets tagged on, it takes away from the single-player development, and you know, maybe resources get allocated to the multiplayer that could have made the single-player greater. I don't think Fear 3 was that bad at the end of the franchise. What actually was that bad at the end of the franchise was Fear Online, a free-to-play multiplayer game that was developed by In-Play Interactive. Now, I actually played this one back in the day when it released, because, you know, I didn't have access to many first-person shooter games. Usually I would have to borrow some from so we would toss the controller back and forth. And then Dead Space 2 came around, and it expanded on the story, and it was still very good. And the setting was different enough to at least keep me interested in the franchise. Then the third one gets announced, and it's gonna be a co-op game, which, you know, I love co-op games, I love playing games with friends, and maybe a scary game like this is a little less scary with some friends. But there's a reason we haven't seen a mainline Dead Space sequel, because Dead Space 3, frankly, just sucked. You know, there wasn't anything wrong with the gameplay necessarily. It was just all over the place with the story. Actually, recently, me and Elijah hopped on the game, because I finally talked him into it after...
Well, the thing I don't get with people's complaints about Dead Space 3, it's like, Isaac had already been through this shit twice before. Like, of course Dead Space 3 was going to be an action game, because he already knows how to deal with all the necromorphs and shit. Like, it would make no sense for him to have to restart from fucking ground zero, basically, every single fucking time. You know, 3 games in a row. So, that's what I never really got about the criticism about Dead Space 3. It's like, well, yeah, dude, this is the 3rd time he's dealing with this.
months and years. And we played the first level, it was okay, you know, the snow was still different, but you know, maybe like unique for horse setting, but it was still cool. And then we get to the city and all this other stuff happens and you have no clue what's going on. These cutscenes play and it's just like all over the place. It's just, they lost me, and I guess they lost every player. And I mean, I think the franchise already wasn't in a good spot beforehand. EA was already looking at the sales, and Dead Space 3 just didn't do well, and that was just it for the franchise. We got the remake recently, but I don't know.
Well, Dead Space 1 didn't do well. Dead Space 2 didn't do well. So they tried to change it up with Dead Space 3 to see if they could get it to sell, and it did not. So none of the Dead Space games did well. That's the truth.
Did well enough for them to make another sequel. So for now, rest in peace to Dead Space franchise.
Metal Gear Survive. Now, the box art might look metal AF, but this game is not good. You see, Hideo Kojima is essentially a legend in the gaming development space, kind of known as the father of the Metal Gear series. When Hideo Kojima announced that he would be departing from launch alongside the next generation of consoles with the PlayStation 4.
Oh god, Killzone Shadowfall.
With that, the development studio Guerrilla Games started working on their own custom
Yeah, Dead Space 2 is the best one in the franchise, 100%.
game engine known as the Decima game engine, which made the whole development for Killzone Shadowfall essentially a lot bigger and more costly of a process. What's interesting is Killzone Shadowfall did release in 2013, and while it maybe wasn't praised as heavily as some of the older Killzone games, it was received pretty well actually. It definitely was overshadowed by
It is genuinely bad.
stiff competition in the FPS market, but held its own and even sold over 2 million copies, so it was a financial success. Unfortunately, we don't really have too much information as to why another Killzone game wouldn't ever get made again, but we can speculate a couple of things.
This game was so bad, it had two class action lawsuits against it.
Most likely thing is the studio just wanted to work on something else, and they would go on to make Horizon Zero Dawn, which now is its own big series with an online game and a third game on its way. Also, the Decima engine that they made continues to be developed on and upgraded year to year, and it's worth noting that Guerrilla Games isn't the only development studio that uses this engine. This is like the main engine that Sony PlayStation titles end up using. Death Stranding used the Decima engine, all of the Horizon games use the Decima engine. It also looks like Death Stranding 2 will likely use it as well. So yeah, Killzone Shadowfall, while the story maybe wasn't as great as the other ones, it wasn't necessarily a bad game, but I guess it just became a result as a forgotten game that is now the end of that series. I don't know, what do you guys think? Should they make a new Killzone game? Man,
I love Killzone 3, personally. I thought that was a great game.
Crazy to me that it's been over a decade pretty much since we've had a Splinter Cell game. Those older games were so awesome. It was just a really unique experience having this really fluid stealth mechanic built into a spy game. And while the single player was really cool, some of the multiplayer games that had come out over the years also were praised for being really unique, having some interesting cooperative and competitive mechanics tied in. So it's really interesting that Splinter Cell Blacklist is the last Splinter Cell game we ever saw, which released in August of 2013. Now,
I love Splinter Cell Blacklist. That was a great game.
for all intents and purposes, Splinter Cell Blacklist was actually not a bad game. It was praised pretty much across the board. A lot of people had
It's really good
experiences with it, and while maybe it's not talked about as much nowadays, I think it partly was in fact that it released towards the end of the life cycle of the Xbox One and PlayStation 4, for example. Oh, and it did come out on the Wii U also. It just put it in a weird spot to justify a lot of people buying it when they're already looking to buy the next generation of consoles, and there's a lot of games stacked up in late summer, early fall of 2013. I mean, we had GTA, Call of Duty Ghosts, Battlefield 4. That's honestly just a handful of all the games that released that year. But yeah, the game had good reviews, and it's interesting to see that there was nothing ever made. Again, the main thing that we can see as the reason maybe this dropped as a priority for Ubisoft was because of the fact that the game didn't meet its sales expectations. Apparently, Ubisoft had expected that Splinter Cell Blacklist would sell.
Yeah, back in the day, I actually used to love video games, believe it or not. You know, once upon a time, you know, a long time ago, there was once an industry that I enjoyed playing games in, and it was called gaming. Nowadays, not so much.
At least 5 million units, which is a pretty big ask, where the game ended up only selling 2 million units. So I guess because of that, they haven't been too confident to greenlight a new Splinter Cell game. It wouldn't be the full end for the Splinter Cell universe, though, as we would see Sam Fisher appear in a couple other things like Ghost Recon, and now he's an operator in Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, he's an old man now, but I think it's time that maybe we take a look at the Splinter Cell series again and either do a reboot to the series or introduce a new character to take on the reins from Sam Fisher himself. Still, it is interesting that just because a good game couldn't sell well enough, it marked the end of a very loved franchise. Let's switch gears and talk about, like, on the reins from Sam Fisher himself. Still, it is interesting.
Sell 5 million, only sold 2 million.
That just because a good game couldn't sell well enough, it marked the end of a very loved franchise. Let's switch gears and talk about, like, the little engine that couldn't. Like, it just couldn't at all. Just gave up, and that's the end. Chibi Robo. The story behind the Chibi Robo games is kind of a tragic tale. Chibi Robos existed for quite a while as a series that continuously tried to put out games that would be very popular in both the West and Japan. And I gotta say, no matter what we say about this game, lines, but I can't say that we found the answer yet. There was a lot on the line, and when it was time for the game to release, it really didn't do too well. In the UK, it failed to appear on the top 40 selling 3DS games. Like that week, it was still outsold by Mario Kart 7 that was being really successful, and I don't think that game 2014. And the game was supposed to use
Crackdown
cloud computing features, which would have been like a crazy thing that was supposed to be a core of the whole Xbox One software. It was supposed to have things like city destruction be saved and would utilize real-time destruction, which would have been kind of cool. And the game kind of overpromised this feature, or at least hyped it up a lot, where it seemed like this game would have this really innovative way of having destructible city parts that would be permanent.
and it had nothing.
And then in the multiplayer side, you can make permanent changes to the landscape that everyone plays in.
Remember Colt Eastwood's quote, people will be playing God of War for 8 hours, but I'll be spending hundreds of hours in Crackdown 3, dropping buildings with my friends on Xbox Live.
And would carry over the story. This was obviously not exactly what the game was capable of, but at the very least, a lot of the pre-release discussion for this game kind of shaped that impression to viewers. Now, this game was supposed to come out in 2016, but got delayed a whole year till November of 2017 to launch coinciding the Xbox One X. The game would get delayed again to 2018, and during this time, there was a little exodus of developers who were...
They delisted all the Splinter Cell games? Really? Did they actually? I don't know if I have it on Steam. Let's see. I guess it'd be here. Guess I don't have it on Steam. Let's see. Splinter. They might be on Uplay. Nah, it looks like they're here. Splinter Cell. Blacklist. Yeah, I can buy it. It's still there. Yeah, you can get the whole franchise for $27. But yeah, this is a really good game. I don't know if it works on modern PCs or not. Yeah, can't launch the game. Game won't even launch. Game is constantly crashing. So yeah, maybe it has compatibility issues, but looks like it's still there.
We're working on the game, leaving to go to Epic Games because of the explosive popularity of Fortnite, which meant with less personnel working on the game would need to be delayed again, and finally it was set to be released in February of 2019. The game explosion into popularity. Now there are some other games that are really interesting that also kind of end up being the main face of a Dead franchise where nothing new comes for a very long time. Dead Rising 4, which finally did release in 2016 at Capcom Vancouver, and this kind of interesting. It later would release on the PS2 also, so some of you might remember it. I don't know, you're a dolphin, you swim around, there's some voice acting, you get some power-ups, it's a good universe. But unfortunately, with Sega and the Dreamcast not doing well, and the never seen an echo of the Dolphin games can come back. Back in the classic 90s era, the Turok games were kind of amazing. You gotta run around, shoot dinosaurs. It was a pretty good.
Well, we're getting another Turok game. I guess a year ago, so you didn't know.
Experience. Things didn't go as well, though, when they tried to bring Turok back later on in the form of a fresh reboot. So I think we should talk about Turok 2008, and Luke played this one a little bit and has some interesting experiences.
2008 was an interesting time. You had all these franchises like Call of Duty.
They're bringing Turok back.
Like some of the other, like, Battle Royale type games Nintendo's done.
Right, obviously with live service games shutting down all the time now.
Now, the next game that I really want to make sure we did get to include, even if it's here kind of at this point in the video, is the Bubsy series. I don't know if you're a huge fan of Bubsy, but I always thought Bubsy was a really interesting character to exist, period.
I mean, honestly, the first time I heard of Bubsy was in some YouTube review, and the guy was just clowning on the franchise. So when you told me a little bit more about it, I was surprised that it even had that big of a history.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, like, Bubsy.
That's another game that's coming back. I think, right?
Honestly?
No. We don't know anything about Last Light 3.
No, honestly, no. Jengos mentioned this to us. It's from FIFA, because FIFA wanted so much money. And FIFA said...
Alright. So what's this? Brandon Herrera MP7.
I'm gonna keep the intro to this one pretty short and sweet. After years of searching, I can finally say, I have an MP7. I have an MP7. The MP7 is an HK German-made 4.6 millimeter submachine gun. These things rolled out sometime in the 90s. This one is actually an MP7A1. There are a couple variants. We will also be collaborating with Bill and Operator in this video as well. Let me go get that back. Gang co-parents in MP7. It's my weekend. I call the sheriff's department on you. How's it going, guys? We're back here in the office talking about the MP7. I hope your week's been going well. My week's been, busy. And that's why here before the gun owners of America, I'm here to announce that I am running for Congress in District 23 to finish what I started. We're here to talk about one of the coolest submachine guns of all time, the MP7, which this is not the MP7, actually. You guys might remember last year we did a video with this. This was the poor man's MP7. This is actually just a Keltec. It's a CP33 with a Ferrotec chassis. Real suppressor, by the way. Just chambered in 22, which makes this a really fun little household rattlesnake blaster, you know, just in case there's snakes in the backyard, you're cutting the grass, you got to solve a problem. The HOA hates him. Learn how he rid his backyard of snakes with one easy trick. Now, the actual MP7 in its new spot on the new gun wall, which, by the way, the gun wall is looking fucking cool these days. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really excited. A little worried. I think it needs a little bit more stuff. We're gonna be filling it out over the next, couple weeks. But I think we're off to a good start. Over on this.
Yeah, I would buy one of those only because it was in Modern Warfare 3.
Side, we have, it just kind of ended up this way, and then we leaned into the bit. These are the guns from Fallout, like Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3, stuff like that. From, the service rifle, the AM-180, beautiful gun. Lever action, the Lewis, video on that coming soon. Our assassination series guns, all the guns that we've done before. The historic recreation kind of stuff from the Luigi Mangione, the Forbidden Pipe Pistol, Abe Lincoln, JFK, MLK, Kurt Cobain, including a couple of pistols and things that haven't been used in videos yet that we're going to be doing soon. Marita Assault Rifle from Starship Troopers, don't worry about it. A couple of some classic favorites from the old gun wall. Cody's AR, which he just hasn't picked up yet, and I've been putting it on the wall just to see if he notices. He hasn't yet. Most of these we've done videos on or had him in videos. The most recent Jaw Wall Blaster, that one, I'm just, I had to do it. And we'll get the World War II section because obviously I'm a big World War II guy, big history guy. Last time here, like I said, we've
I would love to have an MP40.
done videos on or featured in videos. Some of it we haven't. Yeah, it's coming up. But welcome back over. We're going to be doing the MP7 today because my God, I have been looking for one of these forever. Just didn't really want to pay the 50 grand required to get one.
That ACR is sexy. Where? Did he have an ACR?
I'll be doing soon. Marita assault rifle from Starship Troopers. Don't worry about it. A couple of some classic favorites from the old gun wall. Cody's AR, which he just hasn't picked up yet, and I've been putting it on the wall just to see if he notices. He hasn't yet. Most of these we've done videos on, or had them in videos. The most recent Jaw Wall Blaster. That one, I'm just, I had to do it. And we got the World War II section because
Is it
obviously
the one up top? Where is it?
wall just to see if he notices. He hasn't yet. Most of these we've done videos on, or had them in videos.
I don't think that's an ACR. I think that's a SCAR. Yeah, that's not the ACR, I don't think.
The most recent Jaw Wall Blaster. That one, I'm just, I had to do it. And we got the World War II section because obviously I'm a big World War II guy, big history guy. Lots of here, like I said, we've done videos on, featured in videos. Some of it we haven't. Yeah, we're coming up. But walking back over, we're going to be doing the MP7 today because my God, I have been looking for one of these forever. Just didn't really want to pay the 50 grand required to get one. But man, now I can finally say I have an MP7. But today we're going to talk a little bit about the MP7, why it was designed, how it works, how you would operate one of these, and we're just going to have some fun. So, manual of ours, stop squat. I'm going to teach you how to use this fucking gun.
Hands up, don't move, show me your fucking foreskin! Just kidding, I'm just making sure you know about TacPack. TacPack, of course, is a monthly subscription box where you can get cool tactical gear such as Enforced Weapon Lights, Fab Defense Bipods, Tiger Claw M-Lock grips, Mission First tactical gear, and more. You can get the standard TacPack or the TacPack Plus, which in the month of September I'm told is going to be worth over $330 worth of stuff. And if you're new to TacPack, you can use the code AKGuy to get a free $70 tactical gift.
Life 2, and you're trying to escape a laboratory factory. I don't know, I never played that fucking game.
And his name is John C.
Half really use that because that's where your thumb sits if you are properly right-handed. But for the wrong-handed folk, you still have it right. Try and put this can up, and sprung a leak. So I'm just gonna put this down really quick. Cody, you mind loading my MP7? Or excuse me, our MP7. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. All right, you guys ready to shoot it? I'm gonna take my fucking finger off the femoral. And don't. There we go. Hide over bore. It's a thing. All right, hit us a couple rounds, but we got there. Sometimes a motherfucker will forget that the dot is up here and the barrel is down here with the very short range. That becomes a problem. Well, that did the trick. Anyway, here's one MP7. Let's go ahead and put that back. So now the bolt is held to the rear. The gun does have a last round hold open, so at the end of the magazine, your bolt will be held back like so. And to drop it, you would just press this button right here, push that down to close on a loaded magazine, and you are ready to get back to work. That little tab there, just push that up, and then stop and collapse. Cannot pull it open without pressing that button again, but when you press it, you see it just pops out a little bit, freeing it to pull it out to the first position, of which there are 3. It is also worth pointing out that this is actually a real factory German HK MP7. So not a clone, this is the real Empanada. Oh, I forgot the folding grip up front.
The thumper, bro.
You just pull this tab down.
From Black Ops 1.
Folds down, and then you can just deploy it back out. Now, one of the neat parts about the MP7 is it does have pretty low recoil, which means you can actually collapse the stock, and while there's, I'm certain, no tactical advantage to this whatsoever, one can actually fairly comfortably one-hand it and keep it fairly steady. Would you ever want to do this for any real-world practical reason?
Yes.
No. Did I have a lot of fun doing it?
Yes, you would.
Just now?
If you had a pack of youths chasing you through the streets of Detroit, you could easily just hold it behind your back, pull the trigger, and take out about 20 to 30.
Yeah. So as to how the gun actually functions, we're going to go ahead and pull these pins out of the rear. What's neat to know is that this gun was actually built for the same contract, to compete with the same contract that ended up supplying P90 behind me up there on the gun wall. So there was like the goal was to have a PDW, a personal defense weapon. They wanted a new caliber that could defeat armor and everything like that. So the P90 was put forward from FN, and the MP7 was put forward from HK. Part of the contract also was that you needed a pistol that was chambered in the same caliber as the PW, which is why the FN57 exists for the P90 as its counterpart. And there was like there was a weird pistol that never really saw the market that was developed by HK. Neat, useless effectively today. So now I'm going to move this over here. Take the bolt carrier group out. And now you can see where this is a short stroke operated gas system where you have a star pattern bolt that is spring loaded. A lot of PDWs and stuff this size people usually assume. Let's also buy these fucking MP7 with a suppressor. So we got the actual B&T MP7 suppressor that we're just going to attach right here at the end. Ratchet on. And now let's test it suppressed. This is probably hearing safe. Close. I think the steel's louder than the gun. It's not horribly gassy either. That's always a good superlative, right? Not horrible. Want to try a couple rounds? It's so silly. It's silly. I love it. But you can easily just see like one of our friends, the people who had those kind of conversations, just entering a room. Boop, 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 boop. The guy that told us he liked using one of those, but he's like almost 7 feet tall, 350 pounds. And so that's his little toy in his hand. Just, yeah, to him, it's just like a little, like a fucking 22. Yeah. He said he really liked shooting people in foreheads with it. Yeah, like does 4.6 have enough stopping power? Oh, yeah, in the head it does. Ever since I got this thing, I've just been playing it nonstop in Ready or Not. It's great in Ready or Not. It's fucking fantastic. So overall thoughts on the MP7A1. Is it worth the $30, $40, $50,000 these things sometimes sell for? Is it really worth it just to have your favorite gun from Ready or Not? No, absolutely not. As far as just being its own weapon system, it's absolutely not worth the jump in price compared to other, similar PDWs. It's decent. Like, I don't have anything against the MP7. I'm not a fucking MP7 hater. I think the Drippy's Hell, this is now one of the favorite guns that I have. But the reason it's favorite is not because it's not because it's that good. The reason it has a special place in my heart is because this has a special place in pop culture and in firearm culture, and it's just so rare here in the United States. There's not a lot of people who have it. To be able to take something like this, have fun with it out of the range, and be able to break down the guts and how the weapon actually operates, and share with you guys. I don't know, I think that's pretty special. You probably think, oh, every gun, every machine gun or anything like this is, super rare or like cool, I guess, I don't know. But even for American gun culture, this is truly the Holy Grail. And much like the Holy Grail, now that I think about it, it's not necessarily impressive when you get your hands on it. What's cool about it is the story and its impact in culture. And for that reason, I just think it's neat. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the MP7. Cody, final thoughts?
I love MP7.
We have MP7 at home. Literally. Now we have MP7 at home. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video as much as I did. The MP7 is just a really cool gun. That's not mine now, I guess. And if there's any videos you guys would like to see on the channel coming up, just let me know down in the comments. We'll try our best to source it. Clearly nothing's outside the realm of possibility. Thank you again to Donut Operator for showing up in this video. I don't think there was a chance he was going to...
The Ready or Not downgrade? Yeah, I've never played Ready or Not, but I heard people were pissed off about that. They, like, censored the fuck out of the PC version or something, and they left the console version alone, is my understanding. Yeah, that is the worst attachment in COD history, the fucking underbarrel shotgun. That shit fucking sucked. That thing was fucking cheeks. Scotty Man with the 5. Black Ops 1 Galil was goated. 0 recoil. Yeah, that was good. I used the, I think it was the Stoner 63. Is what it was called. I believe. The LMG. But it was pretty similar to the Galil, actually, in Black Ops 1. From a feel perspective when you were shooting it. On the PS5 video? This one? Oh, oops. Why is it muted?
Sitting over there under the TV. It feels kind of new. Still, like, it's a fresh console that just came out not too long ago. And yet, this thing came out 5 years ago. 5. And that's the part that messes with me. Because it just feels like things have been too quiet with the PS5. Sure, there were some heavy hitters early on, like Demon's Souls Remake, Returnal, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Those were some good times. For a minute, I really thought we were about to hit that PS5 era stride. It kinda had that next-gen feeling. But then, almost like someone forgot to flip the switch, it just all kinda slowed down. The momentum evaporated. And I kept waiting for that tidal wave of exclusive PS5-only titles to wash over me, but it never came. I don't want to sound ungrateful because, yeah, I've played some great games on the system, but most of them, they weren't even made for the PS5. They were cross-gen, like Horizon Forbidden West. Great game, beautiful even, but I played it on PS5 knowing full well that there was a PS4 version out there, holding it back just a bit. Same for God of War Ragnarok. Amazing experience, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't that seismic leap forward I was craving. It didn't feel like something that could only exist on this generation. And this is where my hesitation about the PS6 really comes from. Not because I don't love tech, not because I'm some curmudgeon clinging to the past. It's because I don't feel like I've lived through the PS5 yet, like really soaked it in.
Yeah, that's why I think it's interesting. Like, people say, like, oh, Microsoft is going to release a console next year. Like, I don't think that's going to be well received. Most people do not feel like they've actually gotten a next generation console who have bought one in the past 5 years. Like, this generation genuinely sucks. The output has been dog shit, and when new games actually do come out, they're just genuinely lackluster.
There's been no definitive season, no golden age, just this long, hazy twilight, you know? I want to talk about the one that got away. If you've ever wanted to see a grown adult cry in a very composed, quiet way, bring up the Bloodborne remake, or specifically, the lack of one, the absence of one. I've been dreaming of that thing for years now, literal years. And I thought for sure that when the PS5 was gearing up to launch, or heck, even a year in, that this was the moment. This was when we'd see that game getting the treatment that it deserves. You know, a full-blown remake, or even a really solid remaster, running at 60 FPS, loading in a blink. And you know, I thought, who'd better to make it happen than Bluepoint? Those guys nailed the Demon's Souls remake. It's one of the most beautiful games on the console, period. And I just assumed, probably naively, definitely naively, that Bloodborne was next. That they were building it up.
Yeah, they'll probably do it for the next console, though. They won't do it for the current one.
In secret, that it was just a matter of time. But then I heard the news that Bluepoint was working on some God of War live service game. Dude, just let that sink in for a moment. Just let that sink in for a second. Bluepoint, the studio that gave us arguably one of the best remakes in modern gaming, period. The ones who understand atmosphere and tone and faithful recreation in a way few others do, working on a freaking live service game based on a franchise known for its tight single-player storytelling and methodical richness. I'm not gonna lie, that infuriated me. I'm no businessman. Heck, I probably don't even have an IQ above 90. I don't know, I'm not that smart. But I just think that if you want to run and maintain a successful business, you...
Dude, that's wild. I don't have an IQ above 90.
Bruh.
You know that used to be the cutoff for being mentally retarded, guys? Did y'all know that? That 89 was the spot at which an IQ would be considered retarded. But they had to lower that dramatically because of a certain demographic.
Should give the audience what it wants, especially when that audience is clearly screaming to you exactly what it wants, like year after year, consistently nonstop. We want freaking Bloodborne, hello? And you have
it wouldn't fit as a message if certain groups of people in the United States were, you know, definitionally retarded.
Team that can clearly do it and do it well, probably better than no one else out there, and you put these guys in a live service game. You're fired, Sony. You are fired. Anyways, though, I know what you might be thinking, like, hey, there have been games. You're being too hard on it. And sure, let's run the list. We've got Returnal, Ratchet & Clank, Demon's Souls, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, again, cross-gen, Final Fantasy 16. There's a handful of others if we stretch it. Ghost of Tsushima, Director's Cut, a PS4 game originally, the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection, a few decent indies, and yeah, a smattering of third-party releases that ran better on the PS5 than PS4. But doesn't it feel a bit thin for 5 years? I mean,
nope. And God of Snore, Forgotten West, Spider-Mid, all of those games are forgettable trash.
In total game count, I'm talking about signature moments, things that define a generation. PS2 had GTA 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Shadow of the Colossus. PS3 had Uncharted 2, The Last of Us, Little Big Planet. PS4 had Bloodborne, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn. What's the game that defines the PS5? I'm still waiting on that if you ask me. If I think really hard about it, maybe Demon's Souls Remake. For me personally, maybe even Returnal. Returnal is a tremendous game, just phenomenal in my opinion. And I can't wait for that spiritual successor for it to come out. I think it's called Saros or Saros. I'm not pronouncing that right, but you know what I'm talking about. And you know, it's not just about how many exclusives we got, it's the spacing of them. I think that's what's really bothering me, because we do have a decent amount of games on the PS5 that are exclusive to it, but it's just the spacing of it, how long they take to come out.
All the good PS5 exclusive titles, or former exclusive titles, are just third-party games. And that's the truth.
Out. The console launched with a bit of heat and then entered this weird drought. Even now, 5 years in, the release schedule feels light. I just think that Sony is going through a bit of an identity crisis. Back in the PS4 days, Sony knew who they were, you know? They were the single-player powerhouse, the studio that gave you rich story-driven adventures that you actually wanted to play alone. You didn't need a buddy, you didn't need a ping system or a battle pass, you just needed a controller, a couch, and a few solid hours to lose yourself in something incredible. Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Bloodborne, even Days Gone. I really enjoyed Days Gone. Say what you will about it, but that game had ambition. I think it swung for the fences, and you just got that sense that Sony believed in those types of games. Like, yeah, this is our thing. This is what we do best. And then something shifted, man. Something along the way, maybe it was the pressure from investors or the growing success of Fortnite, probably, most definitely the growing success of Fortnite. And, you know, someone probably just getting a little too excited about recurring revenue charts. Sony decided that they wanted to chase live service hard, too. Like, not dabble in it, not experiment with it, but full-on pivot to it. Suddenly, they just weren't supporting a few multiplayer projects here and there. They were talking about launching 12 live service games. 12? Bro, that's not exploring new territory, that's a full-blown invasion. And look, I'm not anti-live service. There's room in the industry for all kinds of experiences. The problem isn't that Sony is trying something new, the problem is what they're sacrificing in order to do it. Studios that were built around strong single-player storytelling games, being reassigned and repositioned to live service games, dude. Those time and those resources that could have gone into making the next big solo adventure, spent on multiplayer maps, seasonal cosmetics, and back-end infrastructure for online services that might not even survive a year post-launch. I don't think it's just about the games they're making. I think it's about the values that they're shifting away from.
It's not what they're making, it's what they're not making, which is what he's trying to say. It's like, at what cost are they making this shit? Like, sure, you can make live service games if you want, but it shouldn't be at the loss of the games that people traditionally expect. So if you want to make them in addition to the typical games that people are expecting from PlayStation, that's fine, but it shouldn't replace them.
If you ask me, that's why the PS5 feels like it's lacking a soul. But don't get me wrong, they would be fools not to chase some of that live service type of stuff. You just can't deny, like, when you look at how much money Fortnite is making every single day, if you're a business, you're going to want some of that too. But it shouldn't be at the cost of sacrificing some of your best single-player developers. Because you can't get that time, that focus, and that energy back. You know, once it's gone, it's gone. Let me go back to Bluepoint for a second, because honestly, I'm still salty about it. Bluepoint was in such a unique position after Demon's Souls. They had this momentum, this goodwill, this trust from the community. People were ready to crown them as the next great studio for remakes. Heck, maybe they already had the crown. I forgot about Shadow of the Colossus. That remake was amazing. But it felt like they were on the verge of stepping out of that shadow of just being the remake team and becoming something even bigger possibly. And Sony had the perfect opportunity to build on that success. Just give Bluepoint the Bloodborne remake, please. Give them something bold and beloved to breathe new life into. Something that would have defined the PS5 era. I mean, it could still happen maybe, hopefully. I don't know though. I mean, maybe it's happening right now, I don't know. But anyways, they hand them a God of War live service project. I can't. Like, what are we doing? For real, what are we doing? Anyways, let's move on to another topic. One of the things that used to make PlayStation was how it set the tone for gaming. It didn't seem like it was reacting.
SNK nostalgia with the 2. I want to play an ice simulator. Play Space Marine 2, specifically the first mission, where you have to protect the wall.
To what was hot. It was leading the conversation. It was saying, hey, check this out, and the rest of the industry would follow. But it's been the other way around lately. Live service is the perfect example of that. Instead of doubling down on what made them, Sony's been chasing the same trends as everyone else: multiplayer shooters, hero-based PvP, persistent online worlds. And, you know, like I said earlier, I understand it. I get that temptation. But I hate it. I just do. You saw what happened to Concord. You see what's going on with Marathon. I mean, Marathon is still in alpha, but yeah, that's not looking too good. I'm just sick of it. I am sick of this live service push. And it's just that Sony has a gold mine with single-player games. You know how they keep remastering and remastering the remasters of their current games? Dude, they could pull back from the PS1, the PS2, the PS3 generation, and remake so many bangers, it's ridiculous. Like, if they're in a position right now where they might be creatively bankrupt, all they gotta do is look backwards. Just randomly pick one of them. Remake it and you win. I don't know, remake Heavenly Sword. Remake Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2. Uncharted 3, just remake them. I'll play them. Remake those first 3 God of Wars. I'll play them. Heck, go even further back. Remake Siphon Filter. Jumping Flash, I don't care. Why not remake Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3? Just think outside of the box, man. You've got an infinite amount of amazing games from way back in the day that you can remake and make bank. Because I show up for every single one of them. This doesn't mean you have to drop the live service thing, but you should, I don't know, man, you should be opening up studios focused on digging in the crates and kind of dusting some stuff off and, you know, remaking them. I think there's a huge audience for this type of stuff because the vast majority of us are, you know, graybeards. I've been around since the PS1. I've been around even before the PS1, and I've been there for every generation. The 1, the 2, the 3, the 4, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you have too. And I'm just the type of guy who won't hesitate to buy a proper remake. Like the Oblivion remake, tremendous. I can't stop playing it. When that Silent Hill 2 remake dropped, I was all over it. Those Resident Evil 2 through 4 remakes, all over it. No hesitation. I picked them up ASAP. What about Sly Cooper? What about Jack and Daxter? Come on, man. Sony's got an arsenal of bangers. It doesn't even make sense. But I think I'll leave the video off here. I've got another idea to talk about why I'm not ready for the PS6, because I'm really not ready for the PS6. There's been talks of it potentially coming out like around 2027, and that doesn't make me happy at all. This is the first console generation where I am completely and absolutely not ready for the next one. There is too much unfinished business with this PS5 to even be thinking about a PS6, in my opinion. COVID definitely had something to do with it. I think we're in this strange time warp. I don't know, time is just weird and it doesn't make sense anymore. But anyways, I think we've got some serious unfinished business with the PS5 to even think about a PS6 right now. And I think I'm going to reserve this thought for another video. For now, though, I'm going to get out of here for now. Share your thoughts in the comments, subscribe, give me a like, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, there's no reason to have a PS6. I think 2028 is probably when they're going to put it out. We'll have a little bit longer of a generation this time around, and then probably 2028 is when the PS6 will be released. If Microsoft actually tries to release that console PC hybrid next year, then that's the death nail. Nobody wants a new console at this point. Alright, I'll be back in like 1 minute. I gotta go take a piss real quick, guys. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Shieet. SNK nostalgia with the 2. IP is not being utilized at all, mostly. I mean, that's everybody, though. All these companies are just sitting on these massive amount of IPs, and they just do nothing with them. Makes no sense. Bro, what?
Competitive Beyblade has always been a battle, not just in the stadium, but in ballot.
Bruh. Competitive Beyblade. What the fuck? Alright, hold on. I'm intrigued.
The game itself. With every new release, the meta can change in an instance. Some parts get stronger, others fade into obscurity, but when a part is too overpowered, it forces everyone to use it just to stay competitive. That's when power creep can take over. Now, power creep isn't unique to Beyblade alone. It happens in every competitive game. Think about Pokemon, where Mega Evolutions and or legendary Pokemons can make older picks obsolete. Or League of Legends, where new champions can drop with overloaded kits, forcing pro players to pick them or ban them every match.
No, not again, no!
But in those games, the developers have tools to fix things. They can drop balance patches, nerf broken characters, or introduce new formats. Beyblade though, it's a physical game. Once a part is released, its stats are set in stone. There's no
I chose to watch this.
to tweak an overpowered
No one donated for this. This is just purely my curiosity.
part. Once it's out there, it's staying that way.
Yeah, dude, Beyblades were fun as fuck. I still have mine.
So how is Beyblade balanced? Well, the biggest competitive community, the WBO, handled things by creating different formats, mainly separating parts based on weight classes. And it worked pretty well, but here's the thing. The WBO, it's not the official Beyblade organization. It's a fan-run group where anyone can host their own tournaments, meaning the competitive scene was mostly built by the players themselves. Then in 2012, something huge happened, the first official Beyblade World Championship. For the first time, the players had a structured, company-backed tournament run by Takara Tomy, Hasbro, and Sonocon. This was a major step forward. Fans were excited. The big question now was, how would—
Dude, I really wish I could pull up that Beyblade meme of the anal beads. Holy fuck, dude. That's like one of my favorite memes on the entire internet.
They balanced the game? And their answer? It was to just simply ban the 4D Beyblades, which is technically all the Beyblades in the third season. And honestly, that was a pretty smart move. The 4D parts were on a completely different level. They were heavier, stronger, and far beyond what earlier releases could handle. If they had been allowed, the entire tournament would be forced to utilize the 4D system, making every other part released beforehand pretty much useless. So restricting them? That made sense. It was a fair call. Or so it seemed. Because somehow, despite banning the current powerhouse Beyblades in the game, they completely overlooked one of the most overpowered non-4D releases ever made. This Beyblade was so absurdly strong that even without the 4D upgrades, it was the second heaviest Beyblade in the entire series, and it was fully legal, and yup, it dominated the competition. And that Beyblade was Twisted Tempo. Twisted Tempo, or the Japanese name Basalt Hirogium, was released in January 16, 2011. Classified as a defense type, this Beyblade was shown to be one of the main final antagonists in the second season of Beyblade. The reason why this Beyblade was considered overpowered was due to its fusion wheel, Twisted. And when you look back during that time to compare the average weights of the fusion wheels, you would see that they would hover at approximately 35 grams. But Twisted, it weighed an outstanding 47.6 grams. Over 12 grams higher than the average wheel released at the time.
I've never seen one that looks like that.
Which even after all of the 4D releases, it would still be the second heaviest wheel, being eventually pushed out by the number one.
See, I have some that are metal, and then I have some that are plastic, too, so interesting that they're using the metal ones.
Diablo. The only real attempt at balancing this fusion wheel was the so-called Staircase of Death, a deliberate chunk taken out of the inner wheel. And in theory, this was supposed to make the Beyblade slightly unbalanced, adding a layer of fairness. But in practice, the nerf was barely noticeable. The sheer weight and nearly perfect circular shape of the wheel overshadowed any intended drawback, which kept it as dominant as ever. Now, before we get back to the tournament, there's one more Beyblade that I need to mention. It wasn't as dominant as Twisted Tempo, but it still made a serious impact on the competition. This was Hell's Curbix, but unlike Twisted Tempo, the way this Beyblade was dominating was a combination between both the the spin track and the wheel. This allowed it to create a wall-like shape, kind of like Twisted Tempo, which also made it hard for it to get knocked out and or outspun. In retrospect, this was another way that Beyblade introduced power creep and not noticing it until the World Championship. By the way, if you guys are liking these type of videos so far, please consider subscribing. We are so close to 100k, and yeah, let's continue the video. To give some perspective, this Beyblade was good, but still not as great compared to Twisted Tempo.
See, I didn't really care about Bakugan that much, but I did like Beyblade just because it was, you know, something like a physical toy you could play with. But yeah, I love Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon were my two, like, card collection type things, and then Beyblade was, like, play. Same with Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Beyblades, and then Pokemon I just collected, because the Pokemon TCG genuinely sucks.
Giving the average Beyblade a B2C rating before the power creep came in, Twisted Tempo would be S+ tier, while Hell's Kerbex would be drifting around S- tier. Still a huge gap.
Well, it's like the best, dude, it's like one of the best toys ever, because it's like so simple, but it's so satisfying. Like, you know, letting the fucking Beyblade rip, dude, is like super fun. And then, you know, watching them just smash into each other and like fly out of the arena is fun as fuck.
Between the average Beyblade. And now if we go back to look at official tournament footage,
like, it's just super satisfying to watch.
From quarterfinals to finals, anyone who was using an ordinary Beyblade against Twisted Tempo and or Hell's Kerbex seemed to lose. No longer can you use 90% of the wheels released in this era. Anyone who realized the strengths of Hell and Twisted would easily breeze through the practice stage up to the finals. And not to mention, in this tournament, you were supposed to utilize more than one Beyblade in your lineup, which meant you can use both Twisted Tempo and Hell's Kerbex in your deck. It also probably doesn't help that they utilize the infamous Hasbro stadiums, which notably has a larger playing field, as well as only 2 knockout zones compared to the current standard competitive stadium with a slightly smaller playing field as well as 3 knockout zones. This basically made it impossible for any ordinary Beyblade to knock out your Beyblade if you were utilizing Twisted Tempo and or Hell's Kerbex, which also meant that most battles ended in a sleepout, which in a viewer's perspective can be quite boring. Jumping into semifinals, they swapped out the Hasbro Stadium for the standard BB10, which made knockouts more likely, and at this point, most Beyblades that were in Twisted Tempo and or Hell's Kerbex were practically weeded out. And yeah, at this point, you were just seeing who built their Twisted Tempo and or Hell's Kerbex better. And to give some credit, after looking specifically at their builds, the 12-year-old Rio had a genius design. He utilized a smart technique, which was the combination of the 230 spin track and a metal ball. This inherently made his Beyblade way taller than the average Beyblade, which made it harder for anyone to knock him out. And because it was a tall Beyblade, it utilized a special interaction called destabilization, which forced the opposing Beyblade to hit your plastic 230 spin track, which also drained the opposing Beyblade's stamina. This made it hard for anyone to outspin and or knock him out. Now, in the finals is where things got a little wonky. They utilized the Tornado Beyblade Stadium, which consisted of a motorized spinning center with a small crater in the bottom. This would intentionally force your Beyblade to spin out of control, and the idea was for you to fling yourself at your opponent to knock them out. And guess what Beyblades the 2 finalists had? Well, if you guessed both of them having Twisted Tempo and Hell's Kerbex, you were correct. In the first match, Rio utilized an aggressive Hell's Kerbex with a short height build rather than using the synergized spin track against his opponent's Twisted Tempo. Unfortunately for the opponent, he wasn't utilizing the tall build that Rio had, which gave Rio an easy knockout utilizing the motorized stadium. The second match is when Rio's combo Shine. That was Rio's signature Twisted Tempo 230 metal ball combo. And actually, thanks to its height, it stayed pretty stable in the motorized center, while the synergized Hell's Kerbex combos on the opposing side lost control. And the imbalance from Hell's Kerbex.
Yep, the Asians dominate in Beyblade. Yup.
Ultimately gave Rio the edge, securing the final point he needed to win the tournament. By the way, I'm not discrediting Rio's win here. He found the combos that were strong and utilized them the best compared to the rest of the competition. He absolutely deserved the championship, but I also can't help but wonder how the tournament would have been if these 2 parts were banned. Because in the current Metal Fight Limited format, where these 2 parts are banned, the format has been so diverse with so many healthy combos available. So yeah, that's pretty much how a Beyblade World Championship kind of got ruined due to power creep. So now I want to know what you guys thought about this.
Subscribe,
Should
donate,
have
or
banned
get the
Twisted
fuck
Tempo
out.
and Hell's Kerbex? Should they have only utilized
Either
one standard
subscribe,
competitive stadium throughout
donate,
the
or
entire
get the
tournament?
fuck out.
Remember, this was an official World Championship.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
SNG Nostalgia with the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very, very generous of you, sir. Appreciate it. What are we watching? The Beyblade video.
So I feel like things should be a lot more sorted out and organized. And not to mention, this year they're also making a Beyblade X World Championship, so we're just waiting on how those rules will play out. So yeah, what do you guys think? But most importantly, I want to know,
it's pretty based, dude. But yeah, Beyblades are super satisfying to play with. I'm glad that they're still around, honestly, because they are a cool kids' toy. So I'm glad kids still like them. What the fuck is this? Don't accept free PS5s from grieving parents? What? My trans son just killed himself. Take his PS5. Bro, what the fuck is that slop? What the fuck? Anime gore. Cringe. What was the last game I beat? I just beat Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 1 is much better than 2. 100% agree. For sure. Shit. World record was fake. He blinked. What? Alright, I'll take the bait.
Hi, this is Stroby, and today I'd like to share with you a new and groundbreaking method to convict gamers who are trying to cheat on Super Mario 64 speedruns. In fact, the new method already helped detect 2 cheated world records, and after more than 13 years, the cheater can no longer call himself a former world record holder, nor get a spot on the leaderboards. This is the story of the Japanese speedrunner who lied about his world records for 13 years and was finally caught by the blinking detection method. The method that will make cheating Super Mario 64 speedruns even harder. Also, at the end of the video, there's going to be a giveaway for a box Nintendo 64 game that only exists once on this planet, so stick around for that. But first, let's have a look at some speedrunning history, and forever change it by debunking the legitimacy of 2 cheated 16-star world records. Without further ado, let's jump right in. Okay, let's not jump right in yet, because first I'd like to state a few things, namely that I will not refer to the person who was caught cheating by their real name, not even their online handle, and I do this for 4 reasons. Hazu accomplishes his first run of SM64 on April 4, 2010, completing the 16-star category in a time of 39:38. Now that he has gotten that time, he doesn't have enough. He continues playing and stays motivated to grind the 16-star category for a while, and he is doing well. On June 29, 2010, only after a bit less than 4 months of playing the game, he gets the world record with a time of 16:20, surpassing the second place runner by 18 seconds. It is worth noting that Hazu achieved these times using an emulator. If his claims are true, he would have had an exceptionally fast rate of improvement, beating the world record in less than 100 days of gameplay. He seemed to be really good at the game. A bit too good. Soon enough, doubts are raised about the legitimacy of Hazu's 16:20 record. Silent Snayers, a known tool-assisted speedrunner, questioned the quality of Hazu's gameplay, noting that while his execution of difficult strategies was consistent, his overall performance seemed lacking. You see, Silent Slayers is very experienced and knowledgeable about the precise mechanics of the game. From the way Hazu was timing inputs or holding angles, Slayers could tell it didn't add up the consistent and flawless execution of the hard tricks. They even suggested that the run appeared to be a tool-assisted speedrun, but Hazu denied these allegations, as you can see in this screenshot. So was Hazu or was he not the fastest improver of all time? Well, when Hazu achieved a time of 16:11, beating his old record of 16:20 by 9 seconds on an actual N64 console rather than an emulator in April 2011, doubts about his legitimacy diminished significantly. Unfortunately, this run was the only recorded footage of him playing on an N64, and the sound quality of the run made it difficult to conduct splice checks using traditional methods. Now, what exactly does the sound quality have to do with all cheating detection methods? Well, the most obvious way to cheat is to open up a video edit program to splice together 2 different videos into one and act as if you played it all in one go. But in most analog video recordings, a noise known as main hum can be heard in the background. It is caused by electrical flows, and under normal conditions, this hum will be constant and uninterrupted throughout the
Holy autism, bro. Are you kidding me? The hum of the audio distort, bro. Holy shit.
recording, looking kind of like a sine wave. However, in an edited run, this noise will stutter during a splice, and you can clearly tell where exactly the recording was manipulated. This very method is how a large number of runs were confirmed to be cheated
Wowie zowie, man.
throughout Mario 64's history. Now back to Halsu's run. The run was thought to be spliced, but the cheating could not be detected just because the sound quality of the run was so bad. Nowadays, a run like this would...
Holy shit. People have way too much time on their hands, man. Dear Lord. Holy crap. SNK Nostalgia the 2, Tism song. Alright, I'll play a quick little snippet of it. Give me a second.
It's time to have fun with Ready, Set, Go! I have AUT, ISM. I have AUT, ISM, autism. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of me.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
You and me.
Alright, there we go. Scotty Man with the 5. Griffin, I found you a baddie. Oh. Let's see. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Gnarly. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to respectfully decline, you know. I appreciate you attempting to find me a baddie, but that's gonna be a no for me, dog.
would not go on the leaderboard, or at least not as verified. So what does verified mean now? You see, over the years, the speedrun moderators were faced with various challenges, one of them being, what if there is a run whose legitimacy nobody doubts, yet cannot go on the leaderboard, let's say because there is 1 second of gameplay missing. The moderators had to come up with a solution to add such a run to the leaderboards, even though technically they could not accept it. So they added a column for a verified check and came up with rules regarding that check. So any run that was not really questioned to be legitimate, but didn't quite fulfill all quality standards, was marked as unverified. Now, as Hazu's 1620 could not be checked properly, and the time of 1611 followed a few months later, people kind of stopped questioning Hazu's legacy, and the record would have probably just stood as unverified. People moved on from Hazu's world records, but little did they know that their doubts were justified. To quote German poet Christoph Wieland, they just couldn't see the wood for the trees. They were focusing so hard on technical methods to detect splicing within the depths of recording data that they missed a way more obvious solution. In fact, from today's perspective, it seemed unbelievable that the proof of splice went unnoticed for almost 14 years. Note that this is not the new splicing detection method yet. Before we jump onto how the 1620 world record was detected to be faked, let me thank unsung Super Mario 64 hero Frosty Sacco. You wouldn't believe how much time he's putting into preserving speedrunning history. He truly is the hero dot of Super Mario 64 historians, and he also helped me a lot with this video right here. Truly amazing work, Sacco. Vielen lieben Dank dafür. You see, the most obvious way to detect a video with splice is checking the heads-up display. That is done somewhat easily. Just look at it and check if it makes sense, or if Mario suddenly has more or less coins than he should be having. This, of course, applies to many video games, such as Mario Bros. And quite a few...
Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Her or Michelle Obama? Oh my god. That's like asking which one do you want, shit or diarrhea. It's like, okay, well, they're both shitty. I guess I would have to go with Cackling Camel Toe, because to my knowledge, she doesn't have a penis.
People were actually caught cheating because they didn't fix the heads-up display in some way. You might be thinking now, really? People check for electrical hums and loading times and other tactical details, but never check Mario's coins? Well, let's say in this case, it was not that obvious. Well, first of all, the 1620 world record turned obsolete again somewhat soon after it was achieved. Not much more need to look into it too much. Secondly, furthermore, speedrunning just wasn't as popular back in 2010. No news agencies and YouTubers were around to report on them, or to react to new speedrunning world records. And with newer, better, more accessible runs and runners in the upcoming years, people just kind of stopped caring about the ancient speedrunning times of 2010 and all their many obsolete world records. So footage of the 1620 wasn't really available for a long while. Another Japanese player could luckily provide it to the SM64 moderation team after several years. And lastly, most splice detection methods didn't really become a thing until around 2014, when Hazu's runs weren't really in the center of attention anymore. So over 13 years later, in October 2023, upon thorough investigation, what ultimately gave away that Hazu's 1620 was cheated was not the coin count within a star, but the coin high score. The star select screen after collecting the second star in Mom's Fortress shows a high score of 12 coins, which he never actually got, as you can see here. Furthermore, the score displayed on level exit after falling to Caged Island only goes up to 2 coins, but he actually had 3 in his pocket when collecting the star. These two mismatches prove, beyond any doubt, that Hazu's 1620 is a spliced run. This leaves the question, are Hazu's other runs spliced too? Now that the 1620 was known to be spliced, the 1611 that Hazu got months later quickly moved to the center of attention. But after checking and checking again, no strikingly obvious splices were to be found, and a more sophisticated method needed to be applied here. It was then remembered that Luigi, a famous Super Mario 64 speedrunner and current world record holder, came up with a new method to detect splicing. He did in fact come up with it when watching a Pun Cook 2012 video. He presented the method to the Super Mario 64 moderators in July 2023, and immediately some runs were convicted to be cheated with the new detection method. But now it was time to check how's the 1611 with it. The new method's time to shine has come. So, what did Ouija come up with? What was the new, revolutionary method? Does it include hardware inspection, electrical noises, loading frames, or dupe frames enter fragments? No, it does not. The newest method to detect splicing focuses on Mario's beautiful blue eyes, more specifically on their blinking. Before I explain the new cheating detection method in detail, I would like to ask you, please subscribe to my channel for more content like this. I have a few videos in the works, and if you want to watch those in the future, I appreciate your subscription a lot. As over 700,000 people seem to be interested in the mechanics of blinking in the 1996 video game Super Mario 64, let's take a look at it and repeat a few things. Some characters in the game blink, some don't, and apart from iRock and Mr. I, the way the game treats blinking can be explained quite easily. Mario's blinking animation operates on a timer that follows a cycle of 64 frames. This means if you observe Mario, he will start blinking every 64 in-game frames. With the game running at 30 frames per second, this means Mario will initiate a new blink at a bit more than 2 seconds after his last blink. This blinking timer remains consistent throughout the game and is not affected by any external factors. This means that when entering stages or loading zones, the blinking animation timer does not reset or anything. And luckily for us, stage entries and loading zones are the most common points for splicing together a run. Therefore, if a run is recorded in one go, Mario's blinking state should always change every 64 in-game frames. By the way, when I say Mario's blinking state changes, I mean he blinks twice in a row. Mario, Bobs, and Yoshi always blink twice within one blinking cycle. Note that the cycle does not consistently run while the game is running, but gets interrupted.
How the fuck, like, dude, who spends this much time like staring at a game to figure all this shit out? Like, that's just insane. That is like beyond autism.
Interrupted by certain things. The timer does not run during loading times or idle frames. This includes the save game menu after high score calculations, the start select menu, and certain text boxes such as the one that pops up when you enter the stage, Lethal Avalanche, for the first time. The timer just pauses and continues running during the next what I call in-game frame. Now, to use this knowledge about blinking to determine the authenticity of a run, I want to observe Mario's blinking during the star grabs and the following level exit cutscenes. These moments provide reliable indicators of a blinking timer state and have been frequently enough to cover most potential splicing points in a run. Back to how the
Dude, they should like autistically obsess over like nuclear engineering or something that's like profitable and can better humanity. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, autistically obsessing over Mario so much that you have calculated the rate of blinkage in order to, you know, confirm whether or not speed runs are legitimate or not. Like, go apply that autism to something useful for the human race.
1611 was a first speedrun. In an investigation conducted by Frozen Subtle, timestamps were recorded for visible blinkings between the stages Whomp's Fortress and Hazy Maze Cave. The time difference between these blinkings was calculated, accounting for any frames where the blinking timer was paused. Here is a quick video of Ouija himself explaining the blinking detection method.
So you gotta make sure you're always looking at the first blink and not the second one. So this is the first frame, it's at 0. So he blinks again at 128. Right here, see the first frame. He also blinks at 64, obviously, but you can't see it here, he's just inside the painting. But the way I cut out the frames was for the fade outs, you leave one frame black, so the frame before is this one, frame after is this one. That lines it well. And then you perfectly cut out the star save screen. Have the frames cut out so it's just clean.
So with the number of frames between blinking minus the frames where the timer is paused is significantly far away from 64, or a multiple of 64, that suggests the possibility of a splice, as there is, as of right now, no other explanation for the discrepancy. This is an example of one of my speedruns. Mario blinks around here, the timer keeps running, stops during the loading frames, and Mario blinks again after 64 frames. Drogi confirmed not cheating. I hope you're proud of me. Now before we try to convict the 1611, let's put the new method into action. We want to prove our point by analyzing the 1620 again, this time with the blinking detection method. We all know now that the 1620 was proven to be spliced. The run contains two instances of obvious splice that were given away by the coin count or the coin high score. Let's focus on the one where the coin count gave it away. We compare the blinking between two timestamps, 444.63 and 450.30. There's a difference of 5.66 seconds between these two timestamps, equivalent to 170 frames. Additionally, we observe approximately 21 frames of loading in between these instances. These are the frames where the blinking timer is not running, so now by subtracting those 21 frames from the total of 170, we find that the blinking occurs within an interval of 149 in-game frames. Mario should be blinking after 64 frames, then again after 128, and so on. 149 frames is 21 frames from the expected value of 128. And 43 frames from the next expected value of 192. Although relatively subtle, this undeniably confirms the evident coin count splice once again. Upon closer examination of the 1620, Frosty Psycho discovered several occurrences where there were 64 or 128 frames in between blinking, during star grabs and subsequent level exits. So those parts of the run seem to be legitimate, and establish that the two discrepancies are especially unusual, highlighting that the method itself is not flawed or misapplied. To quote a Latin saying, exceptio probat regulam in casibus non exceptis. The exception confirms the rule. In other words, Hazu definitely cheated on his run. Double checked and double confirmed. Now, can we also tell if the 1611 was cheated? After all, it is another run with historic significance, and now that we lost our trust in Hazu, we have to examine it a bit more thoroughly. Here is the investigation of the 1611. The frames on which Mario starts to blink are indicated by the black timestamps in this analysis. The number in brackets represents the conversion of the timestamp into the total frame count. It is important.
Holy fuck, man.
Important for all blinking timestamps to be perfectly aligned with the comparison video linked in the video description below. The green and red brackets indicate the number of frames that have passed since the last blinking instance. By subtracting the manually measured idle frame periods from these time deltas, we can determine the number of non-idle frames that have passed since the last time span, and whether it is close to the multiple of 64 that it should be aligned with. Please note that there may be small discrepancies of a few frames sometimes. Let's say the next blinking happens after 63 or 65 frames. These inaccuracies can be due to in-game lag frames, the recording rate of the gameplay video, or other video encoding related issues. What we want to focus on are the significant discrepancies. Here are the parts where we realize something is just not right when it comes to blinking cycles in the 1611. Just believe me when I say the two
Alright, holy shit, bro. Dear Lord. That's just crazy. Asking game installs with the 2 bring back the nuclear energy grid in the USA? Yeah, exactly. We gotta have somewhere to send these turbo aughts other than a Mario speedrunning community. It's just insane. Like, people will treat this shit like their job and not make a single penny from it. Wild stuff. The fastest defeat in esports. Yeah, I remember that. The all-women League of Legends team. That's crazy, though, man. Batman, Ben, Superman. Batman, Ben, Superman. Griffin's gonna analyze Rebirth frame by frame to determine the exact moment Aerith's boobs jiggle. The way he... Now, that would be Tifa. When it comes to my Aerith timing, it has everything to do... I forgot, did I say yes? It has everything to do with the facial expressions. Like, look at that. Look at the difference there. The slight variation makes all the difference. Bruh, what's wrong? That's getting nostalgia with the 2 Indian truck driver time. Hopefully not, man. Apparently they're going after the trucking company that, you know, hired him, and they're taking away their licenses and everything. So, and now there is a complete freeze on foreign CDLs, apparently. But that shit's crazy. He didn't even give a fuck. He looked like he was pissed off that he was inconvenienced. Simping over a dead girl who's been run through by Zach a million times? Bro, Zach never hit. That's the tragic thing. And then she waited 4 years with no word from him. So, Aerith is a real one. Unlike Tifa, who went and hit the streets and started taking tips for tips at the bar. You just can't face the fact that when it comes to Tifa, you know?
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore. Whore.
By the Browns. Hold on. Pause. Is that legal? I thought we got rid of that a while back, guys. Can't be talking about whores when you like Benedicta. Well, dude, Jill and Benedicta were run through in Final Fantasy 16. One was a literal slave. So, yeah, both of them were run through most likely. The only one that wasn't was Mid. Literally and figuratively. Mid. Yeah, Clive also ran through her. Yep. Benedictown. Nah, dude, Lightning Sister's better. And I'll die on that hill. What? Dude, Lightning's sister is definitely better than Lightning. Or you have this one. The bikini skin. Trying to see if I can find the other one, but it's too low res. The Goon Squad eating good tonight? Yeah, that's right. Y'all be pretending to bang imaginary video game hoes? Yeah, I believe it. We don't have any real hoes, so, you know, we gotta make do with what we have access to. Aerith is a degen liberal? Okay, and Tifa's a fucking mixed race mutt. What's your point? She's literally in a eco-terrorist organization, but go off, queen. Tell me about how Aerith is a degen liberal because she takes care of orphans. Meanwhile, Tifa's in an environmental cult. So, yeah. Literally a tree-hugging terrorist, but go off about how Aerith is the degenerate liberal. You don't want this fight. Does Tifa like BBC? Yeah, after the events of Final Fantasy VII, she lives with Barrett. So, interpret that as you will. Cloud gets out of there because he's like, nah, I'm not going to be a witness to this. And he goes and lives in Aerith's church. Oh no, Advent Children is very much canon, I fear. Very, very much canon. I still think that shit was funny where in Synthetic Man's review, he was bitching about Advent Children ruining Tifa or whatever. That shit was funny as fuck. Yeah, dude, Barrett has that heavy weaponry that Tifa loves. See, is there anything else worth watching? No, I did not watch this thing on Fallout. I don't really care about Fallout, to be completely honest. I'm not really a fan of the games. I don't really give a fuck about the TV show, so no, I didn't watch it. I have zero skin in the game when it comes to Fallout. Then unsubscribe, you dead viewer. Shit. We can see what Kino Casino uploaded. See if there's anything worth checking out. Jeez, bro, a 2-hour video. Cope stream, that's a little long. Felted by detractors.
It's the theme of the show. Remember, every episode we have a theme somehow.
Alright, we can watch this. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Hey, Griffin, see you in Valhalla. Swing. Appreciate it, man. Hopefully so.
We don't plan this, but today's theme is the whoa f***ing snooze fest.
The boring bum.
You know?
Let's have a look here. Review Tech USA. Review Tech once again getting into a fight with another detractor. Ludwig World Order, one of the best detractors in terms of making like actual good edited videos.
Edited videos, yeah.
He did great edited videos about the...
Why is there a woman on LolCal now? Because they have like a LolCal woman's show or some shit.
Kino Casino arc. Well, Review Tech USA can't just stay in his fucking lane. Review Tech USA has to try and micro fucking police these people for their political views. So Ludwig goes, today on his garbage stream, Review Tech USA defamed me, accusing me simply because I don't disavow my country's president, that it makes me a pedophile defender. This insane logic is based on nothing but Rich's speculation and conspiracy theories, a false premise that I simply reject. Rich, this is why everybody hates you. You do your best to make the internet less fun for everybody.
Yeah, Kino Casino's great, man. I really enjoy their coverage of stuff.
To drag them down to your pathetic level. Do not attempt to pull me into your miserable failure of a life. Don't watch any more of my DSP videos on your stream. When I confronted Rich in chat, he...
Dude, there's more evidence of Rich engaging in pedophilic behavior than Donald Trump. And that's the funny thing. Because Rich self-admittedly stored bikini pictures of his baby mama's other kids in his Dropbox. There is no proof on anything related to Trump. Nothing. Literally nothing. So if you want to get technical about it, the only person who has documented themselves as having, you know, borderline sexual material of underage girls, it's Rich. By his own admission in the Dropbox saga. There hasn't been a singular instance where Trump has ever been accused of having, you know, I guess that type of material on young women or girls. So, if you really want to get technical about it, there's not a drop of evidence Trump has ever done anything like that. But Rich, by his own admission, had that Dropbox folder.
Rambled, claimed he had evidence, failed to present anything, and then ran away from his own stream.
No.
Needless to say, he's a pathetic lying coward who deserves his lolcow status. Anyways, it's not like anyone takes him seriously, but still, added to the list of fucked up shit this bozo has done to solidify his reputation as a big, fat joke. The idea, by the way, that Review Tech in his mind has enough clout to actually cancel that guy for just supporting Trump. It's insane. Fuck off, Rich. So now here we have Review Tech. One of his biggest whales is upset.
Oh,
this
no.
guy is his second largest financial supporter.
Are you kidding me?
If he goes, shit's tough. Shit's tough for Rich. Because then he'll just be down to Juicy Booch in the Jostler.
Lost in Gaming.
So, Lost in Gaming goes, I wish you would have streamed as much games during the week as you were supposed to have done. All the gaming streams for hitting the 200 members goal, which you hit double that, by the way, as you did just streaming with Phil today. GTA 4 for a stream and a couple of hours of DK Bonanza does not equal a whole week's worth of supposed gaming streams. He was supposed to do 7 gaming streams. He did 2.
What?
2 gaming streams.
And he doubled the goal?
He doubled.
Bruh. How, this is what I don't get. Like, how do you set a goal and you can't even play video games on stream? Like, that's not even hard.
His goal to do 7 gaming streams and delivered less than 1/3 of the promised goal.
Are you shocked, though?
He's
No,
the
he's a lazy fuck.
lobbyist bum in the world.
Lost in Gaming, you need to fucking move over here, bro.
He's a scammer. Okay.
Keem said to Lynx, who worked on LolCow, that he would glaze her face like a donut. What's wrong with that?
So here we have Review Tech USA.
This video's good.
This clip was brought to us by Oz Cobb. Or Ozzy Cobb?
Ozzy Cobb, let's go.
Ozzy Cobb, the fucking legend here. Clip. This is RTU.
SNK nostalgia with the 2 RTU play as victim now. It's so damn weak. Yup.
You is delusional.
Yep. Here.
Let's have a look here, guys.
Here you go.
Holy cow, what are you showing me? Hey, come on.
Can we stop with this content for men? I'm a man speaking, I'm reviewing a man. It's not funny.
It's just so tough.
It's really not funny. But, you know, Rich's closeted homosexual nature just refuses to allow him to talk about anything other than men, asses, and cocks.
Get it? It's dry humor.
He's gay. Yeah, we know you're gay, Richard.
You know?
I was in this path. Because lolcows also are very insecure and or.
Does he have Tech 25 ASMR as his fucking background to promote it?
So Review Tech is saying that lolcows are insecure and they're not self-aware. It's like, Rich, you're describing yourself.
He's right. He's right.
It's like he acts as though he's like this lolcow scientist. Like he has this doctorate and like an authority on what makes a lolcow.
He's an expert.
Lolcow. Like this is a colloquial internet term, buddy. Like there's no strict definitions to this. And even if there were, it wouldn't be you that understands it, you fucking dummy. Holy shit.
Have no self-awareness.
Dude, I am never doing ASMR. That shit is so fucking weird.
In 2008, Becky was hot.
What?
No, she was not. She was never hot.
Oh, delusional. Read alert. Read alert. Read alert. Imagine trying to say that Becky Boop was hot at any point in time.
Exactly. The only time she's hot is after she's done walking up a flight of stairs. Because she's fat.
Whoa! He's trying to cope for his simping. Remember, guys, this guy was seriously 14 years a simp. Or it was 15 years a simp.
Yes.
For Becky fucking Boop from 2.
Yeah, and she moved over to Korea, broke up with her, like, I guess, live-in boyfriend over there. And what does Rich do? After not seeing her for like a decade, offers to have her move into his parents' house with him on his pull-out mattress in the basement.
2008 to 2024, man, 2025. He was still trying to get with Becky. Couldn't even get a crumb.
He was cheating on his wife.
Trying to cheat on his wife with her, but he couldn't even complete it. He got cocked by Becky.
Oh,
it's brutal.
Yeah, I'm not going to show pictures, but she was.
No.
You know, gotta be honest, Boogie still looks skinnier than me.
Wait, he saved the pictures? No way. Bro, he saved the pictures of Becky Boop from 2008 because he was that smitten with her. He was like, oh my God, this is my chance to have her move in with me finally.
He goes, I'm not going to show pictures. So it's just a recurring theme throughout this review tech clip. It's like, yeah, she was hot, but I'm not going to show pictures. Yeah, I lost 45 pounds, but I'm not going to step on a scale or provide any proof.
Yeah. Apparently he's skinny now, folks.
Disregard. So he's saying,
I can't believe they're missing the fact that he's saved these pictures for 15 years or 17 years.
He's now substantially thinner.
He's a lot thinner.
Exact same. He looks the exact same. But imagine having to go on air and say that Boogie looks thinner than you. I don't know, bro. Don't say that.
That's a tough place to be.
Oh,
down.
man.
What am I, like 3?
Yeah, that's because Boogie's having what Raymond would call hot monkey sex with a 20-something-year-old girl who has an ass shaped like a peach. That's perfect, and she lets me do anything to her. So Boogie is living Raymond's dream life. So I guess that's what's causing him to lose the weight.
I lost 43 pounds.
Buddy, come on. The lies. You would know, right? Well, if you're doing your weight loss and you're doing your
every day.
You know.
Yeah, bro, I don't have my pictures from 15 years ago. They got lost on like a phone. They died or like, I don't know, man. I don't have images from that long ago. Preserving a screenshot of a girl you never dated, supposedly, from a 2008 dating page because you thought she was that hot is pretty fucking wild.
You know what you weigh in as. He's like, okay, what was my lie? I said 43 pounds. So then if you carry do the math, I would be 340. It's like, Rich, shut the fuck up.
If you're not stepping on a scale, you're not on a real diet, okay?
Yeah, step on a fucking scale or just shut the fuck up and let the results speak for themselves. But he wants to get all the credit for, he's trying and he's losing weight.
SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I'm so glad I have a future. Me too, man. Me too, at least for now.
Without actually putting any of the work for it or actually doing it. He's just like, no, trust me, guys. I really am trying. He's said this for over a decade that he's going to lose the weight. Shut the fuck up.
3.5.
Oh, the best part about it is Zoe. The best part about it is Becky. All right,
345.
The garbage around your fucking desk is all from you.
I have now went under the you're insanely fat like.
Okay.
What? You're 345, and he just said I now went under the you're insanely fat. No, 345 is still insanely fat, bro.
You're no longer insanely fat.
What are you?
That's an insane cope, bro. That's an insane cope.
Talking about, like, we can all see you. You are still
You're on video. This is a video.
Oh my god.
Does he think he's an avatar? He's now a VTuber? Stop it, Rich.
Yeah, 345 is still double what you should weigh. I don't think Rich is very tall either, so.
Over 300 pounds and you're 5'4".
Is he saying he's under 300?
He's saying he's 345 pounds.
Buddy,
so he's no
380.
longer. Come on, man.
He's a minimum. How tall is he?
Well, he's like 5.
Dude, I would say anything over 275 is insanely fat. Like anything 275 and up, I think is insanely fat.
4'4", 5'6", somewhere in that range.
Is he?
Yeah, man.
Hang on. No.
Let's give him credit for 5'6". I don't think he's any taller than that.
Threshold where I don't have to double guess buying a chair weight, which is great.
Yeah, you do. Are we fucking joking here?
That's not something a normal person should ever have to do. Will this chair literally snap under my fat ass?
So you're insanely fat. So he's like, listen, I'm 5 pounds below the threshold for breaking chairs. I'm not insanely fat.
Okay.
You are insanely fat. Shut the fuck up, Rich.
We have to see him sit on one of those weaved straw chairs.
Crazy. Like, who does he think he's fooling? And what does he think that this proves? Like, and he's like, he starts off the video by saying lol cows are insecure.
Yeah.
And then proceeds to like, no, I swear I'm thin. I swear I'm thin. I swear I've lost all this weight. If you were secure with yourself, you wouldn't have to cope and lie to people like that, bud.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah, the wicker chair. We got to get him to buy a wicker chair and sit on it. All right. We need the wicker chair. A wicker chair for Dicker.
Yeah, I'm a 450-pound man that can barely walk, whose life can't get much worse. So, yeah, trust me, I know all about this topic.
The Dicker wicker chair.
Because usually it's like 350 is the cutoff.
When you know that,
So
it's
I'm
tough, isn't it? Like, when you know the cutoff for chairs, that's tough there, Rich.
Under that now, so I don't have to think about things.
Tells him his path.
Because low cows also are very insecure / and have no self-awareness. So even if they know shit they do is clippable and commentary worthy, they're not going to clip themselves.
What?
They can't do it. Probably an understatement too.
Why are you saying they?
Why would they? Like, you are one.
You
right?
are.
Like,
You're...
I just, no.
She's going to go and she's going to go back to like her fucking stupid tarot card readings. From what I hear too, educated rumor has it, Beck, you never owned your house.
Neither did you.
You are in your parents' house as a 45-year-old.
Rich, you live in your fucking parents' house. Like, you can't throw stones from this glass house that's owned by your parents, bud. You gotta stop.
I don't care if you're paying the mortgage. If your mom has the ability to knock on your door and go, "Hey, do you want to eat a snack?" It's not real.
No,
you're not in a real.
There's like 6 people living in that house, and they all have to contribute to the mortgage. Like,
exactly.
That place. Which, if you rent that place, man, does your landlord. It all makes sense now. More so than her ego. I just thought of this now, which is I'm pretty stupid for. That's why she didn't want the video out there. Because if she's renting, I'm sure the landlord would have saw that and would like a word with her.
Okay.
She doesn't want the landlord to see.
Let's just talk for a second. Like, imagine speculating on Becky Boop and her drama. Like, and this is the thing, is like, Rich is just this sad, bitter old man. Becky Boop is a totally fucking irrelevant nobody, uninteresting fucking nobody. Keemstar has
Yup. Literally a nobody.
managed to squeeze money out of her somehow. I don't know how the fuck he did it.
Miracle.
But it's over. She's not even
Because she's a train wreck.
affiliated with them, right? Dickers. And you're still like obsessed about her, like, oh, Becky Boop farted. Like,
She's the one that got away. Rich envisioned himself back in 2008, settling down, starting a family, owning a home together, taking their annual vacation to the Galapagos. I don't fucking know, bro. But yeah, he could have had it all, man. But she's the one that got away.
no one cares. There's no larger, broader audience that's invested in the Becky Lynch fucking Becky Boop drama, buddy. It's not the case.
Actually, she does get on her solo streams 3 times the amount of viewers Review Tech gets.
I mean, that's not saying a lot, though, is it?
Makes sense now. It all makes fucking sense. That's why you were in such a panic and ready to throw Richie under the bus with the fucking lies he made up about him that you're still holding to, or not lies, even though it's.
If I have to hear about Richie, do you know who Richie is, Ash? No.
No, not really. It's the fucking person that she said sexually assaulted her, right?
This story plot is so gay and retarded. Stop it.
Prove it. And multiple people have come forward.
Who? It doesn't matter. It's a commenter.
Oh my god, this guy is so fucking boring, dude. You put him out of his fucking misery. Last that we have a murderer's row today of the most boring bums that have ever fucking lived. For real.
It's the theme of the show. Remember, every episode we have a theme. Somehow we don't plan this. But today's theme is the whoa fucking snooze fest.
The boring bum.
Yes, Yeah, even is boring in this segment. Like, you think rape would be like, what the fuck? It's like, oh, move on.
I just use that to weaponize against Richie. If I'm lying, sue me.
Rich, no,
so you can't.
Rich, you have nothing to take. He's like, listen, if you don't sue me, I'm telling the truth. The moment fucking Rich got the service.
What are they gonna take? The parents' house?
Notice he'd be down on his knees. Please stop. No, I'll settle. Whatever you say.
I hope someone does sue him.
The thing is it costs so damn much money to defend yourself in court, whether you're guilty or not. It's not worth getting sued, regardless.
Message Billy Mitchell and ask him to sue Rich for some
reason. Mundane Monday.
Mundane.
The amount of people that go bankrupt before a court case even hits trial, before they can even, use the work that their lawyers put together, is astronomical. Like, court costs are insanely high, especially if you have a halfway decent lawyer working for you.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. It makes even more sense. I mean, it's also that you're a narcissist and don't want to hold yourself accountable.
Oh,
and that could
yeah.
easily been the reason.
Look in the mirror, Dickers.
But knowing now that I know you're lying, shocker, she's lying. Wow.
Button.
About the fact that you own the house. That's why you were such
Soundboard didn't work. When even the soundboard has betrayed Dicker, you know it. You know it's tough.
Fucking panic to not show it.
Okay. Oh my god.
What the
Becky,
Yeah,
I love you, Rich. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, so now you're bending over. Oh, she's donated. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look, he's back.
I hate you.
People are bringing it up in chat. He used up swearing on his kids, so now he has to say sue me. To prove it's true. It's the most ridiculous shit with this guy. People who are telling the truth don't need to say shit like that.
Yeah,
Their words stand by themselves.
2008 Becky was hot.
But says, can we skip the Dicker segment? Who has 20 subs right now to move on from the Dicker segment?
I love the Dicker segment.
Obviously, I'm not going to show pictures, but
by the way, update. Elon Musk says it doesn't make sense that the FBI left Fuentes alone unless he's an asset of some kind.
It all makes sense.
Based. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Talked to my financial advisor. 30% up investments. Nice, man. Congrats. I don't know if anybody here has intel, but you're probably happy with the news that got announced today.
Like, this has been known now for 4 fucking years. Almost 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't... Hey, listen. I hope he just gets his whole spot blown up. I'm fucking praying.
Please.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Ashley, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Nothing.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing ever.
Yep, nothing
that's
ever
cool.
happens, dude.
Okay.
Nothing.
She still thinks she's Becky from 2008, which is sad. Like, she still thinks that she could like open up an OnlyFans tomorrow and make like 300.
Is Rich still thinks he's the Rich from 2008 or 2012? You know, he still thinks he's the Rich that could have a successful YouTube channel that was well liked. You know, that's what he thinks. But he, like Becky, is an aged, washed up bitch. By the way, Lady Snowblood has gifted 20 subs.
Let's
Whoa,
listen, if anybody has 25 subs, we can go back to the Dicker segment.
Wow.
But you know what, guys? We have another one lined up for you guys here in the heavy hitters section. Speaking of heavy hitters, we have the Boogie segment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Boogie 2988.
What the fuck?
The shiniest meat bicycle has gifted 25 subs. Go back to the Dicker segment. You're like anything but fucking Boogie. Now,
Lady Snowboard has to get 6 subs now.
If we can get 6 subs, we can then skip the Dicker segment again.
Lady Snowblood. Wait, the shiniest meat bicycle. That was way too fast.
It's not enough. It should have been 30. It should have been 30. Like, holy, buddy.
Oh, no. We were almost free. Lady Snowblood, come on.
Listen,
Let's get the 6 subs.
Listen, if we skip 00 gifted the 6 subs to Skip Dicker.
Oh no.
And SK Flip for a sub as well. So now listen.
Now we're in limbo.
If we get 40 subs, we'll just skip both Dickers and Boogie. Morzo gifted the 6. Should we count that towards the 40 subs to skip both and go to iDubbbz?
Yes.
All right, let's quickly get into the Boogie segment. Lady Snowblood has gifted 6 subs.
All right, so we're at, what is it?
We are now
34
away from getting to the iDubbbz segment. So let's go to Boogie. So let's introduce this, guys. So Boogie 2988 is in a tough situation. Lolcow Live's numbers are dwindling. He's in a tough spot. And Keemstar's taking half the money. Boogie doesn't have enough money to afford his zebra cake rations for the week. He has been forced to start streaming solo on his own channel for fear that the Lolcow Live grift is drying up.
Wow.
Let's have a look at this. By the way, SK Flip and Suffering Overdue for 5 subs each, bringing us 24 away.
2023 Perfect Arc with the 10. Yup, Rich said he gave his phone to his ex-wife's kid. Why did he not reset the whole phone? It's almost like he did it on purpose and was waiting for her to send nudes to someone. Can't be that dumb. Well, the thing is like he said that he used his Dropbox to back up her phone because she was getting a new phone. Well, once she got the new phone, why would you keep...
You shut the fuck... Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Like, why would you keep some random girl's phone backup on your Dropbox, like, well past the point of her, you know, resetting her phone? Like, it's not your daughter that you're doing it with. It's your baby mama's daughter with another man who is underage. And somehow the bikini pictures ended up in the same folder as some gay black porn that one of Rich's mods sent him. It's like, that's the sus part. Like, wouldn't you just delete the phone backup after she already restored it onto her phone from the Dropbox? And then why would you use that same folder to store gay black porn? Like, what the fuck?
Thank you so much.
That's the part that never made any sense.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Holy God, what are you showing me? Come on.
But I'm going to let the first donation pick. First donation.
I'm going to say right now, guys, it's actually...
No, he's not the guy that stepped up. He's not married to her. Like, she's literally his baby mama. They're not married.
Over. Think about this. Lolcow Live, the views are, let's say, plateaued at about...
Those are expensive.
3K, right? The donos are split between about 19 different hosts on a total of 7 shows. And Keemstar takes half of it all.
Yes.
So Boogie's making $1,200 a month, maybe.
And his channel is basically dead because he hasn't been uploading anything for like better part of a year and a half.
The 19 host split.
He fires up this stream and there's like nobody there. There's nobody supporting.
The algorithm is not helping. Is that happening?
Of $20 or more gets to pick. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and bullshit with you guys for a little while. Because you know what? I've made a decision about my YouTube channel. I've made a decision. If you guys don't know, this couple months back, I uploaded to my YouTube channel, and nobody watched, nobody cared. And so I skipped every couple months. Every couple months.
We should buy Boogie's channel and then you pretend to be Boogie and act like it never changed.
Like, wow, I just do Francis skits.
Yes.
Dream about the $80 popcorn vessel. We got
It's me, Himmler!
For 25 subs for Boogie segment.
Let's
whoa, Boogie. I love how nobody will tolerate Boogie for even a fucking moment. All right, now if people want Boogie back, 50 subs, and we will go back to Boogie. Is there someone out there?
Yeah, the Boogie stands out there.
Who's demented enough to send 50 subs right now to bring back the Boogie segment? We can finish it. Oh, fuck. All right, here we go. So,
there we go.
by the way, so those of you who've been watching the program might remember that Ralph went to El Salvadorian fish tank. It was called El Stanque. No wonder they brought
He didn't last a day?
Didn't even last a day. Well, the program somehow actually continued after he left, which I was surprised. And so here we have the final state of the El Stanque room. It's absolutely fucking destroyed. It's like spray painted purple now for some. There's like this pile of trash in the corner, broken fucking debris and shit like this. And we've got the winner being announced.
Phoenix.
And you did it for real?
By the way, how do you win this show?
I honestly, nobody knows.
There was no challenges. There was no like.
The big claim to fame.
2023 Perfect Dark with a 5, especially for how dumb teenage girls are now. It's way too yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like, if I ever let somebody use, like, a flash drive or something of mine, or they're using my cloud store, like, I delete that shit immediately because I don't want it on my device any more than I have to. Because it's like, it's not my stuff. Like, I'm not going to keep people's personal info so I can dig through it in my spare time. You know, if they're just utilizing something, I'm not going to sit there and be like a peeping Tom and go through all their fucking pictures and shit. Like, it's just weird.
Is that Ethan Ross out on
Thanks,
that
nigga.
floor?
All right.
Yeah.
He's not right there.
By the way, the prize money was 200 pesos. So
I bet you do that. Who would I do it with, PK? Give me a name. Other than you, of course. Oh, wait. Shit. You didn't know that.
Not even dollars?
No, it was pesos.
You're fucking kidding.
Would I smash the blue-haired chick? Probably not. No.
So.
Of course not. Bro. Oh, God. Y'all are bringing up Melonie Mac now? Forgive me while I go jump off my balcony and do a 360 no-scope YY fucking trick shot landing headfirst on a car parked on the street. Yeah, should we... I don't know. Should we see what she's up to? Let's see. All the updates. I don't know if I can sit through one of her videos, to be completely honest, man. I don't know if I can do it, to be completely honest. Do it anyway. I don't think I can. Sorry, guys. I don't think I can. I'm probably gonna have to respectfully decline. Poor PK. That's right, he is poor. He's broke. PK, if you send a $2 super chat, we can watch it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to decline. I'll even watch it at normal speed, which will literally be like torture. But otherwise, I'm going to have to respectfully decline. 2 super shekels from PK for Melonie. Griffin is a Jew. That's right. The sin of usury. Oh, shit. There it is. And the fucking dog, too. Damn it. All right. We'll watch it. Here we go, guys. Oh, boy.
Hi everyone, I know I'm not at my standing desk right now. This is probably very jarring, but I wanted to make this video today just to tell you guys what's going on with me and some of the schedule changes and all that kind of stuff that I plan on doing for myself for the past, I don't know, for the next couple weeks, maybe even to a month. So as a lot of you guys know, I already left X. The platform was way too stressful, way too...
What? Dude, wasn't she on X, like, constantly dropping the F-bomb on people? Like, not that F-bomb, but the...
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Like, dude, what happened? Where'd that energy go?
Too combative. Lately, I've just been feeling like I need a palate cleanse. I need some positive, happy vibes, good things to focus on right now, because it can be extremely draining when you're just surrounded by negativity constantly. So...
Alright, I'm sorry. I find that pretty rich. Like, the chick that literally made her entire presence on Twitter calling people fanooks now is upset about negativity? Like, come on, bro. Really?
For that reason, I am going to spend the next couple weeks to a month, I don't know how long, focusing on doing stuff that I really love to do. That's obviously my Bible channel and then video games, right? So I want to spend more time these next couple weeks or so. We'll see how long this lasts, but I need just some time just hanging out, playing some Tomb Raider or playing whatever else, just playing some games that I enjoy. So I
PK, you hear that? She needs something to do that she loves. This is your chance.
I'm going to be going back to my streaming channel for that. So if you're not following me there and you like gaming streams and you'd like to hang out there, it would be awesome. It's just youtube.com/MelonieMac. I'll have a link in the description. But you can search it, Melonie Mac Gaming Streams. I've had that channel for 16, 17 years, something like that, and that used to be where I put most of my focus. But I'm gonna go stream some games on there starting Monday, I think. So I'm just gonna spend more time just streaming some games and hanging out and focusing on fun stuff. I just need that time right now. So I'm gonna do that. If you guys would like to hang out with me for those streams, that would be awesome. My Bible channel, Bible Time with Melonie Mac, also, which I'll have linked. I will keep doing daily Bible verses of the day there, and then encouraging videos.
Technically, gaming is anti-Christian as it's a distraction from God. Shh, don't say anything, dude. Donate to her. That's funny.
For you guys, at least, I don't know, I'm thinking, I'm only gonna get like 2 videos this week, but I'm thinking like 3 days a week I think would be a good balance. I have to find a good balance for myself right now too, because it's like, I got to a point where I was uploading 5 videos every single day across all my platforms, and it was a lot. It was a lot, and it was also a lot of it was just focusing on, hey, look at all this stuff that's going on in the world. Look at, you know, focus. And I get it, because we do need to call out some bad stuff that's going on.
How many videos a day does she upload? 5 videos? Does she count shorts? Bro, she uploads like once a day. Maybe twice a day. If even that. That's the gaming stream. Bible Time. Yeah, like once every day or so. I don't know, man. If you're a full-time content creator, it's not really that hard to do. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Melonie Mac is the main character in life, of course.
Of the world, but I feel like after years of doing this, I need just some time to have like a little bit of a palate cleanse and to focus on some fun stuff that I enjoy. So my plan for next week, well, starting Monday, is to hop on my gaming streams channel and play some get back to Tomb Raider 2 Remastered. Where I left off on Xbox was Barkang Monastery. So I'm gonna hop on there, my favorite level ever, what a perfect time to get back to the gaming streams. And a lot of you miss the gaming streams anyway, because I used to do gaming streams all the time. And I got
Yeah, she said that gays and lesbians were the backbone of the Tomb Raider community. Oh, man.
busy with other stuff.
I guess speaking from experience, huh?
Stuff that I haven't been prioritizing the gaming streams. So for, I'm going to give myself some time to do that again and have some fun doing that. So I'm gonna, it'll be a good time. And I look forward to seeing you guys there who want to be there. I'm not gonna abandon this channel, but I got to a point where I'm just like, here, let me upload 2 videos a day here every day. And I really burnt myself out doing that because, again, a lot of what to upload on like a social commentary type channel, we have to be surrounded by negative news a lot. And it was just kind of, it's been wearing me down. It's been wearing me down for years, but I don't know, just right now, since ramping up the content here and all that, it's like, wait, I can slow things down. I still am going to do some uploads here, but I'm not going to be doing 2 a day. I'm going to go back because I was doing like an upload or 2 a week on here, and I think I want to do that. And it doesn't only have to be negative stuff that's going on in the world. Like, I can focus on positive things too. So that's my plan right now. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I didn't stream yesterday. I was just really overwhelmed and just trying to figure out what I'm doing.
She works with the quartering where he e-begs the whole time. Yeah.
With my schedule and all that stuff. And I think this is just gonna be, it's gonna be nice. We're gonna see how it works out. We're gonna see how all that goes, but I definitely need that time. So I hope you guys are cool with that. I know not everybody who's subscribed here is a gamer. If you've been subscribed for a long time, like on other platforms and stuff, you know, like the gaming it's the main thing that I've ever done on my social media stuff. So I think there's something just exciting about getting to the roots of that again, because I just miss it a lot. So
oh my god, this is, I know, dude, it is boring. It's just like holy fuck, this could have been like a 1-minute video.
Now, would love to know what you guys think in the comments.
Yeah, it's like pain. Once you get used to watching shit sped up, watching stuff at normal speed is like literal torture.
I hope if you're not following me on my gaming stream channel that you will be.
It's
here
like
on
literal
YouTube.
fucking
That's
torture,
why I'm
man.
sticking with things. I like YouTube the best. That's what the platform I've stayed with for so long, and it's just the best one in my opinion. So that's why I stick with. That's what I stick with. And then of course I still post on Instagram. I do Instagram stories and all that kind of stuff. But actual main stuff is YouTube for me. So I'm ready for that. I actually think I'm gonna get my desk set up back to a regular desk with a chair.
My god.
Even. I know. I've been using a standing desk for years, but I'm gonna get things reorganized, comfortable, and I'm excited. I'm excited for some gaming streams and all of that stuff. So I think the internet right now is very cutthroat, and in a lot of the social commentary space, especially in the nerd culture, a lot of people are just at each other's throats constantly. I think because they were so, and I mentioned this kind of in my cancel culture video that I made last, but a lot of people, like, they've been going after the woke, right? And I have too. But I think sometimes when we stare too far into the abyss, or we stare too far into a focus, like, it can kind of turn us into what we hate. And I don't want to do that for myself. I don't want to become
so noble.
Like Aaron Yeager, where he was so into his. I don't know how many of you watch.
Dude, oh my god. I'm like literally the guy from Attack on Titan, dude.
Anime, it's Attack on Titan, where he was so into that I'm gonna kill all the Titans that he corrupted himself in his resolve along the way. So I don't want to do that. I know that I feel like there's a level of ruthlessness that a lot of social commentary channels have to have, and not all of them are this way, for sure. There's a lot who aren't and who still, are well-intended. But those who are just in it, just for the clicks, just for the money, and that's it, and they don't have any passion about actual games.
Oski the 2, almighty push. Yeah, I need to almighty push this video off my screen.
Industry and stuff.
Jeez.
It's like, yeah, that's all it is for them.
Dude,
So
there's no
are
way
very
she's on
cutthroat,
gear.
And whenever there's less targets among the woke to focus on, then they want to find another target, and they'll make
Unless she just does an
And
exercise.
It's very dog eat dog, and that's not my style. A lot of people are, well, I don't know about a lot, but there are some in that space who try to poke at me constantly. They want a reaction out of me. They're making videos about me, fabricating things, lying, doing whatever they can to create some sort of drama with me. But it is a one-sided beef because I don't play that game. It's not the kind of person I am. I've never liked to just get in unnecessary drama with people. It's just not what I do. I'm not gonna be using my platforms to argue with people. It's just not it. Like I would rather focus on the important things in life, and yes, calling out some of the evil that's going on in the
Talking to me, I don't know, PK. You're always talking about her.
world, but doing so in a way that I want the people who are doing said things that's evil, that I want to see redemption for them, and I want to see them come to Jesus. So I want to be able to be graceful in that stuff, and I don't want to just be bickering and arguing with people who have disagreements with me. That's not my style. So I'm gonna be focusing some more on having fun, playing some games, and I'll still be uploading here. And I'm just gonna figure out my schedule from there, because perhaps I can come up with some sort of healthy balance with all three channels. But yeah, instead of just only focusing on one predominantly, like if I can just have a healthy balance between three things like that, and doing so in a way that is gonna make a positive difference in the world.
Dude, this video could have been 1 minute.
That's
not even 3. This could have been a short.
What I'm ultimately going for. So yeah, I've gotten messages from people checking in on me lately because I just took a step back to kind of reassess everything, and they've been saying things like, Melonie, don't you know you could be so famous if you really did this? You would be way more famous, and you'd have way more followers if you were more aggressive, and if you went after more people in this space or that space or the other space, and you could really take them out.
I don't think she could.
Like, not actually take them out, but, you could really socially take them out, right?
No.
And it's just, that's not what I want. That's never what I've wanted, and I don't enjoy anything like that, right? That's why when I do criticize anything somebody says online, like, it's never my intention to...
You just want to make out with her so bad, it's unreal. Well, PK, go make an honest woman out of her.
Have people dogpile them. It's never my intention for... I don't want to see that person, these people fail. I don't want to see these people hurt or anything like that. I just will sometimes point out something that is terrible that they may be trying to push into society, but I always, and I make it a point to say, I hope they find Jesus. I hope that good things happen in their life, because that is my intention. So yeah, could I be more famous if I was really dog eat dog and all that? I know that I have takes that offend a lot of people and stuff, but I'm well intended in that, and it's definitely not to wish harm on anybody. It never has been. in anything that I've done. Even in using, oh, you use this slur and that slur or whatever, it's always been in lighthearted fun. And in the
Oh, come on. Come on. Stop at yeah, bullshit. Bull fucking shit, dude. SK nostalgia with the 2. This is the definition of mental sadness, yeah. I hope she gets help. Yeah, I have no idea, man. She needs a man, I'm guessing. I don't know. Apparently the quartering is shooting blanks. R.I.P., man.
the vein of freedom of speech. It has never been in a, I want to wish harm on these
I guess he can play with the safety off, at least.
people type thing ever. So, anyway, those who know that, but people will lie all the time. But anyway, there you have it for this video. I don't want to just rant forever. So, I hope to see you guys in my gaming streams, and otherwise, yeah, I'll still be uploading here, just not a ton like I was. And then of course on my Bible channel as well. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for being on these journeys with me over all of these years in content creation and stuff. And things are constantly changing. I'm constantly doing new things, different things. So thank you all to everybody who's been there, whether you've been there from the beginning or just yesterday. Thank you for being a part of my journey. So anyway, there you have it for this video. I will see you all soon. God bless and goodbye.
Yeah, she has a Bible channel here. I'll pull it up real quick. I guess she stopped doing the reading. Oh, I guess she finished it. Yeah, so she did a reading of the Bible and then makes Bible videos. Yeah, the banner. Protestant, by the way. Irony. I'm subbed to the Bible channel. I am not. No, sir. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm not gonna take spiritual advice from someone who looks like this. Never. Never, ever. Yup, she monetized her religion. Many such cases. And she's sitting here doing O faces in the thumbnails like, oh my God. Jesus is inside of me. Like, bro, look at that. She's like literally doing the O face thumbnail like, enter me, Jesus. I want to feel your Holy Spirit inside of me. Bruh. Oh my God, bro. Oh, great. And she's wearing a My Chemical Romance shirt talking about the Bible. Oh my God, bro. The irony. No, it's some shitty emo boy band. It's some shitty emo boy band from like the early 2000s. And like a bunch of goth chicks loved it. My Chemical Go or game not go Gay Men, I guess so. Yeah. Ugh, dude, look at that. That is gross. Look at that, guys. Oh my god. That's gnarly. Gauges with a piercing through it. Nose ring. The glasses, the hair. Ugh. Nasty. Click on the first or second short at the top. No, it's Melonie Mac, so I'm not doing it. Absolutely not. Bigfoot Papa with the 5. Man, I'm embarrassed of what my country is doing with censorship. I guess Australia has been cucked for... Yeah, it's sad, man, honestly. It truly is tragic. You would hate, fuck her, Griff, don't lie. If I got paid to, maybe, but I don't know. I'm really not attracted to Melonie at all. At fucking all. Like AOC, there's like some little bit of attraction there, so I would hate, fuck her. But Melonie, there's no like base attraction at all. So, nah, you gotta have like some level of attraction in order for it to work. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I despise emo bands, weak crap. I agree, man. I don't understand why you want to listen to that type of crap. Like, I hate my life. My mom abused me. My dad doesn't care about me. Or I'm a failure. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Yeah. It's cringe. A wee bit cringe, eh? At least Pokey has no tattoo. Exactly. Exactly, dude. Oh, I forgot about that dumb bitch. Griffin, Pokey is a mid-Asian. She's not Asian. How come you simp for her but make fun of others for wanting a mid-Asian to warm our lonely chud hearts? She's not Asian. Pokimane just puts on makeup to look Asian, but she's not actually Asian. Yeah, she's from Morocco, so she's a mix of basically Mediterranean, white, and Arabic. So, yeah. Bigfoot Papa with the 2. Oy vey, talk about successful demoralization. Yeah, dude, exactly. That's the name of the game nowadays. You know? Subjugate and pacify the population. She's Northern African colonizer. That's alright, bro. She can squat on my native land. That shit makes me laugh every time I see it. The Wakanda. Hold on, let's see. Akon City. Where's that video? There's like a 3-minute long video of like the comparison. Hold on, I have it in my inbox. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Oh wait, that's not it. Fuck.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Yeah, this is it. The music makes it so much better. Bruh. The ironic thing is they wanted to build this massive city, right? The first thing they should have built is a sewage and power system. Because before you lay the foundation for a building, you need to hook it up to the sewer and electrical. So it's just, it shows the incompetence on every single level. Like, fuck, man. Bro. But remember, these are the people that built Europe and the Western world and the United States. Without them, we would have nothing. But yeah, it was supposed to be this, and we got that. Truly tragic. Oh my god.
You think you get enough credit for Lady Gaga's career?
Oh yeah.
For your part in it?
I got
Plenty of credit. I got enough credit that I can maximize to build my city. That's all the credit I need.
Maximize to build your city. Did
Bro,
you say that?
Yes.
Build your city.
Build our city.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, I'll take that.
Oh, y'all coming home.
Okay, yeah.
Right,
I'll take that.
I promise you.
Yeah, coming home.
I'm coming back.
Yeah, come on. Build our city, God. Hell yeah.
Oh, y'all coming back.
What's the name of it? Acorn City?
Yeah, as of right now, it's
Acorn City.
As of right now.
All right, because I remember, all right, so what does the city consist of?
Oh, it's I mean, just think of what Dubai is today.
Yes.
And what it used to be 15 years ago.
You think you get enough credit for?
Oh my god. Dude. Shit's crazy. Mud hut to concrete hut. Yep. Yeah, I saw this.
No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's a real sort of a lowlife.
Boom! This is Ron Paul levels of happening, and holy balls, are we going to have a good live show for you tonight. 4:30 Pacific time. Check the description box and the pinned comment down below for the link. We'll have a lot more to talk about as this is unfolding right now. John Bolton, raid his house and raid that ridiculous mustachio. The only person who's allowed to have a mustachio.
All right, this guy's annoying. Let's see.
We have breaking news just now. FBI agents have raided former Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton's Washington, D.C. area home early this morning. A source familiar with the matter tells NBC News that the FBI agents raided Bolton's home in Bethesda, Maryland this morning as part of a, quote, national security investigation in search of classified records. The FBI has not commented, but in a seemingly related post just made on X,
yeah, he's really, really bad.
FBI Director Kash Patel wrote moments ago, "No one is above the law. FBI agents on mission." We've reached out to
Yeah, they also raided his office as well, too.
National Security Advisor Bolton. He has not responded yet, Claire. We don't know a lot yet. This just happened. The source telling us it's about classified records, perhaps, a national security investigation. But we should note here, John Bolton, who did briefly work for Donald Trump as national security advisor in his first term, has turned into a fierce Trump critic. We just actually, just a few days ago, spoke about him here on this show because he thought that the president's summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin was going to be a disaster. In fact, even before the summit occurred, he said that Trump had handed Putin a win. In fact, Trump went to social media to criticize Bolton for those comments. And now, a few days later, we have this. We don't know there's a link, but we certainly know this is a president who has promised retribution.
Yeah, this is chilling.
Griffin is scared to walk the mean streets of Bethesda. Yeah, you never know when a wild Oblivion NPC might pop out.
It really is.
But no, I've been to Bethesda, Maryland many times, actually. It's pretty close to me. And yeah, that's where God Howard has his game studio.
Listen, John Bolton and I disagreed on many things back in the days when I was serving in public office.
But now I hate Trump just as much as he does, so now we're best buddies.
But I don't think very many people that know John Bolton would argue that his beliefs were intellectually sound. You could disagree with him.
Yep, there you go. We both hate Trump, so he's actually smart.
And that he gave a lot to this country in terms of time and his intellect and his work ethic. And clearly this is retribution. Clearly this is using the FBI in a way that not only tarnishes the FBI, but it tarnishes our country. I mean, this is what they do in countries where they don't have rule of law. This is what happens when despots take over, like Putin. And
Let's hope the death squads come soon.
Bolton has always been critical of how, I mean, he about lost it when Trump wanted to invite the Taliban to Camp David. It's chilling. Now, do I think they're ever going to have evidence to convict this man of anything in a court of law with a jury? No, they won't. But they can make him miserable.
Yeah, and Gene Robinson, again, we should stress, we don't know a lot about what's happening here. We saw FBI Director Kash Patel's social media post.
Yeah, Bolton had no problem lying about Trump and getting the FBI to raid, Mar-a-Lago. But, it's only okay when it happens to him. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. The Trump hatred is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's like literally the only thing these people have in their sad, pathetic existence is just hating on Trump. Like, leftists are completely just mind-cucked nowadays.
John Bolton, former Trump national security advisor turned Trump critic, his home raided in Bethesda, Maryland.
Yeah, look, I agree with Claire. I find it difficult, if not impossible, to believe that there's some reason to arrest John Bolton on national security grounds. I found plenty of reason to disagree with John Bolton's positions, with his prescriptions for foreign policy over the years, but this seems to be just blatant, bald-faced retribution because Donald Trump doesn't like him and sees him as having, betrayed him.
He should put these people to the sword.
And so he gets arrested. It is chilling. It is disgraceful. And I doubt, frankly, how many months into the second Trump administration are we? I doubt this is the last time we're going to see this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen throughout the administration, John, the president, as he had said during the campaign, enacting forms of retribution against people who he felt had crossed him or betrayed him or had been critical of him, and none more so than people who had worked for him before that. We saw that with the members of his previous administration who had their security clearances stripped because for some reason they fell afoul of what the president was saying or doing. And I doubt that John Bolton, it's hard to believe that John Bolton has anything in his home that could incriminate him in some way. But it's also
These people didn't have a fucking hesitation in life for, cheering on the fact that Trump got raided by the FBI. Now all of a sudden it's happening to one of their own, and they're freaking the fuck out.
quite possible to think that he is not the last of people that the president would like to see punished in some way for what he sees as disloyalty.
Yeah, again, we don't know yet. This is a developing story. Just happened a short time ago. Facts are sparse. We just know that there's this FBI raid at former Ambassador Bolton's home in suburban Washington. We have a reporter heading to the scene. We will have more on this story as it develops. But again, certainly there have been some who have been concerned that President Trump would follow through on his promises of retribution. We don't know. That's what's happened here. We will stay on this story as the morning continues.
Let's see if there's anything more recent. I think it was for the classified documents.
today. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns?
Well, I haven't spoken to Pam in the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do, I guess his house was raided today. But my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she said, she's very neat, you know, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, you know, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
Mr. President. Yeah, and Bolton's one of the people that was informing, quote unquote, on Trump to get that raid approved. So, payback's a bitch. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Nobody's guilty until the mainstream media says so. That's right, dude. Unless I heard it on CNN, it can't be true. It absolutely can't be true. So, we just need to cross the Rubicon at this point. I'm at that point. Somebody else will if we don't.
Joining me now, former personal attorney for Donald Trump and host of the Substack channel, The Real Michael Cohen.
Oh, God, this guy.
Michael Cohen. Michael, what's your reaction to the raid of John Bolton's house? Hi.
Well, I've been there. As you know, years back, they raided my home, hotel, and my law offices.
This guy's scum.
Well, let me be very clear about something.
And yes, Cohen. In case you didn't pick up on that.
What we have here is the Trump team, the DOJ, going through, for example, the book, The Room Where It All Happened, which I actually had read while I was in solitary confinement. And they've noticed that there are many aspects of this book that appear to be of national security importance. And that's what I believe that they predicated this raid upon. I also believe that there's no doubt that he will be indicted. They will find documents once they go through, for example, his computer. They'll find the manuscript. They'll see emails going back and forth between John Bolton, his people, as well as maybe the attorney that reviewed it for, for legal ease and for questions. I believe that he needs to.
Yeah, bro, I say bring out the concentration camps, round all these fucking traitorous pieces of shit up, and let's get some stuff going.
Lawyer up, and very much like what happened 2 years ago, Reality Winner. That's a name that nobody talks
We're not voting ourselves out of this shit, and that's the reality.
About anymore. One document that was about Russian election interference ultimately had her incarcerated. She was a whistleblower, had her incarcerated for years. And I predict that John Bolton is going to suffer the same consequence.
What you're talking about here, I think you bring up two potential threads. And again, there's still a lot that we don't know about what the underlying reasons were to ultimately obtain this warrant and search Bolton's home and his office. But you're talking about two things. The first is the book that he wrote.
Yeah, Trump needs to get on his Abraham Lincoln shit and just start imprisoning everybody.
that was already the subject of some legal scrutiny of whether or not he went through the appropriate channels of basically getting the information that he was exposed to during his time in the White House approved to then use in the book. The Trump administration contention at that point had been that that information was classified. Bolton denied that. Ultimately, that suit was done away with in 2021 in the early days of Biden's Department of Justice. The other thing you're talking about is the potential for media leaks as part of the scrutiny here. I think overall, we don't know yet what we're seeing, but when you look at what you've seen happen here and you hear the president, as he said in the last hour or so, say, I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, what does that make you think about the Department of Justice?
He's crossed yet another name off of his enemies list. He's doing it to Tish James. He's doing it to Adam Schiff. He's doing it to Alvin Bragg. And there are many more on that list that will ultimately suffer a very similar consequence. You know, one of the funny thing when I heard him say, you know, that I am the chief law enforcement, yes, that's an actually accurate statement. I also just want to correct you, Ali, where you turned around and you said that that matter had been decided. Remember, that matter was decided under a Biden administration. The belief
no, not decided,
is
dropped.
That was dropped, but that doesn't necessarily mean that under this Trump administration, they won't try to revive it in a different manner.
Yeah, I think that's important here. And that's one of the questions that we have, frankly.
Yeah.
Is that related to that? Is it reviving that? Is it regarding something else? But, Michael, you, of course, have been the target of many attacks by...
I mean, the thing is like, Trump has to know that if he doesn't, you know, basically just take this shit over, that once he's done in, like, 3.5 years, they're gonna fuck with him so hard. Then they're gonna go after his family, his grandkids, everybody. Like, that's the thing, is like, he's not dumb. You gotta be thinking about that shit constantly. What happens when you're out? Because these fucking people are going for blood. And now even more so. So...
by the president. Are you personally worried now about more retribution against yourself in light of what you're seeing here from the former ambassador?
Well, I think everybody who's on an enemies list, especially somebody who's as powerful as the president of the United States, should have some concern. Personally, no, I'm not. I've already done my time. I did my time once based upon the early Russia hoax matter. On top of that, I was reincarcerated by Bill Barr, weaponized Department of Justice, because I too refused to waive my First Amendment constitutional right and not publish my book, Disloyal. So yeah, I understand what John Bolton, by the way, I'm no fan of John Bolton's either, but nevertheless, you know, this isn't, as far as I'm concerned, about justice and so on. This is yet scratching off. Remember one thing, Ali, Donald Trump campaigned on this. He's actually living up to a yet another campaign promise. And what was that campaign promise? I will be your retribution. He said he was going to go after all of these individuals, and one by one, he's slowly doing.
I have to admit, wasting $200 million on a ballroom is dumb. Trump's paying for it himself. What do you mean wasting it?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Do you know what the current White House event looks like? This is what they currently use. Hold on, let's see. This is the current setup for, like, state dinners and all sorts of other stuff. They don't have an event space at the White House. So they put up this fucking big-ass tent on the White House lawn. So, yeah, this is why Trump is paying for the ballroom to be built. So they don't have to put up this ugly-ass tent every time they do an event at the White House. There will actually be, like, a dedicated space that they can host, like, foreign dignitaries, state dinners, and all this other stuff. So, yeah, Trump is paying for it himself as, like, a gift. So people are still bitching about it. It's, like, insane. He literally cannot do anything without people bitching. Like, he's paying for the actual ballroom to be built out of pocket. So... SDK Nostalgia with the 5. Hey, Griffin. Remember the early to mid-2000s? We only cared about this country we love. what is going on with this bullshit now? Dude, everything, well, I shouldn't say everything, but the early 2000s is when a lot of shit hit the fan with Bush, with like the Patriot Act and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, the Bush administration, the prior Bush administration, even the Reagan administration and the Clinton administration has begun this, you know, basically death spiral of the United States. So we are now living in the side effects of those years.
Doing that.
And we've also seen his now head of the FBI, Kash Patel, during his confirmation hearings, asked about a so-called enemies list that was talked about during the Trump campaign days before the re-election. Then during the confirmation hearings, Patel ultimately denied that that list was in play or going to run his workings of the FBI. And yet we have seen several of the names that were part of that list, everyone from Miles Taylor to John Bolton, now have some kind of investigation leveled against them. Michael Cohen, I appreciate you joining us.
Each and
with
every
your
one of them,
perspective.
Ali, let me just finish by saying each and every one of them should be concerned. They should be lawyering up right now. And I also, sadly, I believe each and every one of them will suffer a very similar consequence to what I did.
Michael Cohen, thank you.
That's right. If you're going to aim for the king, you better hit the fucking crown because, you know, all these fuckers wanted to, you know, basically ruin Trump's life, imprison him, allow him to be assassinated, you know, sabotaged him, backstabbed, and now they want to cry victim. They're lucky they're going through the legal process because I wouldn't do it that way. Traitors, all of them. Is Trump going to raid Destiny's house before he escapes to Israel? Is Destiny a dual citizen? Well, it's kind of funny because, like, Trump played that song from that movie, The Sum of All Fears, where they, like, execute all the deep state people, so maybe. We'll see. It is possible. It's probably going great. They have a zero immigration policy. It's probably fantastic.
I can't afford this shit!
SNK nostalgia with the two. Never give up arms. Never deify politicians. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Is like that's the only reason the U.S. hasn't gotten as bad as like Western Europe and Australia and stuff is because we still have our guns. The Aussies don't have their guns anymore. The British never really had guns. Griffin, explain why the government owns 10% of Intel. They could have got Apple. Because Intel is in financial trouble, so Trump took the opportunity for the government to, you know, make a strategic investment in a domestic chip manufacturer. So not only will it move chip production back to the U.S., but also it gives the government like a vested interest in the success. So it's a strategic investment. Smart. Yeah, I just want, like, here's a question for you guys. Which one would you rather bang? AOC or Melonie Mac when they're side by side? They're about equally the same amount of crazy. Which one would y'all pick? Yeah, how old is AOC? I have no idea. She's younger than Melonie Mac. She's 35, so there you go. She's the prime cut, too. Yeah, I think AOC's the clear winner here. I don't think Melonie's getting much love. But yeah, I would much rather prone bone AOC. My Latina mommy. The big green dildo. What's this?
Johnny Somali came to Korea with the obvious intention of making clickbait videos to promote his provocative channel. Upwards of up to 7 years in prison or be fined $36,000.
And he also made a deepfake video where he was making out with one of South Korea's biggest celebrities.
Yeah, that's a huge crime over in South Korea. They have insane deepfake laws.
American influencer wants to be famous, but now he's probably going to prison.
Johnny Somali has officially hit the last stop before prison, and the walls are closing in on him fast. His whole situation is spiraling way worse than before, and now even his own lawyer is tangled up in serious trouble.
Nah, bro, I'd take AOC over Jenna Ortega. If I'm being honest.
That alone,
I think AOC is way more attractive than Jenna Ortega.
Could drag him down further, because without strong legal backup, Johnny's minimum sentence is already looking like 5 years behind bars, maybe even more. But the real storm is coming from the outside. The media is blasting him nonstop, and the public has turned cold, criticizing his every move and demanding punishment.
He can be in jail. At this point, the maximum is 12 years. However, even the default, even the standard punishment would be over 4 years in jail, even if they don't give him the aggravated maximum of 12 years.
He was living it up in South
They should absolutely give him the 12 years.
Korea until he went up to the statues. They're called the Statues of Peace.
They have been gambling that the Lotte World witness would no-show and saying, okay, if the witness no-shows, then okay, we can go with not guilty because she's going to no-show and not be there. However, she showed up and was highly motivated to be there.
There's nowhere for him to run, no way to duck the heat. Every camera lens and every headline is locked on him now. Even when he tries to put on a calm front, the truth is that Johnny can't hide anymore. And here's the shocking part. Insiders revealed he actually tried to pull slick new tactics in court to dodge pleading guilty. Imagine that. Still trying to play games with the system while everyone's watching. It's clear that whatever strategy he thought would save him has completely backfired. Johnny Somali really thought he found a loophole if the witness never showed up.
Johnny Somali is like... He's like a mutt breed of every single race on planet Earth, but the worst physical characteristics of all of them. Like, if you took the ugliest aspects of every single race on planet Earth, put them into a massive fucking crockpot of cesspool type shit, and then use that to form a human being, you would have Johnny Somali.
He believed he could skate through without pleading guilty, but when that witness actually walked into court...
Like, bro, look at him.
His whole plan collapsed in seconds.
Like, he looks Arab, Hispanic, black, Jewish, everything at the same time.
At that point, Johnny had 0 cards left to play. He was backed into a corner with no escape, and that's why he finally had to plead guilty. He had no...
He's just disgusting looking. Look at him, bro. He's just repulsive.
Other choice, and the judge wasn't buying any of his stalling tricks.
So big shout out to Lotte World, big shout out for filing this charge. So because he changed his plea from guilty to not guilty, he now has 6 confirmed guilty charges, 4 obstruction of business and 2 minor crimes act. So he is a confirmed repeat offender, repeat criminal with all of these. And once again, each charge stacks up the amount of time he can be in jail. At this point, the maximum is 12 years. However, even the default, even the standard punishment would be over 4 years in jail, even if they don't give him the aggravated maximum of 12 years. The standard, the non-aggravated.
Now the hammer's coming down. Johnny is already staring at a guaranteed 5-year sentence, minimum. And don't forget, that number could climb all the way up to 12 years if the court pushes for the max. His guilty plea only made things more serious, because on top of everything, it came out that he was involved in...
Hopefully the Korean mafia takes care of him in prison.
Spreading that deepfake video. That alone could tack on years and push him straight to the full 12 behind bars. But here's where it gets even messier. Johnny's lawyer is right in the middle of the chaos too. Word is, Johnny has been losing his cool, desperate, and frustrated, accusing his own lawyer of pressuring him nonstop. And to make matters worse, Hank Q's name keeps coming up in all this drama. adding even more weight to Johnny's downfall. Johnny Somali's lawyer has officially fumbled the bag, and badly. In court, when pressed about the obstruction of business charges, he slipped up and made a mistake that only added fuel to the fire. For someone representing a client in such a high-stakes case, that kind of blunder looks sloppy and weak. And let's be real, being Johnny Somali's lawyer comes with its own problems, because he can easily keep certain truths away from Johnny himself. That dynamic alone shows how messy this defense really is. But here's the harsh reality. Even if his lawyer had been flawless, nothing could save Johnny from what's coming.
You think I look like Johnny Somali? Come on, bro.
They show you ask him again. The deepfakes that he's seen, the 2 kissing videos, he thinks they're stupid, right?
His situation is brutal, and there's no clever defense team, no smooth-talking attorney that can shield him now. Johnny can't even hide from the public anymore. From the anchors on national TV to random people gossiping in the streets, everyone is locked in on his downfall. The chaos he created has made him a household name for all the wrong reasons. And it's not just the news outlets. Even creators online, who usually chase clicks with scandals, are calling him out.
AMC's lawyer seems to think obstruction and all this is a joke. He actually was scoffing and laughing, etc., when they were talking about obstruction. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. This is a big deal, and people have gone to jail for years.
They're slamming him for refusing to plead guilty to the deepfake crimes, especially when the evidence is stacked sky high against him. The criticism is coming from every direction, and it's relentless. The truth is ugly. Johnny Somali is shady to his core. That's exactly why he didn't plead guilty in the first place. Right now, there's no solid guarantee that Johnny Somali will finally plead guilty.
Look at him, bro. He's the type of guy you look over your shoulder when you're at an ATM because you're like, oh, fuck, I don't want one of these guys walking up to me with money in my hand.
The next trial. But the truth is, his back is against the wall. At this stage, he doesn't really have a choice anymore. If he
You do realize Ortega's younger than AOC? I don't care. I think AOC is more attractive than Jenna Ortega. Age being irrelevant from that. Dude, she looks like Skeletor. At least AOC doesn't look like a literal walking corpse.
Refuses, the court can still hand down a sentence, guilty plea or not, and that's the brutal reality staring him down. The public knows it too, and that's why the pressure is heavier than ever.
Yeah, she got that buccal fat removal.
People everywhere, from his own country to audiences overseas, don't want him slipping through the cracks. Nobody wants to see Johnny walk free after all the chaos he stirred up.
No, she doesn't. Want to bet? Let me see if I can find that recent image of her. Yeah, here it is. That's a video. Fuck. Damn it. Hold on. She looks hideous, bro. That's the most recent picture of her, so she got the buccal fat removal surgery. Yeah, she looks ugly as fuck. I'm going with AOC, bro. Sorry. There's, like, nothing attractive about her at all. That's just gross looking. So, let me have my Latina mommy. She smokes, too? Gross.
Demand for justice is loud, and it's getting louder by the day. Frustration has gone global, and his shady...
No, when you get buccal fat removal, it makes you look older.
Behavior is exactly why the world wants him.
Johnny Somali? No. He was living it up in South Korea until he went up to the statues. They're called the Statues of Peace. So he had the grand idea of going up and fondling the women, pouring baby oil all over them. He then undressed.
He gave him the Diddy treatment?
Yeah, he then undressed himself and then he danced on them. Also made a deepfake video where he was making out with one of South Korea's biggest celebrities. Now she's suing him, and that's another 7 years that's added on.
And since he's still refusing to admit guilt for the deepfake crimes, the speculation over what could happen next is wild. Analysts are already saying the fallout could be devastating. Not just for Johnny, but for anyone connected to him. And then there's his courtroom performance, weak, shaky, and filled with excuses that made no sense at all. He leaned on faulty logic, presented half-baked arguments, and honestly looked completely lost alongside his lawyer. Legal experts are tearing it apart, saying his defense has no real foundation, and warning that it could end with the harshest sentence possible. The courtroom atmosphere has turned into a full-blown spectacle, and Johnny Somali...
Dude, the South Koreans should just execute him publicly for the world to see and live stream it. They should just live stream the public beheading of Johnny Somali. That would be awesome.
Is at the center of it like a caged animal. Every move he makes, every word he says is being dissected by reporters and legal experts. Some insiders even whispered that the judge looked irritated with Johnny's excuses, as if the court itself is losing patience with his games.
Like one of the most hated men in a country and not expect people to turn out and testify against you, you raging douche canoe. It's a massive shame that he's not... Well, I don't know. I don't want to speak too soon. I want him to go down. But it does make sense why he's pled not guilty to the deepfakes, because he's fucked on those. Johnny, mate, you fucked around, you're going to find out, mate. It's real bad. You're an idiot.
That kind of energy only makes the outcome look even worse for him. On top of that, social media has exploded. Clips of his shaky testimony are going viral, and people are mocking the way he tried to spin his story.
Dude, actually, they should just bamboo torture him. Never mind about the beheading.
Comment sections are ruthless, with users saying things like, he's finished, and this is the end of Johnny.
They should lay him down on a bed of bamboo and just point a camera at him and have it broadcast 24/7. So we can slowly watch as the bamboo grows through his body, slowly killing him.
Somali. It's become clear that his reputation is completely wrecked, no matter how the trial ends. And if that wasn't enough, lawyers watching from the outside are labeling his defense team as unprepared and disorganized, saying they practically handed the prosecution an easy win. Now here's where things get even darker. Hank Q's name keeps popping up, and whispers say he might not stand by Johnny Somali anymore. Insiders claim Hank is distancing himself, quietly making sure he doesn't get dragged down with Johnny's mess. If that's true, it could leave Johnny completely stranded, because without Hank's backing, the case looks even uglier. Some even believe Hank could flip sides if it helps protect his own image. Meanwhile, the prosecution is stacking evidence higher by the day, and the pressure is crushing Johnny. Reports say he's snapping behind the scenes, lashing out at his own lawyer, and accusing people around him of betraying him. The drama is so bad that even courtroom staff are leaking details, saying Johnny looks exhausted and paranoid whenever he steps inside. And the public, they're eating it up like a live soap opera. Every headline, every clip, every rumor is fueling the sense that Johnny Somali isn't just losing a trial, he's losing his grip on everything. It's honestly laughable to me. The logic Johnny Somali's lawyer is using is straight up embarrassing. Think about it. This is the kind of weak reasoning that gets you laughed out of a courtroom. Imagine trying to argue that because Johnny committed one crime, that somehow explains why he committed another. That's not a defense. That's an admission of disaster. And then the so-called drunk excuse? Please. Can you picture a lawyer standing in front of a judge and saying, well, Your Honor, Johnny Somali was drunk. That's why he spread the video. That's not a strategy. That's comedy. Being intoxicated doesn't erase the crime. It only makes it worse. The courtroom isn't buying it, and neither is the public. At this point, it's clear his lawyer has run out of tricks. He's got nothing left, and the defense looks completely stripped bare. Johnny Somali has backed himself into a corner, and there's no clean exit anymore. Whether the court hits him with the full 12 years or the minimum 5, one thing is certain. Escape.
I guess South Korea's learned that
they're not sending their best.
This storm won't be easy. So now I've got to ask you, what do you think about the whole mess with Johnny Somali? Do you think the court will go light on him, or will they bring down the hammer with the maximum sentence? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like this video, share it with your friends, and hit subscribe so you never miss the next big update.
Nah, they should do, hold on, let's see.
As the bamboo grows, it pushes through the ground and into the person's body. Now, this torture method is mentioned in some historical accounts, but there is limited concrete evidence of its use. Bamboo can grow up to 3 feet per day, and its sharp tips could indeed penetrate flesh easily. As it continues to grow, it would pierce deeper, causing excruciating pain and severe internal injuries, and eventually it would lead to the death of the victim. As the bamboo grows, it pushes...
That's what we should do. That would be a suitable execution. Forget beheading. That will work. Either that or,
Ever imagine sitting on a triangle with an iron tip? Well, that's what Bob is testing today, the Judas Cradle. This medieval torture method was terribly effective and cruel. It involved a cone-shaped device where the victim was suspended and slowly lowered onto it, often suffering severe injuries and even death due to pain and internal damage. The goal was to extract confessions or punish supposed criminals. The psychological and physical impact of this practice was devastating, leaving indelible marks on medieval justice history. I think Bob will need cushions to sit on for the next few days. Comment on which other method he should test. Ever imagine sitting on a triangle with an iron...
Yeah, they would also do it to where you would slowly just sink down on it over time in gravity, would push you further and further and further and further and further, but it very, very slow. So take your pick. We can either do bamboo torture or the Judas Cradle. I would say the brazen bull, but it's a little too quick. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, put him in a rocket, send him to the sun. That's too pricey. It's more than he's worth. I mean, we could do the good old-fashioned hang, drawn, and quartered. You know, drag him through the streets, hang him within an inch of his life, you know, bind him, cut open his stomach, burn his cock and balls and intestines in front of him, behead him, then chop his body into 4 parts, spread them across the country so that there can be no marked grave, and then put his head on a pike. That's the old British way. That's what the British used to do for public executions, is they would drag you through the streets with like a rope around your neck. Sometimes they would like put you on a wooden like slate and drag you through the streets. Then they would take you up onto the scaffold. They would hang you until you're just about to pass out. They would repeat that several times. Then they would put you on a rack, basically, and they would cut your stomach open. They would castrate you. They would take both of those things and burn it in like a bowl in front of you. And then they would chop your head off. And then after that, they would take, you know, your body, chop it into 4 pieces, spread the 4 pieces randomly throughout the British Empire, and then put your head on a pike on London Bridge. So usually that was the choice execution for the high-profile criminals and traitors. So it's only fair, I know. You could also do with one of the Roman executions is you hook up each limb to a horse, and then you take like a hot rod and touch the leg or the back of each of the horse, which makes them run in different directions. So it literally rips you limb from limb. Then the body is left if you don't die from shock. They cauterize the wound so you stop bleeding. And then they torture you further. Like, the Romans had some really brutal shit. So. Or we could give him the Pope's pear. I don't know if there would be a short on that. Yeah, there it is. The Pear of Anguish.
This is the Pear of Anguish, a device that's commonly believed to be a medieval implement of torture. It would, supposedly, be closed tight into a shape that resembled a pear, and then inserted into the mouth, or other orifice, of the person to be tortured. A powerful mechanism on the inside would then cause it to spring open, resulting in a significant degree of pain and injury. The concept is horrifying enough to capture the imagination, but the truth is that we're not entirely sure what these devices were used for. There's actually no evidence of them being used for torture, and instead it's thought that they might have been used to stretch boots or gloves. The Pear of Anguish
Why would it be called the Pear of Anguish?
Is just one example of how we tend to think of the medieval era as being rather more brutal and bloody than it actually was.
Well, it was, because you couldn't extract a confession from someone unless they had been tortured. So that's also the Romans said that too. Like, if you were convicted of a crime, you couldn't, like, actually confess to that crime until you had been tortured in some way. Especially if you were a pleb or a slave. So, yeah.
The executioner inserts the pear of anguish into the victim's mouth, and by turning the knob at the top, the four metal blades slowly open, pressing against the teeth and forcing the jaw open, causing excruciating pain until the teeth shatter or the jaw dislocates, but it rarely results in death, as the petals open process. Similar to the blossoming of pear flowers, this punishment is also called the blooming pear. More terrifyingly, the executioner would also insert the instrument into other parts of the criminal's body, utilizing the spiral technique to open the device. It was generally used to punish women who had abortions, liars, and others. The execution.
I wonder where else they put it. I don't know, guys. Estigate nostalgia of the two. A box, feed honey, dragged by boat for... Oh, I know what you're talking about. Shit, I don't remember what that's called. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Shit, what is that called? I'm sure if I just type in honey torture, it'll pop up. Yeah, it was the ancient... The honey boat punishment.
In ancient Persia, they had an execution so cruel it haunted history. It was called scaphism. The victim was trapped between boats, force-fed milk and honey until they vomited, then left to rot in the sun as insects slowly ate them alive. It could last days, no escape, no mercy, just days of living death. In ancient Persia, they had an execution so...
That's lovely. Yep, the torture devices are supposed to scare you into confessing, exactly. Everyone is deleting Borderlands games? What does that mean? Bro, there hasn't been a Borderlands game in like 7 years. I'm pretty sure most people have already deleted them. They're done. This looks clickbaity enough.
Imagine everybody telling you how useless you are.
Estigate nostalgia with the two. Be happy with what we got. Could be worse. Oh, yeah, definitely, man. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, relatively speaking, we live in a very peaceful and, you know, safe time to be alive, for sure. Like, the standard of living has never been better thanks to technology and such, but Yeah, I mean, we definitely have our problems, but yeah, comparatively speaking, we live very comfortable lives.
While still demanding that you buy their stuff. You know, 5 years ago, they said that $70 was the new normal. Now they're eyeing $80 games. Microtransactions have infested everything. Mobile gaming's gone nuclear. These guys have brought in billions of dollars off the back of our spending and then poured 2 to 3 times as much into absolute garbage. And after all of that, an entire generation just stopped buying games. We're about to watch the games industry bottom out and lose the back end. Years of financial pressure shoved onto players.
Damn, you've been streaming for 11 hours. You have no life? I thought this was already established.
Games being torn apart and sold back to us piece by piece, all to keep their shareholders happy, all about the flip. And it's not because of some new trend or protest. It's because Gen Z isn't buying. And not out of choice. They've just been priced out of the hobby entirely. Locked out of an economy.
I don't think it's that they're, you know... I don't know about that one. I think they're deliberately not buying shit because most stuff isn't worth buying anymore. And that's the reality.
Debt instead of jobs and scam after scam ever since they became adults. You know, every time that I've ever talked about any of these video game industry issues, whether that's spending, pricing, or anything else, it's always been that it's not that these guys can't do any of this stuff. It's just that they're too damn aggressive. They're moving way too fast. They're asking for way too much, and they're outpacing their own customers to the point that they're lapping us. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about why younger players are spending a fraction of what their older counterparts are, and why that number just dropped even further. We're also going to be digging into how this industry has been burning through its audience faster than it can replace them, and why this might be the moment that it all falls apart. You know, I thought we had it bad. These kids are cooked. I feel like I've been sounding the alarms for the better part of a year now, pointing out every crack in the hull before the ship hits the rocks. Hell, Activision is out here channeling their inner Titanic by openly stating that they think Call of Duty is, quote, too big to fail, while apparently completely unaware of the generational iceberg every publisher is about to slam into. Now, before we get too deep into the why, let's start talking about what's actually happening. In an article from PC Gamer written by Stevie Bonifield titled, New Study Shows Gen Z is spending way less on video games than older gamers. Young people can't even afford...
But they're not spending less money on video games. They're spending less money on the individual games. They're not spending less money on microtransactions. So that's the important distinction. When it comes to the individual purchase of games, yes, they're spending less money. But Gen Z spends more money on microtransactions than any other generation their age.
...afford gaming anymore. They right, young people are so strapped for cash right now.
Like, bro, people literally collect Fortnite skins. That was not a thing when I was a kid. At all. Not ever. I bought games. I didn't buy skins and shit. You know, for the price of one Fortnite skin, I'd go to GameStop and buy 3 games. So, that's the difference.
Right now that even video games are too expensive for them. A June study by Circana, first reported by the Wall Street Journal, found that spending among 18 to 24-year-olds dropped by 13% from January to April 2025 compared to last year. Video game purchases were hit particularly hard, falling nearly 25%, according to a chart Circana's Matt Piscatella shared on Blue Sky. For context, Piscatella shared another chart comparing the drop in spending among Gen Z to spending changes in older generations. The difference is dramatic. Where older generations spending dropped less than 5%, Gen Z's is plummeting. It's particularly surprising to see such a sharp drop in spending on video games, which historically cater to young people. Now, to reference Matt Piscatella's post directly, video game spend among 16 to 24s is down sharply. Young grads are having a much tougher time finding jobs. Student loan payments are restarting for millions of borrowers. Credit card delinquency rates have risen to their highest points since before the pandemic. Overall, purchasing by 18 to 24s has plummeted, especially when compared to other age groups. Now, that's already bleak, but here's where it gets critical for the games industry. Back in March, a separate study showed that Gen Z and Gen A already make up 28% of all gamers. Millennials just falling right behind them at 26%. The difference between the two of them is that only 18% of millennials reportedly spent nothing on games, while more than double that number of Gen Z gamers spent nothing at all. And when they do spend, it's less across the board. Just 35% of Gen Z average more than $10 a month on microtransactions compared to 50% of millennials. And remember, all this data came out before the latest spending drop, which means that right now, younger generations are probably spending less than half of what their older counterparts do. Now, we add this to the fact that older generations are aging out of the hobby, playing less, sticking to older games that were aimed at them, spending less money, and you have a spending collapse.
But yeah, the issue with that too is sample bias. Like, millennials and boomers and Gen X are more likely to answer surveys. That's also a problem as well, but people buy microtransactions more than actual games nowadays. Yep, exactly.
That is going to pull the rug right out from underneath the industry, and I do not see this getting better because nothing about the conditions for younger generations is going to improve anytime soon. I mean, I know it's practically a generational tradition now for each one to call the next one the problem, too lazy, too soft, unmotivated, doing something that the older crowd doesn't like. I'm a millennial, I heard it all. We lack work ethic, we were technology obsessed, we didn't respect authority, we weren't loyal to our employers, we were entitled, narcissistic, which I always found hilarious considering that those traits supposedly would be coming from the people that raised and educated us. It's basically just them criticizing their own work, but at least we could escape it. We had the internet at the time, which still felt like our own. Gen Z doesn't. They live under a constant torrent of criticism for things entirely outside of their control. control.
Bets, take odds. Which one of these guys lives at home right now? That age.
I think that, most men with even an ounce of testosterone would find this a touch demeaning.
We have to bring back shame in this country, Josh. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, you would have to waterboard me like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed to get me to admit that I'm a stay-at-home son.
But I'll tell you this, leave it to Gen
Oh, God, this fucking hag. The childless hag.
Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And therein lies a big part of the
Review Tech USA.
problem.
I'm going to crash out. They need to put me on the news. How can you blame them? We've seen nothing but headlines of companies switching to AI and automation. Microsoft just laid off 9,000 people at Xbox to build AI infrastructure.
Well, it's not even that. It's white men are literally discriminated against in education and hiring selection. So how the fuck do you expect them to move out of the house and get a job and make enough money to support themselves when they're actively being discriminated against in the job market? So all these DEI policies and, we want 50% women in the workforce, yeah, that literally comes at the expense of giving men jobs. So you can't fucking sound the alarm men need to, get out and work, but when they try, they get rejected everywhere. So no, the job market is shit right now. The economy's shit right now. And it's a literal fact that women are given preferential treatment in the economy when it comes to jobs, and then also on the education front too. So yeah, it's easy to point fingers as a fucking talking head on fucking Fox News, which requires zero actual skill. And Tommy Lauren is a dumb cocksucking bitch who literally sucked dick to get where she is today. So, her vast intellect is not the source of her, stardom, if you can even call it that.
Fast food joints are running with skeleton crews and robots. Kids are graduating from college to find their entry-level jobs don't even exist anymore or somehow now require 5 years of experience. Their degree, which was told to them was their one ticket in life, is now useless. They are saddled with debt. They're being spawn camped by college costs, DoorDash, and buy now, pay later scams because they can't afford to buy anything outright. They've been scalped, Dropbox, pulled into pyramid schemes, conned into gambling on crypto, and spammed with sports ads at every given turn. They're careening towards a future with no real hope or relief. And the best thing that society can give them is a mix of finger-waving Karens and some pull yourself up by your bootstrap Andes that are lecturing them for not wanting to swim in the pool that they just pissed in. These are the dipshits that are running the world right now, and it's fucking embarrassing. I feel for you younger generations because they pulled the exact same shit on us. Back in the early to mid 2000s, they camped us in high school, shoved us towards college, funneling kids into for-profit schools with unaccredited degrees, jacked up tuitions and fake job placement stats, all to manufacture hundreds of billions of dollars in debt. And then when it was all exposed as a scam, well, we were still labeled as the entitled ones in the workforce. It is wild to me that this is still the message that older generations want to push. Shame younger workers, demotivate them further instead of actually doing something useful. Things like bringing back vocational training, teaching real financial literacy in high school, or telling young men that they can make serious money as operators, electricians, pipe fitters, boilermakers, or in a dozen other trades where they can meet coworkers that will become like family, easing both their financial and their social burdens. But no, keeping them financially disadvantaged is a lot more profitable for these guys. That's why I don't see things improving, not for younger generations.
Well, it's not so much it's profitable, it's it keeps you from having children.
And definitely not for the games industry. If you can't afford rent, you're not dropping $70 on a new game release or $20 on a Fortnite skin. You're thinking about the next meal. You're playing games for free if you even have time to play, or you're just finding cheaper hobbies altogether. So my question is, where's the relief supposed to come from an industry that's already outpricing its current user base when the next wave of customers can't even afford to walk in the door? Console prices are already north of $500. Games are being pushed at $80. Microtransaction bundles are just about the exact same price. Last year, we saw almost 19,000 games released and near...
Yeah, that's the thing they don't talk about. It's like the apprenticeship period and all that type of stuff. You're making nothing doing trades, so you have to work for a while to make any money in the trades. So, I don't see a problem with living at home if you're working and, saving to get your own place. I think that's fine. If you're a 20-something-year-old and your parents and you get along and, they'll let you live at home and you're actively working, accumulating money, that's great. You should use that to your advantage. That is something that you should 100%, take advantage of if you have that, because that's how things used to be. Back in the good old days, you didn't move out when you were 18. There was multi-generational homes. You lived with your family. You lived on your family's land. Even if you didn't work on the farm or whatever it was, you still lived with your family regardless, and you shared the expenses so you could accumulate more money. So I understand the thing where it's you don't want to be a bum sitting at home playing video games all day doing nothing. But for a lot of people, they genuinely can't afford to live on their own, or they're spending their entire paycheck just to pay their rent on a shitty one-bedroom apartment when they could literally just live at home, save up that cash, and then go buy their own place. So that, to me, is the better option if you have that at your disposal. If you're in a situation where you can live with your parents, you're making money and you're saving up to either move out, buy your own place, or whatever, that's like the ideal scenario, and that's how it used to be. So that's a really big benefit if you can take advantage of that. SNK Nostalgia with a 2. For the love of God, buy land, it goes up. I'm planning on it at some point, man. Once I can move, I'm definitely going to look to buy a place.
Nearly 150 of them were AAA and AA. Split that in half and average it out to $30 million for AA and $150 million for AAA, and you're looking at $13.5 billion invested in games, and likely even more this year. The spending is insane, the demands are insane, and instead of pumping the brakes, they're just flooring it right into the wall. I mean, beyond that, whether you have the money or not doesn't really matter because it's just not worth it anymore. The quality has dropped so far that when people can't afford games, there's less of a reason to bother. Publishers have convinced themselves that going wide, making every game for everyone, stuffing in every mechanic, every identity, and every message somehow is going to make their games more appealing, when all it's done is just made their games boring, bland, and forgettable. The reason that their games aren't selling right now is simple. It's because they suck and they're overpriced. Why would I pay $70 for Assassin's Creed Shadows when I could go pay $40 and play Black Flag? Why would I play Starfield when I could fire up Fallout 3 with mods and make it look current gen? For veteran players, there is less reason than ever to buy. For younger players, it's financially impossible. And that's the exact reason why these companies are so against things like stop killing games or digital ownership, because they don't want us sticking to the games that we already have. They want to force us into the next thing, whether it's worth it or not. But here's the problem with that strategy, especially given the financial conditions that a lot of people are in right now. When people feel pushed, they push back. So if you're going to price your customers out of the...
You have a CDL and still can't move out? Yeah, it depends on where you live, especially. So, yeah, save your money, and then once you have enough to buy your own place, then that's what you should do. Like, if you can skip the whole rental phase of life and just accumulate that money and stick it in like a money market fund or something so that it grows at like the standard interest rate, like, that's great. That's a huge benefit that a lot of people will never have.
A hobby, if you're going to make the games that they own inaccessible, well, they're just going to find another way like they always have. Whether that's buying used, whether that's emulating, whether that's just pirating these games. And I don't think that's a genie that you can try to put back in the bottle. You can clap down on it as much as you want, but these folks will find a way to crack these games eventually, especially when they're motivated enough. And a lot of people are going to get very motivated very soon. And this is a grave that you dug for yourself. In a lot of cases, you're still digging. No wonder these guys want us to get rid of our digital privacy. Wonder why. Never solutions, only stopgaps to protect themselves.
Well, the real reason they want to get rid of the digital privacy is, you know, a certain country has been getting a lot of heat recently online, and they want to crack down on who's being a good goy and who's not.
So it's all these guys have ever used, while also at the exact same time jacking up prices on their customers and putting so much pressure on them. And things are spinning so wildly out of control that this is one of the few times that I actually don't see a clear picture for what they could do in the future to be able to protect themselves or save themselves outside of cutting their budgets insanely and also slashing the prices of their games. But we know that that's not going to happen or happen fast enough. And I'm sure a lot of these guys are probably thinking to themselves, AI is the answer, but the issue there is you're cutting the rope at both ends. People need jobs to be able to buy things. So if there's less people with jobs, there's less people buying products. And on top of that, we know that the savings that they're going to get from switching to AI is not going to be passed down to the customer. That's not going to happen. It didn't happen when they switched from physical to digital, so why would it happen now? If you're in your 20s or younger and you're watching this channel first, I'd like to say great taste. But beyond that, I try to do my best to be able to promote the trades as much as I possibly can because it helped me when I was in the lowest point in my life. I didn't think I had a future. I didn't think I had anywhere to go. And then I found my way into the construction industry, and it gave me the ability to chase a dream like this later on down the road. And I cannot recommend.
And also another option for everybody, if you really have nothing and you have no idea what you want to do, the military right now is not a bad option because we have a good administration. So if you were ever considering that, now would probably be a good time if you ever consider joining the military to do that. Because at the very least, once you do your time, you'll get, you know, the GI Bill, and you can go do college for free, and you'll be able to have like vocational training and some sort of skill that you get through the military. So it's actually a good time to do that because this current administration, there's a very low chance that you're just going to be tossed out as cannon fodder. So that is another option too that exists. And it's a very good one if you use it properly. If I stay at my job, I will retire at 44. Nice, man.
The trades enough.
If you invest your money, you can probably do it quicker.
It's some of the greatest people that
depending on how much you make.
You can work with. It's incredibly difficult to break into. I'll give it that. There's a lot of nepotism. You got to know somebody in a lot of cases. Unless you're from like smaller cities and areas, usually those places are, looking for folks. Literally every hall that I'd ever worked with was desperate for young folk because in most cases they had guys that were in their late 30s, 40s, and 50s, and that's all they ever had, and they just had nobody else that was younger, and they need guys to be able to carry stuff. It's good money. It's honest money, and a lot of people over the course of time have tried to vilify it as much as they possibly can, and I'm going to be honest with you, that's because they're trying to keep you financially down. That's what it is.
Who's they?
This is going to move fast. Very fast. Millennials, while being better off than Gen Z, they're not that much better off. And they're not so much better off. That
dude, millennials are fucked. They're probably even more fucked than Gen Z in a lot of cases.
They can support the entire...
Because they grew up at the tail end of the era of opulence. So they all have extremely expensive taste and no savings. Most millennial women, for example, are in massive amounts of debt.
Industry as we know it today with its current costs and how much it's monetized, it's just not going to happen. And the funny thing is, the more I think about it now, when I look at a lot of the games that have failed over the last couple of months or last couple of years now, any of the games that weren't aimed at us millennials failed badly in a lot of cases. And the reason why is because they never had another generation to be able to catch them. So if they were aiming for somebody else, they just straight up missed because those guys didn't have the money to be able to buy the games. These guys are screwed. These games take too long to make, they're too expensive to make, and while these guys are flailing around trying to figure everything out, indie's just going to come in and steal the scene. In fact, they already have. Now, I want to make this clear. Younger generations not buying games is not a passing trend. This is an industry-wide survival issue, at least for the modern games industry as we know it, because Gen Z is just the start. The generations that are behind them are going to have even fewer job prospects if things keep going this way. That means that when millennials are no longer the industry's core spenders, there won't be a replacement audience with the same buying power. And I think some publishers know this, or most publishers probably do, especially since they're the ones that are also contributing to those jobs disappearing. But given their size, the cost of their games, and the way that they operate, it's almost impossible for them to avoid a crash. I mean, the answers that these guys came to were live services and subscription platforms like Game Pass, Ubisoft Plus, PlayStation Plus, and more. On paper, the reasoning seems relatively solid. Make free-to-play games and offer subscription services to be able to lower the barrier of entry, but the costs of running these services do not line up with the content or the monetization.
44 and retired, not a bad deal. No, it's not bad. That's great. You're still young enough to actually live life at that point, so...
that they're delivering, and I think the result of this is going to be pretty predictable. Games and services that are aggressively monetized, overpriced, and have underwhelming offerings that struggle to be able to keep people engaged. With live service games, moderate success is not going to be enough in the future, and relying on them alone is only going to cause more issues down the line. I mean, right now, the entire model is to make the game for free and then to charge heavily for everything inside it. Cosmetics, weapons, playtime in some cases, $20 to $30, sometimes even over $100. And as costs start to rise and profit margins start to tighten, those prices are going to get pushed even higher to squeeze their players harder. And the more games that start to flood the market that are like this, the prices are going to just keep climbing to be able to justify their operating budgets, and the higher the climb, the less players are going to be willing to buy in, especially given economic conditions. So publishers are just going to start responding by making those purchases more central to the experience. Free cosmetics are going to be deliberately made to look worse than paid ones. We already see that right now. Progression is going to start to get locked behind paywalls. Items are going to come in with built-in advantages. Bit by bit, the games are going to be not about playing them.
You went to Vegas last week. Was it a ghost town?
Anymore. It's just going to be about spending.
Or was it pretty busy? Because we've been watching all these videos recently where, they've been saying Vegas is basically empty.
And eventually, people are just going to start walking away. I've always looked at Korean pay-to-win live service games as a microcosm, a accelerated version of where the Western AAA industry is headed. And if you take a look at a game like Lost Ark, great gameplay, the world looked really cool, and it had all the markings for a top-tier MMO, but almost every path to progression was time-gated or paywalled, or in most cases both. And while whales are going to spend big, you still need casual players to be able to keep that world feeling alive. When every single meaningful reward in a game is locked behind a price tag, no achievement is going to feel worth anything. The game just isn't fun, and eventually, most players are going to hit the same wall and just say, why am I even playing this game? Now, on the subscription side, the only way to be able to make that offer appealing is to run it at a loss and front load it with as much content as possible. We already know that Xbox tried this with Game Pass, spending billions on AA and indie titles, but all it did was create the illusion of content. Many of those games were just filler that nobody actually wanted to play. Sure, there were a couple of hits, but not enough to be able to justify the service, at least not for myself. And that means that they have to lean...
Yeah, I would say college was worth it for me, but that's because I worked really, really hard in college, and it basically paid for my grad school as a result. So because I had such great grades in undergrad, I basically got a full ride to my graduate school for my master's degree. But I did finance, which was actually really helpful. Like, you learn a lot about money and the different ways to invest, loan amortization, all sorts of shit like that. So as long as you're learning like an actual skill set or a knowledge set that's actually, applicable in the real world, then that's kind of the indicator. You want to pick up a skill set. That's the main thing you want from college. So, unfortunately, you need it to get in the door at companies. Like, they auto-filter for college degrees. But if you're going to go to college, make sure you get all A's. And make sure you do a degree that actually provides you a skill set that's marketable to companies.
Now, they're AAA blockbusters to be able to keep people subscribed.
Like how to invest in Pokemon. I wish. Dude, I wish I would have done that shit sooner. Fuck. I probably would be retired by now if I did.
Which in turn then cuts directly into their sales. And now even Game Pass is facing a content problem. Developers are openly saying that if your game is struggling, Game Pass is the place where you want to go. But if your game has a real sales potential, well, you want to keep it off that platform. Either way, content issues are not the bigger problem that they're headed towards. It's the undeniable fact that the prices for their services are going to continue to climb and likely outpace their customers, especially for some of these younger generations. They've already gone up and their operating costs are continuing to rise, so they're going to go up again. Their only alternative is to be able to find new ways to monetize, just like their movie and TV counterparts, Netflix, Hulu, Disney. We'll see ads, tiered access, and more. They're going to pass those increases down to the customer, but the problem with that is that people will tolerate price hikes and ads and things like that if there is value there. When the quality starts to slip at the same time that the bill is getting bigger, that's when subscribers start to walk. It doesn't matter how large the library is. If people feel like they're paying more for less, they're gone. It's like I said earlier, the only option that they have is to offer actual value, better games, while also slashing their budgets and their prices. But a lot of these companies think that AI is going to be the magical fix for everything, but all that's going to do is just make the underlying problem even worse. People don't have jobs or disposable income to be able to buy the games or products that they're making. So what's going to happen? They're just going to overcommit like they always do, just like they did with live service, just like they did with subscriptions, just like they did with every single trend that we've seen over the past couple of years. The quality will slide, the audience is going to start looking elsewhere, and honestly, they already have. One of the biggest breakout trends that I've noticed over the past couple of years is the rise of indie friend slop games. Accessible, easy to play, co-op
Yep, indie friend slop is definitely a great term.
Titles that are made on no budget at all, that are pulling absolutely absurd numbers. Lethal Company, Content Warning, Chained Together, and more recently Repo and Peak have blown up purely through word of mouth.
Quick critique with the 31 months. Granddad's letting me put a house on his land. Buy, rent. Oh, that's nice, man. Congrats. See, that's how it's done. Like, that's how people used to do things back in the day. You'd have your family's plot of land. You know, you'd have, like, the main family home, and then you would have, like, auxiliary properties.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
So, yeah, that's cool, dude. That's really awesome. But, yeah, that's exactly how it used to be back in the day. So, that's great. That's how neighborhoods popped up. Originally, that's where the concept of a neighborhood comes from, is you would have like this big piece of land, and the people who owned the land, they would have like their family's homes on the land, and then the people who worked on the land and like did the manual labor and such, they would be allowed to build homes on the land as well and live there as long as they worked. So that's how, you know, neighborhoods started cropping up originally. So yeah, very nice, dude. See, SNK nostalgia with the 2. To be fair, my father taught me how to manage money. That's great. Most people don't get that, so it's definitely a good head start you got in life.
And viral clips hitting sales and player numbers that would make most AAA games cry. Peak sold over 5 million copies in under a month and hit 100,000 concurrent players on Steam. Repo sold 15 million copies in under 6 months and nearly reached 300,000 concurrent players on Steam. They all share two things: cooperative play and, more importantly, price. Peak was launched at $7.99. Repo was launched at $10. Both games cost less than a fast food meal and are cheap enough that you could buy copies for 3 of your friends and still pay less than a modern AAA title. And it's not just friend slop. Across the board, some of the most popular games dominating both sales and conversations have been from small studios or even solo developers. The common thread isn't the genre, it's the price and the quality of the experience. I said it on Twitter recently when people were complaining about how Mafia Old Country doesn't have swimming, but I said that too many games go wide instead of deep. I don't need a game to do everything. I need a game to do a handful of things really fucking well. That's exactly what these indie titles are delivering right now. They don't have year-long roadmaps. They're not trying to be everything for everyone. They're built for the people that they were meant for, with the sole intent of just being fun. Peak is a game about climbing and cooperative fun with your friends. It doesn't need complex mechanics or RTX ray trace shadows and reflections. It just needs to be a goofy, memorable experience that delivers on an $8 promise. And yeah, people like to complain about how many roguelikes and crafting games that we've seen lately, but a lot of those games have succeeded for the exact same reason. They give players exactly what they want from that style of game. Sure, they'll add their own twist or their own style or maybe their own art or their own world or whatever, but they never overreach, especially for the price. These games are cheap, focused, they deliver exactly what players are looking for, and you can't say,
God, this game he's playing is just visually repulsive to me. I don't know. I don't know what this game's called, but I never want to play it. It looks terrible, man.
The same about the AAA industry. With the path that they're on right now, I'm not sure that we ever will again. And that's the real problem for AAA, because they built their entire business model around chasing an audience that's already shrinking. And
Griffin should play Peak with his friends, so wait, never, yeah. No friend slop for me, man. It's just a loner slop.
Pricing themselves out of the next one that's coming, and they're ignoring the part of the market that's actually growing right now. While they're busy inflating their budgets, leaning on AI, and locking themselves into decade-long development cycles, smaller studios are eating their lunch right now with games that cost less than a fast food combo, and they're making a heck of a lot more people smile. What I think adds a lot more pressure to this situation is it doesn't just concern the video games industry. It doesn't just involve the video games industry. It's pretty much worldwide and industry-wide at this point. And as more disruptive technology is introduced, as more jobs disappear, people are just going to have fewer options outside of the folks that are already going to be retired. But it's not just going to be younger generations, it's going to be all generations. And I just don't see how you get around that while you're actively contributing to it and also contributing to your own decline. You know, I brought this up last year, but we've seen video game piracy, especially in South America, just explode over the last couple of years, and also in a lot of other countries as well. And I think that's going to be coming here too. And I think there's three leading factors. One, games are far too expensive. And then they're also having their
Griffin has friends. Nope.
Access revoked, removed. Games are just becoming less available. We've seen games completely de-indexed from a lot of stores in some cases. You know, people are in this battle right now for video game ownership as well. And the other thing is too, is that just a lot of games aren't very good anymore, especially from AAA. And when you don't trust the product, you're not going to really want to spend money on it. So you might try to find another way to be able to check it out or experience it or see if you'd actually like it. And I'm predicting that a lot more people are just going to be sailing the seven seas when it comes to some of this stuff. Just the easiest way to be able to get around it. You know, well, I think that they believe that free-to-play is going to be the best option for them because that's going to be able to avoid the whole, well, people aren't making money, that's fine. You can play our games for free, and then there's only $2 or $3 or $5.
How did UE5 go from being praised to hated? Because, like, you know, everybody was like, oh my god, bro, it looks so good, holy shit. And then, in practicality, yeah, it looks good, but the performance is absolute dog shit as a result. So, it's not... There's a lot of optimization issues with most games that run on it.
Or $20 or $100 that you can spend on our game. I think that people really like their single-player games. I think they like their one-off co-op experiences, something that they're not going to constantly play and turn into a lifestyle or anything like that. And we used to have those kind of games. We used to have those games of quality and affordability in AAA that offer those one-off experiences, and we see less and less of them every single year. You know, back in the early 2000s and early and mid to late 2000s, we had games like Kane and Lynch and Army of Two. We had Burnout and Crazy Taxi and stuff like that, but a lot of that stuff is gone now. And
yeah, but those are all $60 games. It's not really affordable. So they're all full price still.
People really like their self-contained experiences. They used to be affordable. They used to be around, and now the only one that's delivering them is indie. How do you compete with that? I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy that a lot of these companies have...
Oh, let's see. Retail price of Crazy Taxi. I'm curious. No, I want not digital. At launch. $50 in 2000. So what is that today? It's not really that much more affordable. Like $20? Like, I don't know if that's like a huge determiner. Let's see. $50. Yeah, $95. So, dude, isn't that depressing? If you had money in a savings account from basically 25 years ago, our dollars were worth double what they are now. That just shows you how fucking horrid the Federal Reserve really is, man. Our money is worth double 25 years ago what it is today. And real wages have not changed all that much. But that's what happens when you import, 55 million people on work visas. That's what happens when you have 40 million illegals in the country. It's fucking insane, man. Yeah, it's a banking cartel.
Jumped on to the trend with some of these indie games. They keep following each other and running around in circles rather than paying attention to what some of these guys are doing. And just giving their studios something a little bit more controlled, a little bit more realistic to make, something that's actually going to be able to reach people for a solid price. I'll give some credit where credit is due. Xbox, at least with Obsidian, they let them...
No. I'm not talking about the printing. I'm talking about the wages. Because in theory, if you print more money but wages increase proportionally, it's not a problem. The issue is that wages have not increased as we've printed more money. Which means that, that's when the inflationary effects are most felt, when your wages don't change, but the value of your money goes down dramatically. That's like the true cause of what we consider inflation. Now, if say the US government printed 2 times the amount of money, but as a result everybody started getting paid 2 times as much, then in real terms your earning didn't go down, and it also didn't go up. So, in a properly balanced economy, your wages would increase with the monetary supply. The problem is they keep importing so many working age adults into the United States that there's more supply of labor than there is, you know, demand, which means they can keep wages low. So
make Grounded or Pentiment. If those guys make what was it? I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, Hi-Fi Rush. They let them make that, but then they just got rid of the studio afterwards. EA invests money into games like It Takes Two and Split Fiction, but at the exact same time, this is just like a couple of games, and these guys are just not doing this kind of stuff at scale where they totally could and could be raking in a ton of money right now. I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand anything. Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, tell me what you guys think. I am tired. I'm also sick, I think. I think I have a head cold right now. There's something going on with my sinuses. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys enjoyed the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment down below, share the video with your friends, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, and catch me when I'm not sick. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you in the next one.
Family, 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 family.
Governments are also in competition with each other, which is why globalization is not as much anymore, man. The problem is every single central bank is owned by the same banks, meaning that, you know, the countries are not really in competition with each other anymore. But I don't know. I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. My voice is kind of getting scratchy, so I don't want to lose it. Plus, it's already 8:30 for me, so we've been live for just over 11 hours, so that's a pretty good night. But yeah, appreciate everybody hanging out and for all the support in the chat as well. It's greatly appreciated. I hope y'all have a wonderful weekend, and I guess I'll talk to everyone later tonight. Peace out, guys.